Golden Age Radio is starting now.
To accomplish that purpose.
Subscribe to get future updates.
Get ready for some spy thrillers and noir detective mysteries with The Man Called X, Secret Agent K7, Dangerous Assignments, Richard Diamond, Dick Tracy, The Avengers, Whistler, Shadow, Falcon, and Top Secret.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, the Man Called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find the Man Called X. The message was received by the State Department in Washington shortly before midnight. Within an hour after decoding, there was a feverish burst of activity in the offices of the Atomic Energy Commission, counterintelligence, and at the Bureau in New York City.
So Professor Chorney has disappeared.
That's right, Ken. It apparently happened 3 weeks ago.
Where, Chief? At Los Alamos?
No, much worse. At Linz, Austria.
On the border of the American-Russian zone.
Yeah.
What was Chorney doing there?
His family disappeared there during the war. A month ago, he took a leave of absence from his nuclear fission work at Los Alamos. One last stab at finding them.
That's so, Chief.
Ken, I don't have to tell you that Professor Chorney is one of the greatest living experts on nuclear fission.
Yeah, I know.
Why, his mind contains secrets that'd be worth, well, almost anything to certain interested nations.
That's right.
For Pete's sake, Ken, what's the matter with you? Don't you realize what this might mean? Chorney disappears only 25 miles from Czechoslovakia. What if he's being held somewhere behind the Iron Curtain? Being questioned?
Well, officially, the Bureau can hardly go into Czechoslovakia on the strength of a guess.
I know we can't. That's why I wanted to talk to you. Don't you have any suggestions?
Chief, what do you know about music boxes?
Music boxes?
Yeah, like the one I got here. Came to my apartment, Air Express, this morning. When you phoned me, I thought I'd bring it along.
Now, wait a minute, Ken. What are you driving at?
It's an interesting little gadget, Chief. Listen. You like it?
Ken.
Sorry. By the way, did you know Professor Chorney made a hobby of collecting these things?
He did?
Yeah. One he was very fond of played Brahms' Lullaby.
Who did you say sent you that music box?
I don't know. And there wasn't any name or return address on it, only the name of the manufacturer, the Batava Toy Company. According to the postmark, they're located in Prague, Czechoslovakia.
Czechoslovakia?
Yep.
Yeah.
Chief,
Yeah, Ken?
I've been working kind of hard lately.
I don't suppose you'd care for a
Why,
little...
thanks, Chief. A vacation is just what I need.
That's what I figured. Any idea what you'll do with your time?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe I'll start collecting music boxes. In Prague.
Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to Bratava's Toy Shop.
Thanks. Is the owner around?
I am Papa Bratava. Is there something I could do for you?
Maybe. My name's Ken Thurston.
An American?
That's right.
And what is it that brings you to see me, Mr. Thurston?
Oh, you have quite a reputation back in the United States, Papa Batava.
Oh, that is most pleasing.
Yep. You've been recommended to me as an excellent manufacturer of music boxes.
Oh. You are interested in music boxes, Mr. Thurston?
That's right. A friend of mine has one that came from there. I could use one just like it.
And the name of this, friend. Could you tell me that?
Yeah? Professor Chorney. Well, Papa Padava?
Mr. Thurston, there is down the street from here a caverna, a cafe known as Flecus.
Flecus.
Yes. If you will go there, please, and wait for me, I will join you within an hour.
Why an hour, Papa?
It will take me that long to make up my mind, Mr. Thurston.
Oh? What about?
If I should give you what you seek, or if I should kill you, at Flecos within the hour then, Mr. Thurston.
Here is a table such as you wish, sir. Quiet, secluded.
Yes, thanks, sir. I don't suppose you serve martinis.
Martinis?
Oh, never mind. I'll settle for a glass of Pilsen.
Yes, sir. Pilsen it shall be, sir. Hello, Mr. Thurston.
Oh, no.
I'm some pricey fiddle, eh, Mr. Thurston?
Pagan, I never heard such atrocious caterwauling in my life.
Thank you, Mr. Thurston. Better even than the music box, eh?
What do you know about a music box, Pagan?
What do I know about it? Who do you think sent it to you anyways?
You?
Certainly. I knew you would be interested in learning about a certain Professor Chorney party. Not mentioning any names, of course. So I sent it to you.
Pagan, if you had anything to do with Professor Chorney's disappearance...
Oh, I swear by the father of my father, Mr. Thurston, I didn't have absolutely nothing to do with it. Only I got friends, you understand, with ears hanging to the underground. They told me.
What did they tell you?
Mr. X, do you think I'm the kind of a guy who gives away his friends' secrets for nothing? After all, there are certain miscellaneous expenses involved.
Okay, pal. Pagan, you'll get paid. Now, where can we talk?
Well, I got to play here another 15 minutes. My public demands it, you understand.
Oh, sure.
No, but there's an alleyway behind this gypsy juke joint. I'll meet you back there when I get through. Now, if you will excuse me, I'll go tear a few more hearts out with my music.
Oh, I might have known.
Here is your Pilsen, sir.
Thanks. 2. I didn't know I looked that thirsty.
The other one is for me.
Well,
Do you mind?
mine. Sit down, please.
Thank you.
Here, keep the change.
No, thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
My name is Ilsa. What is your name?
Ken Thurston,
American?
American.
I like Americans. I like you.
Well, thanks.
You would like to be friends with Ilsa?
Do you always make friends this quickly?
Why not? Life is too short to be wasteful of it. I like you. If you like me, why should not we be friends?
Well, that seems to make sense. Only I was wondering
What?
about your real reason for coming to my table.
You sound almost as suspicious as Kumlov.
Kumlov?
You do not know him?
Well, should I?
No. But I will not spoil this moment of our meeting by discussing him. Goodbye for now.
Well, that was a pretty short friendship.
Oh, no. It had hardly begun. Here. This is my address. I will see you there about 8 o'clock tonight.
You seem pretty confident that I'll be there.
Of course. We have much in common to talk about. Kumlov, ourselves, a missing professor.
Huh?
Mm-hmm. Yes. I am quite confident you will visit me at 8 this evening. Mr. X.
Why did I pick such a dark alley to meet Mr. X anyways? I should have had my head examined. Things I do for that man out of the goodness of my heart so he can do things for me. Oh, why do I stick my foot out into it? It's like this anyways.
So you can chisel a few bucks, Pega.
Oh, it's only you, Mr. Thurston.
Who else were you expecting?
Who can tell in a dark place like this? Must be plenty of people jealous of my fiddle playing. But anyways, right now, that's neither here. You got my payoff for me?
I've got it. But first, I want to hear what you know about Professor Chorney.
You almost talk like you almost don't trust me, Mr. Thurston.
Start talking, Pega.
Well, I was in Bratislava a couple of weeks ago, playing my fiddle in a very exclusive joint. That's when I heard this couple of guys talking.
Wait a minute, Pega, wait a minute.
Huh? Hey, that car. What are they doing? And flashing their flashlights in my eyes.
They could be looking for us, Pega.
With guns in their hands now, that's ridiculous. Why should they... Guns!
Do not move, either of you. We will fire at the first motion.
Mr. Thurston!
Better do as he says.
Surround the two of them. Any sign of resistance, shoot. So, now which one of you is Pagan Zellschmidt?
Pagan? Oh, Pagan Zellschmidt. Now, never heard of that character.
You lie.
But I swear by the father of my father, like my great-great-uncle George Washington Zellschmidt used to say, I cannot tell.
Dobrovich. Take him away.
Mr. Thurston, do something!
With these guns in my back, sorry.
Oh.
You speak very wisely, my friend. You are not able to do anything.
Hey, look what you've done. You knocked him subconscious. Let go of me.
Into the car with him. Now, to headquarters. They are most anxious to question him. Yeah, Comrade Kumlov is anxious to question him.
Good. You are conscious at last, Mr. Thurston.
Oh, what? Oh, it's, Papa Batava.
I am pleased you are able to recognize me, Mr. Thurston.
Yes, so am I. Where are we?
In a room behind the Bratava Toy Company.
Oh, why?
I was going to Flag Coast to join you as agreed. I saw the car with those men turn into the alley and watched them. When they left, I brought you here.
Thanks. Well, you haven't killed me. So you've apparently made up your mind to work with me.
That is quite right, Mr. Thurston. Since last we were together, I have spoken with them. It would seem they recommend you most highly.
Well, that's nice. But just who are they?
The People's Underground, Mr. Thurston.
Oh.
The democratic resistance movement here in Czechoslovakia. Some of them worked with you during the war against the Germans.
I remember. And now they're still working.
As long as there are those like Kumlov who seek to deprive us of liberty and freedom, we shall continue to work and to fight.
Kumlov again. Who is he, Papa?
He is head of a secret police organization in Czechoslovakia. Terrorists and cutthroats, all whose one aim is the destruction of everything democratic.
Sounds like a pleasant soul. He wouldn't happen to be the one who's got Professor Chorney.
He is?
You know what that means?
I do. And Professor Chorney's knowledge must be put to work for the benefit of mankind, not for its wholesale destruction. You must get the professor back to the United States before it is too late, Mr. Thurston.
That's what I'm here for, Papa. What help can you offer?
An underground escape route. We use it for loyal patriots who have become known to Kumlov and must leave the country to preserve their lives.
Good. What is the route?
I can only tell you that from here, one goes to the Radkani kaolin mines at Benistov. Our contact there is Pietkov.
Pietkov, at Benisov.
Yes. He will have to direct you from then on. Each station knows only the next one along the line. So, if Kumlov questions one of us, he cannot possibly get information about the whole system.
What else have we got to work with?
There is Joseph Ataka.
Ataka?
One of our men who has succeeded in getting into Kumlov's secret police. He has been made a deputy commissioner. He can help us locate the professor.
Good.
And lastly, we can supply you with forged credentials. Though that will take some time, a week perhaps.
Oh, that'll be too long, Papa. Kumlov's already had 3 weeks with Shawnee. We've no time to waste. We'll have to... Expecting someone?
Yes, Joseph Attakar. He was to come here as soon as he finished his tour of duty. I shall be right back. Come in, Joseph. I have... You. What are you doing? No, don't. No!
Please come in, Ken.
Thanks, Elsa.
We are to be friends then? Or are you here merely because of what I said at Flecus?
That'll pretty much depend on what you say now. You'd better get started, Elsa. I have a hunch time is running out.
Oh? Why do you say that?
Papa Butava just had a very convincing demonstration.
Yeah, I know.
You know why?
I will answer that, comrade.
Well, that gun in your fist looks familiar.
Ah, you recognize me then?
The alley behind Flecus wasn't that dark. Where's Pagan?
He is being detained, awaiting questioning.
I suppose I'm next in line.
Would your question be answered, Mr. Thurston, if I put this gun away? So?
No.
Oh, do you not understand, Ken? The gun was but a precaution to prevent you from some hasty action when you recognized Joseph.
Joseph? Attica?
That is correct, Mr. Thurston.
Now, do you see, Ken? Joseph and I are with the Czech resistance movement also.
Then why that double talk at Flecus about Kumlov and Chorny?
I recognize you from your work here during the war. I know you must be here on one or both of those matters, and I could not talk there. So...
Yeah, well, you got me here. And apparently you know about Papa Butava.
That is so, Mr. Thurston. I was approaching the toy shop when he was killed by one of Kumlov's men.
What about the arrest of Pagan?
Kumlov's orders. He seemed quite interested in obtaining information about you.
Uh-huh.
Do you think Pagan will talk about you?
Oh, he'd talk about anything if there's a price tag attached to it. And that's what I meant by time running out. If we're going to get Professor Chorny, we've got to do it fast. Do you know where they're holding him?
Yes, at the detention cell of the secret police. An old brick warehouse in the Vltava River near the outskirts.
Who's in charge there? At night?
Only the captain of the guards, squad of men.
Good. Good.
What do you have in mind, Ken?
Attica is Kumlov's deputy. What if he and I walk in there with a signed order to release Chorny into our custody?
Oh, that is impossible. Joseph may be Kumlov's deputy, but he would hardly sign an order for you releasing the professor.
Wait, Ilsa, wait. It can be done. Yes. I can obtain forged documents in an hour. Orders, credentials for Thurston. A police car for us to escape in.
Then get him, Attica. We're going after Chorny tonight.
There's the detention warehouse, Ken.
Good. Keep the motor going, Ilsa. The minute you see us at the gate, get there fast.
Yes, Ken.
Okay, Attica. Let's go.
Here is the professor's cell, comrades.
Open it, Captain.
Of course, Deputy Attica. All right, Chorny. You have visitors. Get up. I said get up. Get up!
You're wasting time, Captain. Those drugs and all the questioning have left him only semi-conscious. We'll have to help him, Deputy.
Of course. Come on, Chorny. On your feet. On your feet.
Come along, Professor.
Are you who? Mr. Thurston?
Oh, no.
Thurston?
Don't forget me, Mr. Thurston. I want to get all of this my stuff, too.
What is that prisoner saying?
It's the third cell on your right. I'm all packed up and ready for travel.
There is something wrong here. God, report to the front!
Hey, what did you hit him for, Mr. Thurston? Isn't he on our side?
Shut up, Hickok. Keep your gun handy, Attica. Looks like we've a long way to go.
Oh, what has gone wrong in there? There's almost 15 minutes now since they left. Still, they have not... Shut up. There's trouble outside.
Get to the gate, sir. The gate. All right, Joseph. Let's get him in.
Come on, Professor. In the car. In the car.
Mr. Thurston!
Stand back, Hickok.
What is it, Ken? What went wrong?
Time for that later. Okay, Attica. Hey, go and get in. Yes, sir. Hit it. How's the professor?
It'll be all right, Thurston. The questioning was painful, but without any permanent injury.
Good.
Boy, it sure is lucky for you I broke out of that jail joint, Mr. Thurston. Well, those guys didn't want to know about you.
Yeah, I'll bet.
This is the road to Benisov, Ken. It is there we will find the first station of the Underground Railway.
Yeah, at the Kaolin mines. I'll contact a man named Pietkev.
And from there, Thurston.
Pietkev will have to tell us. Each station knows only the next one along the way.
Say, maybe this Underground Railroad will be a Cannonball Express, huh, Mr. Thurston?
Pagon, you better pray that it is. Because Kumlov's going to try to wreck us. All the way down the line. Go on, Pietkev.
Our next shipment of kaolin goes to the Rudka porcelain factory at Mirovici in the morning, Mr. Thurston. Your party will be aboard one of the freight cars. Good luck to you.
There it is, Pagon, the riverboat that'll take us from Mirovici to Tin.
Riverboat? First I bum around a freight car wrapped up in clay, and now you want me to make like a bilge in a boat. I wouldn't do it. I'll travel on a train by myself.
Okay. But be sure to give my regards to Kumlov when he spots you.
Mr. Thurston, welcome aboard.
You are certain that is the Kutna shoe factory just ahead, Ken?
According to the directions at Tin, it's got to be, Elsa.
And the Austrian border must lie just a short distance beyond.
Yeah. The professor's journey back to freedom is almost over.
Why are you always worrying about him? He's been sleeping practically the whole trip.
After what he's been through, he deserves some rest, Pagan.
Hey, you sure this shoe factory is the place we go, Mr. Thurston? No lights on inside.
Well, the night watchman will be there. He's our contact. Come on, Edgar. Let's find him.
I'm with you, Thurston.
Hey, me too. I'm not going to stay out here in the dark alone with only a woman and an old man for company.
Always the gentleman, eh, Pagan?
Oh, sure.
Let him go with you, Ken. The professor and I will be all right.
Okay, Elsa. Come on.
Believe you me, Mr. Thurston, I'm going to be one happy chump when he leaves this wedgie workshop and get across that border. What a way to get from one country to another.
Kumlov would be willing to give up everything he has in Czechoslovakia if he could destroy this escape route, Zellschmidt. Ah, here's the door, Thurston. But I do not see any sign of the watchman around.
Nor do I. Door's open. Let's go in.
Hey, it's darker in here than in the dark outside.
There's a desk here. There should be a lamp on it. Yeah, there it is.
Ah, that's better. Now let's see if we can find that watchman.
I would not worry about that if I were you, Zellschmidt. You were never going to cross the border anyway.
That's what you think. Believe me, the quicker I get out of Czechoslovakia, the faster I... Mr. Thurston, he's got a gun.
Yeah. What's that mean, Attica?
A glance through the window will show you what it means.
A glance through the... Mr. Thurston, there are lights out there, and men. And guns!
Yes, Zellschmidt. You have reached the end of your travels.
Mr. Thurston, what's the matter with this joker anyways? Has he blown his noggin or something?
That's pretty simple, Pagan. Kumlov's learned what he'd give his soul to learn, if he had one. The escape route. The members of the Underground Railway. The names of resistance leaders in every town we've visited.
Kumlov?
Yes, Zellschmidt. I am Kumlov.
Oh, no.
You had it all carefully planned, didn't you, Kumlov? Even to the master stroke of letting us rescue Professor Chorney.
Why not? There was no risk involved. When I learned our destination at the last stop, I sent word to my local deputy to meet us here with his men. Besides, you did not know us for what we were. Ilse and I could have killed you at any time if necessary.
Ilse? You mean that pretty Petunia is working with this no good?
Sure. She had to be Pagan. Kumlov had every little detail carefully worked out, except one.
I doubt that I overlooked anything, Thurston.
Do you? Then maybe you better take a look out of that window.
Huh?
Those men out there aren't your secret police. They're members of the Resistance.
The Resistance? You're mad.
No, Kumlov. You're not the only one who made preparations at our last stop. I told the underground contact there all about you and Ilse.
What you hope to gain by this fairy tale, I do not know, Thurston. How could you possibly have known about us?
Ilse said she recognized me in Prague because I'd worked there during the war. I recognized her too, Kumlov. She was working for the Nazis then.
Go on.
Batava said it would take a week to get forged credentials for me. You got them within an hour. There was no time to forge them, so they must have been real. And who but Kumlov could have put the genuine signature on them?
You are telling the truth, aren't you, Thurston? These things you say, they are the truth.
That's right, Kumlov. You and Ilse are the ones who reached the end of your travels.
Yes, so it would seem. But you're going to end yours also, Thurston.
Mr. Rex!
Down, Pickle.
He shot me. I'm dead. Dying.
Oh, relax. Those bullets didn't come within 3 feet of you.
But everything's going dark.
That's because I smashed the lamp, you idiot.
Oh, then everything's... Hey, where's Kumlov?
He beat it out the door.
And he's getting away. He is getting away.
No, Pagan. This kind never get away. You know, Kumlov thought he could destroy an escape route to freedom. But nobody can do that. There's nothing powerful enough to close the doorway to freedom for the peoples of this earth. I guess our job is to see that nobody tries. Come on, Pagan. We better get Professor Chorney home.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, here's our star, Mr. Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. Next week, the mysterious disappearance of an obscure plantation owner leads Ken Thurston to a rendezvous in Rangoon. That becomes a rendezvous with death. And need I add that Leon Velasco will be along as Pagon Zellschmidt. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. Good night.
The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall, is a J. Richard Kennedy production and is directed by Jack John Stone with music composed and conducted by Felix Mills. Tonight's story was written by Sidney Marshall. Heard in tonight's cast were Jeanette Noland as Ilsa, Tony Barrett as the guard, Lou Merrill as Bratava, Gerald Moore as Attakar, and Will Wright as the chief. All characters and incidents used on this program are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. So, until next week, same time, same station, this is Jack Latham saying good night for The Man Called X. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Sunday is a big day on NBC. It's a big day because of the big show. Tallulah Bankhead is MC, and your stars in Sunday's hour-and-a-half broadcast include Fred Allen, Jimmy Durante, Ethel Merman, Frankie Lane, Mindy Carson, Meredith Wilson, and a host of others. All this and Tallulah, too. Yes, it's the big show, an hour-and-a-half every Sunday on NBC.
in Brazil invites you on an adventure over the one incredible environment.
Secret Agent K7 returns.
America's #1 adventurer, K7, former United States secret agent who operated in 22 countries, on land, on sea, and in the air, brings you a story of today. Here is K7.
Again, I bring you a story that is different. Few people realize that in the world of today, secret agents often influence international diplomacy by supplying information. What movements are the aggressors planning? What are their colonial aspirations? The answers are important, but the answer to what lies in the people's hearts is more important. Knowing has meant the difference between war and peace. To illustrate a different type of work performed by secret agents, an imaginative story of world crises is now introduced by John Holbrook.
Thank you, K7. In this story, let us assume that recently the world waited with bated breath for a speech that all feared would mean war. In such an atmosphere, Special Agent M answered a call by radio telephone. He talked to a great diplomat. As he finished, he hung up the receiver.
That was a guarded conversation, M. Who was it?
The ambassador to a great nation.
Well, M, what's the matter?
Ivan, that brief conversation was more important than any call we've ever had. A statesman has called upon us for vital information. We've got to go into a country and find out how its people feel, what they think. World peace may hang on the accuracy of our report.
You mean we are not on the trail of any particular group of spies?
No, Ivan. The man we're after this time is the head of a great state. We've got to pierce his censorship, overcome the fear his secret police have put into the hearts of his subjects. We've got to find out what men and women are thinking, and we've got just 48 hours to accomplish that task. Start packing, Ivan. We fly tonight.
Agent M and Ivan crossed the border that night. The next morning found them mingling with a people whose thoughts, hopes, and fears were carefully guarded secrets. They were not a hostile people. Instead, they wanted to talk. They wanted news from the outside world. Agent M and Ivan separated once they were in the country. Their problem was to overcome fear. They interviewed many people, but 3 of them told the whole story.
You're an officer in the Army, sir. I hesitate to ask you this, but do you think there will be war? Do your people want war?
We ask that of each other. No one knows. I wish I could answer you frankly.
Surely no one can hear us.
The very walls of ears. We're spied upon constantly. We don't dare speak our mind, in public or in our homes. You can't realize what that means.
No, I can't realize it.
We don't know what the world thinks. We have no newspapers except the controlled press. Would you believe that news is being smuggled into us?
What do you mean?
Many of us have relatives and friends in other countries. They read the world news and condense the stories into a few words. Some of this condensed news reaches us. And when it does, we meet in little groups, read it to each other. Then each man makes a copy of the stories and goes out to read the news to other groups. It is our way of getting information.
Well, certainly you don't enjoy living under such oppression.
Would you? We have always been a proud people. Now we are treated like criminals, spied upon from every quarter. Someday...
You were going to say...
Only that it will not always be the same. Now tell me of the outside world. What do your leaders think?
They want peace. They believe international problems can be settled by conference.
And they're right. They're right. If only my people could know that. Our government wouldn't dare lead us blindly into useless sacrifice. If war comes...
What's the matter?
We're watched. If you should repeat what I have said, I would be seized, separated from my family. I must leave you, my friend. Goodbye. I hope your visit is a pleasant one. Hail our leader!
You are mother. Are your sons in the army?
Yes, all of them. And I have 3. One is 19. He is with his regiment. One is 17. He is in military school. My youngest son is 10.
Surely a boy of 10.
Yes, Paul, too. He and other boys his age drill each afternoon. They wear uniforms. They carry wooden guns. You are a woman. You've been in other countries. Tell me, what is the world coming to? Are we mad, all of us?
Please. Some way will be found.
You can say that. But what hope have we? You don't understand. You can't. Each morning I watch little Paul start for school. He doesn't run and jump the way boys used to when I was his age. He marches. Marches. Do you understand what that means? He marches to school just as he will someday march away to war. I want my little boy to be a little boy, not a soldier.
Perhaps you exaggerate.
Oh, no. No, I know what's coming. I was 16 during the Great War. I remember. Why do we have to stand in line with a ration card now to buy food if war isn't coming? It was so in 1917. Look at this card. I can buy meat for my family once each week. I can have just so much butter, so much flour. What does it mean? I'll tell you. Our money goes for airplanes, for guns, to feed these soldiers whose tramp we hear even in our sleep.
Are you taxed heavily?
Almost half of the money my husband makes. Each year we have less money. Yet each month my husband has to work longer hours. He goes to work before dawn, comes home at night, eats his dinner, then puts on a uniform and goes to a party meeting. Is it like that in your country?
No, of course not. Our citizens don't wear uniforms. Only our soldiers and sailors.
Why can't it be like that here? Why doesn't some world leader speak?
Perhaps one will.
Yes, probably, but he will speak too late. I lost a brother during the World War. He fought for greater empire. For empire. Must I now lose a husband and 3 sons? Must I see my little Paul, my baby, marching, marching, marching? He's my baby. He's not a soldier. They can't have him, not yet. Someone has got to tell them. Someone has got to.
I work 10 hours a day. Then at night I must drill for the party. I don't want to be a soldier. I just want my work, my family. Why can't it be like the old days?
Perhaps it will be again soon.
I've given up hope. I remember when I was a boy. We had a lovely flower garden. And in the evening, when my father came home from work, he would sit there with us and talk to us and smoke his pipe. Or perhaps we would go to the music garden and hear women and men laughing and sing.
Surely men and women laugh and sing yet.
Yes, but suddenly the laughter stops. And we must sing about a man none of us remember. Some man who died in a riot. You can't understand. I'm sick of working for nothing. I'm sick of military music, of parades. I'm sick of the party. We're all sick of it. We want a different world. The party is wrong. I listen to speeches and say over again, lies, lies, lies. Why doesn't some man speak? Why doesn't he say, we want peace? Down with the party, down with their lies.
You will come with me.
Who are you? Not the police. No, I didn't mean what I said. I didn't mean it. Let me explain.
Why are you arresting this man?
Because he is a traitor to the state. Now, come on out.
Let me explain. I didn't mean what I said. What I didn't...
The next day, Agent M and Yvonne met again at the flying field and prepared to leave the country. Both looked haggard, worn.
What will happen, Em? What will it all lead to?
No man knows. Perhaps as a result of the information we're taking back, a voice will ring out across the world. Perhaps a proposal will be made that these people will hear. And if that happens, their leaders will turn pale. War will at least be put off. That's all that we can hope for.
War may simmer in the mind of a people's leader, but if peace lies in a people's hearts, a successful war of aggression is impossible. History has taught this lesson many times, but when men are mad for power, the lessons of the past are forgotten. Pray for peace in the name of humanity. Listen for my next story. This is K7 speaking.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment's going to prove that not only is the pen mightier than the sword, the ink bottle is mightier than the gun. Morning, Commissioner. Ruth said you had an assignment for me.
I do, Steve, and your plane leaves in an hour.
Oh, well, what uncivilized neck of the world do I get sent to this time?
French Riviera.
Hey, I must have been living right lately. Hey, tell me, do they still wear those bathing suits over there, Commissioner?
I'm afraid you won't have much time to be looking at bathing suits, Steve. You'll be more interested in looking at an elderly man.
You want to bet? Okay, so who's the elderly man?
Jan Bisco.
Oh, the Czech author?
Yes, he's been living on the Riviera since the war, Steve. He's been instrumental in smuggling quite a few worthwhile citizens out from behind the Iron Curtain.
Oh, that's news to me.
It should be. It's a very closely guarded secret. Because, obviously, certain interests would like very much to know who's masterminding the operation that's been a thorn in their side for the last 4 years.
I still don't see what the deal is or where I fit in.
Steve Bisco has completed all the arrangements to smuggle out into free Europe the most important man yet.
Who is it?
His name is Gocek. He's an atomic scientist. And he can give us a first-hand account of the status of atomic research behind the Iron Curtain.
I see. Enough said. Where's this Gocek now?
He's been hiding in Prague, waiting for Bisco to make the necessary arrangements. This morning, we've just received word that those arrangements have been completed.
Oh?
Gocek will arrive secretly at the Riviera tomorrow morning. He will meet Bisco at the prearranged rendezvous, or I should say, he'll meet Bisco and you.
Oh, I'm elected bodyguard, huh?
Yes, and I'm sure you realize the opposition would go to any lengths to prevent Gocek from getting to us. Get over to the Riviera, work with Jan Bisco, meet Gocek, and bring him back here to the States safe and sound. And incidentally, try to stay alive yourself. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Fly to the French Riviera, check with an author named Bisco, then meet a scientist named Gocek who's being smuggled out from behind the Iron Curtain. All of which sounds just dandy, except that I've got an uneasy hunch that the gents who operate that Iron Curtain will be trying their best to drop same on my neck. It's Wednesday night, a little before midnight, when my plane lands, and I put through a telephone call to Bisco's villa.
Oui?
Bisco?
No.
Oh, maybe I've got the wrong number. Is this Jan Bisco's villa?
Oui.
May I speak to him?
Who is calling, please?
Mitchell, Steve Mitchell.
May I inquire why you wish to speak to Monsieur Bisco?
Look, if you don't mind, that's something I'll discuss with him. Now, is he there?
He cannot come to the telephone at present. But if you will tell me the nature of your business, I will...
Look, Buster, are you his official bouncer or something?
Bouncer? I do not understand.
Neither do I. Look, is Bisco going to be there for a while? If so, I'll come out.
Oui, a good idea. And Monsieur Bisco, he will be here. Oui?
I'm Mitchell. You're the guy I was talking to over the phone?
Oui, please to come in.
Okay. Well, did you tell Biscoe that I was coming?
No.
What? Now, look, if you're Biscoe's butler, he could do a lot better, believe me.
2 items to correct, monsieur. In the first place, I am not Monsieur Biscoe's butler. And in the second place, it was quite impossible to inform him that you were coming out here to his villa.
Why was it impossible?
Because Monsieur Biscoe was in his library. Dead.
What?
Oui. A long and quite sharp letter opener buried in his back. And now, monsieur?
What? That gun in your hand says you're the boy who stabbed him, too, huh?
You are quite wrong, monsieur. This gun in my hand says that you are under arrest.
Under arrest? Say, what is this?
I am Inspector Marchand of the Sûreté.
Oh, well, I guess that clears a couple of things up.
But it does not clear you up, monsieur.
No? Well, maybe these credentials of mine will, Marshal.
Credentials?
Take a look.
So, it would appear we have been at cross purposes. You see, when you telephoned, I thought you might possibly be involved in the killing. So I wished you to come out here in order that I might question you.
Yeah. You say the body's still in the library?
Oui, this way.
What time was the killing?
As near as we can place it, around 10 o'clock this evening.
2 hours ago, huh?
There is the body, seated behind the desk, as you can see.
Yeah. Files and papers scattered all over the library.
Mitchell, I am completely puzzled by one element in this case.
What's that, Inspector?
Motive. Jan Biscoe was a universally respected author. Why would anyone wish to kill him? Who was his enemy?
I guess he had quite a few of them. You see, Biscoe headed an operation which smuggled people out from behind the Iron Curtain, Marshal.
Indeed. Ah, that explains it. If there are political implications in the killing...
A very important scientist named Gocek is in the process of being smuggled out right now. He's due to arrive tomorrow morning, and Biscoe was to meet him.
Where?
I don't know, but I'm afraid Biscoe's killer does.
Mitchell, do you mean that this refugee scientist Gocek is walking blindly into a death trap?
That's about the size of it, I guess. That means we've got to find out who killed Biscoe, then trail him or her to the meeting with Gocek and just hope we get there in time.
Large order.
Yeah, we've only got about 6 hours.
Where do you wish to start? With Monsieur Biscoe's secretary, perhaps?
Secretary?
Oui. A Mademoiselle Helen Nolska, a Polish girl. She lives here. It was she who reported the murder by telephone.
I see. Yeah, I'd like to talk to her. Where is she?
In the next room. I will call her. Mademoiselle Nolska, would you step in here a moment?
All right.
This is Monsieur Steve Mitchell, a government agent from the United States.
How do you do, Mr. Mitchell?
Miss Nolska?
Monsieur Mitchell wishes to ask you some questions in connection with the murder of Monsieur Biscoe.
A United States government agent investigating the death of Jan Biscoe? I do not understand.
Oh? You weren't aware of Biscoe's activities?
Of course I was aware of his activities. He was a writer.
Anything else?
Not that I know of.
I see. Now, tell me about this evening.
Very well. Mr. Biscoe and I worked late this evening.
Here, in the library?
Yes, he was dictating to me. At around 10 o'clock, I went down the hall to the kitchen to prepare tea and cakes, which Mr. Biscoe always liked when he worked nights.
Go on.
Well, while I was in the kitchen, I heard the front doorbell. I started down the hall to answer it, but Mr. Biscoe called to me that he would answer it.
Did you see who it was?
No. About 20 minutes later, I went back into the library.
It took you that much more time just to fix tea and cakes?
I also found that strange, Mitchell.
As I explained to Inspector Marchand, I burned the first batch of cakes and had to prepare more.
Okay, so 20 minutes later you returned to the library.
Yes, to find Mr. Biscoe dead. The letter opener in his back. It was a horrible sight.
Was he expecting any visitors this evening?
None. But of course he had several friends who frequently would drop in on him.
Oh, just who are these friends?
Hans, Alex, Magda.
Wait a minute, not so fast. Let's have them one at a time. Who's Hans?
A pianist. He lives on the 3rd floor of the place next door. You can see his apartment from here. Oh, his window is dark. He is either away from home or asleep.
You say he was a good friend of Monsieur Biscoe?
Yes. You see, Hans is not a very prosperous pianist, and Mr. Biscoe more or less supported him.
Okay, we'll check Hans later. Who's next on the list?
Alex.
What does he do?
Why, nothing very much, I am afraid.
I see. Then there was a girl, Magda?
Yes, a cafe singer.
Okay, first I want to talk to Alex, the boy who does nothing for a living. Where does he live?
It is a rather difficult place to find. Perhaps I had better take you there.
Well, thanks.
Let me see. My purse and gloves should be in here somewhere.
Those are the ones over there on the table?
Oh, yes, thank you. If you will excuse me while I freshen up, I will be with you shortly.
Oh, sure.
Well, Mitchell, it appears there is a long night's work ahead.
Yeah,
What is it?
I just noticed something here on the desk.
Oh? You mean the pepper scattered around?
No, this bottle of ink that's been spilled.
I noticed that, and the reason that it had been spilled by the killer is he or she searched the desk. But what about it?
Part of the ink stained the top of the desk, and the rest dripped onto the floor.
So?
Look at the stain on the top of the desk.
A slight smear in the middle.
Yeah. Killer could have got some of that ink on his or her hands.
It is possible, And observe, Mitchell, this ink is the so-called indelible kind.
Which means it won't wash off easily.
So that we will know the killer when we find him.
Yeah, but first we've got to find him.
I am ready now, Mr. Mitchell.
Okay, Helen. Did you check that pianist window again?
Hans? Yes, but it is still dark.
Okay, let's try this boy Alex then. I'm always real interested to meet people who do nothing for a living. Just jealous, I guess. Looks like I'm specializing in guys who aren't home tonight.
The door, it is unlocked.
Yeah. Come on, let's take a look around inside.
It is very dark in here.
Yeah, I'll get the lights. Oh, brother, this isn't exactly what you'd call a mansion, is it? Cardboard over the windows, pieces of tin over holes in the walls, the works.
Mr. Mitchell, it seems so very warm in here.
Yeah, I noticed that. Wait, that pot-bellied stove over in the corner.
But why would he have a fire when the weather is so warm?
That's a good question. Bunch of charred papers. Let's see if I can salvage any of it.
What is it?
Propaganda handouts.
Oh?
Well, looks like Alex was a party boy, all right. Probably had a job passing this stuff out. But why burn it? Unless he decided to take a powder.
Steve, do you think that Alex could have killed Mr. Biscoe?
Well, he looks like a pretty live prospect at the moment. What do you know about him?
Why, he was an old friend of Mr. Biscoe's. They were both in politics in Czechoslovakia and both got away together after the war. But, lately Alex... apparently he started thinking he'd made a mistake.
What do you mean?
He seemed to be drifting toward the way of thought of the interests who now control his country.
I see.
As a matter of fact, he and Biscoe argued about it quite frequently lately.
Well, you're making Alex sound like a real interesting guy to me, Helen. But it's essential we won't find him by hanging around here. Come on.
Where shall we look for him?
I thought you might have some ideas about... Hey.
What is it?
Get down.
What?
Down. Gotta get those lights off.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. There's adventure for you tomorrow. Adventure in the modern-day Wild West, as Joel McCrea stars in another exciting story of the Texas Rangers. Today, as in years gone by, the Rangers are a two-fisted, courageous group keeping law and order in the West. So for action, tune in tomorrow to Tales of the Texas Rangers. And for quiz fun on Sunday evening, hear Master of Ceremonies Phil Baker as he asks America's favorite question, the $64 question. And now back to Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Steve. Oh, thank heavens. Steve.
My head.
Oh, I am trying to stop the bleeding with my handkerchief.
Huh?
It seems to be only a scalp wound.
Guess I'm luckier than I deserve.
What do you mean?
Silhouetting us against that open doorway with the light behind us. That was real smart of me. Did you hear or see anything after I hit the pavement?
No, I was afraid to move, Steve. I did hear someone running away, but that is all.
Could have been Alex.
Steve, as we started to come outside, you were asking me if I had any ideas as to where we might find Alex.
That's right.
Well, there is a bar a few blocks from here where he frequently goes.
Okay, come on. You see him anywhere?
No, he does not seem to be here.
Okay, let's go.
Oh, wait.
What is it?
Over there at the corner table.
Huh? You mean that guy with his head in his arms?
Yes, that looks like Alex.
From the looks of that empty bottle in front of him, he's had it.
Alex. Alex.
Leave me alone.
Come on, snap out of it, Alex.
I don't know you. I know Helen, but I don't know you.
No? You sure we didn't meet a few minutes ago outside your place?
I don't know what you talk about.
Steve, the condition he's in, he's obviously been here most of the evening.
Maybe. Look, Alex.
You keep talking when all I want is for you to let me alone to grieve for my friend who's dead.
Bisco?
And to think that I was in sympathy with him.
Them?
The ones who killed him.
Huh? You know who did it?
They did it.
Who's they?
When I hear about Bisco, I go home. I burn all their stinking propaganda.
Look, you keep saying they and them. Let's be a little more specific.
What difference does it make which one of them?
It makes a big difference to me. Who was it?
I don't know.
Oh, fine.
They're all alike. All of them. All alike.
Poor Alex. It's obvious he doesn't know anything about it, Steve.
Either that or he's putting on a pretty good act.
Well, shall we go now?
Just a minute. I want to look at his hands.
Hands?
Okay, let's go.
I did not see anything on his hands.
Neither did I.
What were you looking for?
Ink.
Ink? I'm afraid I do not understand.
It's possible there's an indelible ink stain on the killer's hand.
I see.
Well, let's check the next name on the list.
Magda?
Yeah, cafe singer, huh? I'm interested to know what kind of a song she'll sing for me. So we head for the cafe where Magda works. She's just finished the number when we arrive, and one look at her, and I can see the reason for the ovation.
Oh, look, Steve, she sees us. She's coming over to our table.
Yeah, quite an outfit she has on.
The strapless gown, it is beautiful.
I'm a little more interested in those long black gloves that come clear up above her elbow.
Oh?
You know any subtle way of getting a lady to take off her gloves, Helen?
You think there might be an ink stain on one of her hands?
That's what I'd like to find out.
Elaine, my dear, I am so glad you stopped by tonight.
Hello, Magda. I would like you to meet Steve Mitchell.
Oh, hello, Steve.
Magda?
Oh, Ellen, this terrible thing that has happened. I can think of nothing else.
Bisco's murder?
Yes, dear sweet Jan dead. Oh, it is so hard to believe. You two should have come in sooner. My last song, I sang it in his memory. It was one of his favorites.
Would you care for a drink, Magda?
No, thanks. I can only stay a moment. But a cigarette, perhaps?
Oh, sure. There you are.
Oh, wait. I want to take off these clumsy gloves.
Well, I thought it was going to be a problem.
Oh?
Skip it.
Would you just look at my manicure? Is it not terrible? I should have left my gloves on.
I'm glad you didn't.
Oh? What do you mean?
Well, it gave me a chance to see your hands.
Oh? And what about my hands?
Why, well, what I mean is they're very nice.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, nice and white. No, there aren't any ink stains on either of Magda's hands. Pretty soon she has to do another number, so Helen and I leave. Near the door, Helen spots a guy she says she knows. She stops to talk to him and then joins me a couple of minutes later outside.
I am sorry to keep you waiting, Steve.
That's okay.
That man I was talking to, he is an old friend I have not seen for some time.
Okay, Helen. Let's see. I've still got one name on my list. Hans, the pianist who lives on the third floor next door to Bisco's place.
Yes, perhaps he is home by now. You may find Hans a little eccentric.
Oh, the flowing tie and hair type, huh?
Yes.
Well, let's go talk to him, see if we can find out if one of his eccentricities, by any chance, is murder. Brother, these walk-up apartments are for the birds in more ways than one.
This is the last flight.
If he isn't home after this Alp climb...
Oh, listen. Listen, I can hear the piano. He is home, all right. Here, this is the door.
Helen, my dear, what a delightful surprise.
Hello, Hans.
Oh, come on, come in. Welcome to my humble quarters.
This is Steve Mitchell, Hans.
Hi.
Oh, I'm honored to meet any friend of Helen's, sir. Helen, take off your coat and gloves. I will make some coffee.
Oh, I don't think we have time, Hans.
This isn't exactly a social call.
I do not understand.
You see, Mr. Mitchell wants to ask you some questions. He is investigating Bisco's murder.
Well, Wait a minute. What did you say? Bisco's murder? Helen, this is a bad thing to joke about.
It is no joke, Hans.
Wait a minute. You trying to say you didn't know Bisco had been murdered?
Oh, no, it isn't true.
Funny. Everybody else in town seems to know about it.
But not I.
Well, where were you this evening earlier?
Oh, out for a walk. Well, who did this horrible thing? Who killed Bisco?
That's what I'm trying to find out. Let's see your hands.
My hands? What about them?
No ink spot. Well, hey, wait a minute.
What is it, Steve?
I thought you said this guy was a pianist.
That's right.
Of course I am.
Yeah? You know, I thought there was something strange when I first came in this room. I've just figured out what it is.
What do you mean?
There's no piano in here. And being a pianist without one is a pretty neat trick.
Yes. You're right. I sold my piano 6 months ago. I needed money.
But the piano music we heard as we climbed up the steps.
Phonograph records. I played them for Bisco's benefit. I'm ashamed to say I have been fooling him for 6 months with these records.
Why?
Oh, he loved the sound of the music. He could hear it from his window, and I knew he was too old ever to climb the stairs and discover my trick. You see, he was like a father to me. He helped support me, and I suppose it was pride that made me do this, to keep him from finding out that I was a failure.
I see. Helen, this thing about Bisco being like a father to Hans.
That is true, Steve. Bisco was very fond of Hans.
Okay, I guess we might as well go.
I'm thankful for one thing, Helen.
What is that, Hans?
Bisco never knew he was being fooled.
Oh, well, that reminds me. If you will stop by in the morning, Hans, I have a present for you from Bisco.
A present?
Yes. Some new phonograph records he bought for you. He said he was tired of hearing the same ones day after day.
The same? Oh, he knew.
Yes, Hans, he knew. All the time he knew. Come, Steve. I suppose it is silly of me asking you to see me home when it is just next door, Steve, but I am afraid my nerves are a little jumpy.
Sure, Helen.
Tell me, Steve, what did you think of Hans?
Look, right now I'm not sure what I think of anything or anybody. Everybody in this deal is a character. A drunk in a bar, a cafe singer, a pianist without a piano. Everybody tells me how much they thought of Jan Bisco, and yet somebody killed him.
I know. It is very puzzling.
Brother, 4 o'clock in the morning, and I'm no farther along than before.
Well, thank you, Steve.
That's okay.
What is it?
Nothing. I thought I saw something in the shadows across the street.
Well, here, I'll turn on the porch light.
Hey, no!
What?
Inside, quick!
Steve, there was someone across the street.
There sure was.
What are you doing?
Taking a look out the window.
Do you see anyone?
No.
Oh, that was close, Steve.
You're telling me.
Oh, and I made it worse by turning on the porch light. I did not realize.
You sure you didn't, Helen?
What do you mean?
I mean, maybe it's taken me a long time to catch on.
Catch on? I do not understand.
Put it together this way. Your boss, Bisco, headed an outfit that smuggled worthwhile citizens out from behind the Iron Curtain.
What? I did not know that.
No. Anyway, he'd arranged to smuggle out an important scientist named Gocek who wanted to give us some very valuable information. Some of the gents behind the curtain found out about it, and of course it didn't set very well with them.
Steve, why are you telling me all
Let
this?
me finish, Helen. Gocek was scheduled to meet Bisco in a couple of hours. Whoever killed Bisco did it not only to put him out of business, but also to find out where the meeting was to take place so he or she could knock off Gocek, too.
But I do not understand what all this has to do with me.
So you obligingly trot me around to look at all the suspects. Outside Alex's place, somebody takes a shot at me. Right after you'd opened the door, thus silhouetting me in the doorway.
Steve.
Then, as we're leaving the cafe where Magda sings, you stop and talk to a guy. We arrive here. You obligingly turn on the porch light and silhouette me again. Bang, bang.
If you are trying to insinuate that I am involved in this, you are crazy.
Am I? You were a perfect spot to engineer the whole deal, Helen.
I tell you, I did not kill Bisco. And I am sure I don't know whatever put such an idea into your head.
It was something that Hunts, the so-called pianist, said.
What do you mean?
He told you to take off your coat and gloves and said he'd fix some coffee. You declined.
So?
That made me realize that all through the evening you've had your gloves on.
Well, and if I have, what of it?
And all evening long I've been looking for an ink stain on somebody's hand. I didn't find it on Alex's hand or Magda's or Hunt's. But I haven't checked your hands yet, Helen. Take off your gloves.
Steve, this is ridiculous.
I said take them off.
Very well, I will. And then you will see how absurd your suspicions of me...
What's the matter?
This is strange.
What's strange?
These gloves.
Look, black gloves are black gloves.
Yes, that is the point.
What are you talking
These
about?
are not my gloves.
What? Now, look.
They look very much the same. They are the same size and they are the same color. But the stitching, it is different. I did not notice it until just now.
But where'd you get them, then?
I am trying to remember. Let me see. It was right here in Visco's study. Don't you remember?
Wait a minute. Yeah, we were getting ready to start out to talk to the suspects.
Yes, I started looking for my purse and gloves.
Then Inspector Marchand spotted them on the table.
I picked them up and put them on without really looking at them.
Yeah. That means somebody else picked up your gloves by mistake earlier and left her own. It also means...
It also means I had better claim my property.
Magda.
Stand quite still, both of you.
Well, looks like I figured out the deal. A little too late, though.
Indeed you did, Stephen.
And I figured that those attempts were on my life. You were trying to kill Helen because you knew sooner or later she'd realize the gloves she was wearing weren't hers. Then we'd figure out that you must have left them here earlier when you killed Bisco.
Yes, quite right. But all of that does not matter now.
I suppose you found out from Bisco where he was to meet Gocek before you killed him.
Oh, certainly, certainly. And I will even tell you, since you will not be alive when the meeting takes place. It will be right here in 1 hour.
You know, Magda, there's one thing that bothers me.
Uh-huh. And what is that?
This bottle of ink here on Bisco's desk. Some of it was spilled on the desk, and there was a smear in it. I figured the killer had gotten his or her hand in it, but it looks like I was wrong.
Only as to location, Stephen. When I took off my gloves in the cafe, you were quite busy looking at my hands. If you had looked at my elbow, you would have seen the stain.
So, that's why you're wearing the arm-length gloves.
Exactly. Of course, they do look effective with my strapless gown, don't you think?
Oh, sure. I always say if I've got to be shot, I'd much rather have a girl in a white gown with black gloves do it than anyone else.
I admire your sense of humor, Stephen. And now...
Sure be a pity if anything happened to that gown, wouldn't it?
What?
Like this bottle of ink. A little too late, Mike. I'll take that gun.
Oh, Steve. Thank heaven.
Thanks for reacting like a woman, Magda. If I'd thrown that ink at your face, you probably wouldn't have batted an eye. But it really threw you off balance when you saw the stuff flying towards that nice white gown.
So now we can meet Gocek instead of Magda.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll like our kind of a reception much better than hers.
Oh, that ink. That ink.
If it hadn't been for that, you'd probably be still on top. Yep, it was the ink that tripped you up, coming and going. I guess you might say it sort of put a blot on your record.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell with Herb Butterfield as the commissioner, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jondo, with music by Robert Armbruster, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Others in the cast were Betty Lou Gerson, Don Diamond, Hal Gerard, Lynn Allen, and Fritz Feld. Be with us again next week at this same time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another dangerous assignment. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. There's top dramatic listening this Thursday when Screen Directors Playhouse presents a 1-hour adaptation of the lighthearted motion picture comedy Jackpot. Starring in this Screen Directors production are Jimmy Stewart and Margaret Truman. Yes, Margaret Truman plays her first dramatic role this Thursday with Jimmy Stewart on Screen Directors Playhouse.
Hear Herbert Marshall as the Man Called X on NBC.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Here's Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Hello there. This is Diamond. Hey, what about this heat? I can think of a lot of times I've been uncomfortable, but this runs itself right up to the top of my list. But the only thing good I can say about it, get your laundry dry in a hurry. I usually wash a few things out in my office because the soap's free. Come to think of it, I was scrubbing a pile of things the day we had that big wind. 97 degrees in New York, and we get a tornado to cool us off. I had so much dust in my office, I could have supplied mud pies to the whole neighborhood. And after it was all over, the cigarette ad on Broadway was blowing smoke rings through the trap door of one of my scattered longies. The waves in Long Island Sound were so rough, a friend of mine capsized, and when he came up, he found 3 terrified herring hiding in his nose. Oh, it was swell. One minute it was so hot you couldn't move. The next, a 58-mile-an-hour wind was doing the moving for you. Then to top it off, I got mixed up in one of the grisliest cases I'd ever worked on. It all started one evening. The car was moving down a lonely road, 2 people in it. In a couple of minutes, one of them would be pretty dead.
What are you stopping for?
What are you doing? Let me go. Get your hands off me. No, help! Please, please.
Hey, Ed.
Huh?
Stop the car a second.
What for?
Thought I saw something lying back there on the road.
So what? Probably a dead dog.
No. Hold it. Too big to be a dog.
Oh, for Pete's sake.
Back it up about 20 yards. That's good.
Okay, where is it?
Right over there.
Yeah. Hey, come on.
Hey. Oh, holy cow.
Yeah. She dead?
She's wrecked. I think I'm going to be sick.
Me too. Let's get to a phone, call the cops.
Knit one, purl one. Knit one, purl one. Ah, there, you little fiend. Now, what does it say about the heel? Mm-hmm. Turn the heel. Oh, I dropped a stitch. Now I gotta go back and pick it up again. Yeah?
Rick, what's the matter?
Oh, Miss Asher? You and your bright ideas.
What did I do?
You did plenty. I'm a nervous wreck.
What from?
You remember you said I ought to take up something to keep me busy in the office?
Yes.
You remember you mentioned knitting?
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. I've dropped more stitches than a cross-eyed surgeon.
You idiot. I was only fooling.
Well, I wasn't. I did it up right. Book of directions, enough yarn to wrap up King Tut and all his handmaidens, and 2 of the finest bone needles and gimbals. Now, don't laugh. I was making Francis a pair of screaming argyles.
Keep with it, strong heart. You'll win out.
Yeah, you darn right. Oh, what I said. Darn. Get it? Helen, are you still there?
Yes, Rick.
Wasn't funny?
No, Rick.
Okay, come on over. Let's neck.
Yes, Rick.
Shame on you.
Yes, Rick.
Is that all you can say?
I love you.
And I'll see you about 8.
Oh.
You don't sound very happy.
Well, that's such a long way off.
Give you time to make plans. Bye.
Bye.
Now, let's see. I got to take out 1, 2, 3, 5 rows. Yeah, what is it?
Rick?
Oh, how are you, Walt?
Very unhappy.
You should see me. I got to take out 5 whole rows just to pick up 1 lousy stitch.
What?
Oh, forget it. What are you unhappy about?
I'll tell you about it when you get down here.
The 5th precinct's 20 blocks. Can't you give it to me over the pipe?
I wouldn't ask you if it wasn't important, and I'd rather not say anything over the phone.
Okay. Stop making like Portia facing life. I'll be down as soon as I finish this heel.
Heel?
Yes, if you must know, I've taken up knitting.
Coming from you, I am unmoved. I don't care if you're building Sergeant Otis a fur-lined money belt. Get down here as fast as you can.
All right, Walt. But you'll be sorry when it starts getting cold again, and I won't knit you a sweater to cover your little old blue stomach.
Oh.
Bye, Walt. Getting Walt's goat was a sport with me, and whether he'd admit it or not, he got a kick out of it, too. Sometimes I wouldn't stay on the rib as long as I usually do, but that was only because Walt always starts sounding just a little bit worried. Then I know it's time to lay off and get serious. Don't misunderstand me. I never lay off entirely, and I never get completely serious. Those are 2 habits that don't help find the solution any quicker. They just fit you with a mess of ulcers, and you still end up too worried and too serious. I closed my office and headed for Walt's precinct. When I walked in, I spotted Sergeant Otis leaning back in his chair with his number 12s resting on the desk. Hello, Otis.
Well, how's the big private detective today?
Just fine, Otis. And how is the flash of the 5th precinct?
Don't you worry about me, Diamond. I'll get along. Better go on in and see the lieutenant. He wants to see you. Hey, what's it about, Diamond? You need someone to help you from the police force?
You know, Sergeant, you've got a fine head on your shoulders.
Well, I'm glad you noticed.
The one under your arm isn't so bad either. Hello, Walt.
Rick, why don't you leave that poor guy alone? After you leave, he comes running in here and cries all over my desk.
Otis? He wouldn't shed a tear if he was standing in an onion warehouse watching his grandmother set fire to herself.
Yeah, well, give him a rest for a while. I got a big problem I want to talk to you about.
All right, Walt. What's on your mind?
Well, I don't know quite how to give it to you. It isn't strictly kosher for the police force to go around asking for help.
Now, wait a minute. I don't want any apology routine. If you want a favor, you came to the right boy, and you know that goes without saying.
Yeah, I guess I do. But this is a pretty big favor, Rick. The commissioner's on my back. So is everyone else that's got anything to do with this city's government.
Sounds rough. What did they do? Find out you were hiding a chimpanzee in a cop's uniform and calling him Sergeant Otis?
Oh, now be serious for a second, Rick.
Sure, if you'll get to the point.
All right. I guess you've been reading about these homicides I've been having for the past 3 weeks.
Yeah, pretty messy.
Well, the powers that be say salve them or turn in my badge.
Oh, well, now, wait a minute. Don't they know that this is the toughest kind of a killing? The killer's obviously got a lot of screws loose, and a maniac doesn't need a motive to kill. Don't those swivel chair bigwigs know that a crime without motive is the toughest job in the world to crack?
Sure, they know all that, but the public and the press is yelling its head up, so the pressure is on.
Well, what do you want me for? You've got one of the best departments in the state.
When you were on the force, it was the best department in the state. Now you stop that.
Then stop twisting my arm. What do you want?
I want help. I've got to crack this case by next week, or I'm out of my ear. You're the best detective we had on the force, and you're the best private gumshoe in the city.
Oh, that's better. Now, what about these killings? Each time they find some dame looking like the last of a hamburger sale.
Oh, excuse me a minute, Rick. Yeah?
Lieutenant?
No, Jack the Ripper. What do you want, mallet head?
We just got a report from a guy out in the River Road. Another one of them butcher killings.
What?
Yeah, some dame all hacked up and lying beside the road.
Okay, get the car out. I'll meet you downstairs. Oh, did you hear that, Rick?
Mm-hmm.
Well, come on.
You want me along?
Of course. I can brief you about the whole setup on the way over.
Oh, I don't know whether it's such a good idea to get mixed up in this.
Why not?
Well, it looks like whoever gets close to this killer doesn't have much of a future.
Well, you can't live forever.
Oh, aren't you the sweet one? No, that's not what's worrying me.
Well, what is then?
When I go out, I want a nice, comfortable place to lie down in. The way this nut goes to work with a knife, I might end up in a freezer.
All right, everybody's back. Go on through, Lieutenant.
Show him your biceps, Otis.
How did all these people get out here? This is 10 miles from anything.
Someone must have heard me call the police. When I left the phone booth, the whole crowd followed me out here.
Who are you?
My name's Ed Cody. Me and my friend here found the body.
Where is it?
Right over here, Walt.
Oh, how does it look?
The way you thought it would.
Oh, Otis.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Yeah, here's your bicarb.
Now you see what I'm up against, Rick. Pardon me. This is the third killing like this in 3 weeks.
Oh, I don't feel too good. Let's walk over this way.
Yeah. Cody, you and your friend come along. We want to ask some questions.
Yeah, okay.
Well, whoever the guy is that's pulling these murders is a complete lunatic. Now, do y'all like that, Walt?
You should have seen the last one.
How'd you guys happen to spot the body?
Oh, well, I saw it first, and I told Ed here.
Yeah. We were just driving along when Max spotted something lying beside the road. I backed her up, and we got out. I saw what it was. I left Mac here, went back to town to call you.
What's your full name, Mac?
McCarthy, John McCarthy.
Okay. What are you doing, Rick?
Looking at the road. Hey, that's your car up there, Cody?
It's Max. I was just driving.
You went ahead how far?
Oh, I'd say about 20 yards. Then we backed up and left the car where you see it now.
You won't find much even if the road is soft. Their car and any other car would have blocked out the killer's tracks.
Maybe he didn't use a car. Maybe he walked her out this way and then killed her.
No, this place is 10 miles from anything. He drove, all right.
This crowd has ruined any footprints for sure. Oh, here come the boys. Come on, Rick. As soon as they start examining things, we can get back to the station.
Yeah, I want to go through the whole file on the last 2 killings.
You won't find much.
Well, a change of reading never hurts anyone. I'm getting tired of reading those dime novels. Too bloody.
Well, that's the whole mess.
No leads at all, huh?
Not a one. I'm getting nearsighted from looking at all the lineup. We've picked up everything from drunks to safecrackers. Not a lead.
Same type of crime in every case. This killer's got a crazy streak as wide as Broadway.
Oh, wait until the commissioner hears about this one.
Walt.
Yeah?
Give me a pencil.
Now, tic-tac-toe is out. I got a headache.
Stop waving your gills and give me a pencil.
Here. What are you doing with that map?
Drawing circles.
Now, you stop that. That's a scale of this city, and I don't want it loused up by your doodling.
Look at that.
So you make a dandy circle.
Thanks. What's it for?
How should I know? You drew it.
Drew what?
The circle.
Wasn't that a little foolish?
Of course it was. That's what I'm yelling about.
Well, that's bad for you.
What is?
Yelling.
I know it.
I thought you said you didn't know.
Know what?
About the circle I just drew.
What circle?
The one on the map.
That's what I was yelling about.
Why? You didn't draw it.
I know I didn't. You did.
What for?
How should I know?
You're a policeman.
What in blazes has that got to do with it?
You were a rookie, weren't you?
Of course I was.
You worked your way up to sergeant and then to head of the homicide, didn't you?
You know very good and well I did.
Wasn't it a little tough?
You bet it was. I pounded the beat for 4 long years. Did it by the sweat of my brow. Now, wait a minute. How did we get into this?
You asked me about this circle I drew.
I did?
Yes, Walt. But you didn't know what it was for.
Oh, yeah. What is it for?
It's for you.
I get? Yeah, it's not bad. Oh, I knew it. I knew it. You lowlife, you conniving, dirty, underhanded louse. You always do this to me. I think you sit around nights and pull the wings off of flies.
Moths.
All right, moths. Sit around and dream up little monstrosities to pull on the police force and use me as a
guinea pig.
Right, guinea pig.
You call me, Lieutenant?
No, get out of here, you idiot.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Diamond, for once I'm going to find out what's at the end of this merry-go-round. I want to know about that circle. And I'm going to get it out of you if I have to shove that map down your throat.
Just who do you think you're
Huh?
hacking? This happens to be the commissioner, isn't it?
Oh, not you, Commissioner.
Are you understand all this?
Yes, Commissioner.
I'm the selection of this specific, you understand me?
Yes, Commissioner.
Now, you don't stand there. What have you found out?
Well, I just went out and looked at the body.
Well, if you don't get selection pretty soon, I'm going to have to put somebody else on because every round you put in it for the
Yes, but...
I can't see any reason.
Your motor's running.
You shut up. Oh, no, Commissioner, somebody else.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Get on this right away. Fast.
Yes, sir.
Now go for it. Don't let me see you until you get something.
Yes, sir. Oh,
who was it?
I am not talking to you.
Don't you want to know about the circle?
No.
Fine. When I was looking over the reports on the killings, I noticed something.
You don't say.
Say what? Okay, if you don't want to play, be a sorehead all your life. Well, I noticed that all of the killings, including the one we looked at this afternoon, were within at least 10 miles of each other. And the first one, this one right here, was exactly in the other direction from the last one.
Bully for you.
No, it's nothing. Well, using the first and last homicide for the edge of the circle, we find that the other killing also falls within the sphere.
Okay, so what?
Getting interested?
No, I'm not.
Well, the girl this afternoon had been dead for about 14 hours, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, but the coroner can come closer.
Well, about anyway. Now, in the other two cases, it says that both girls met their deaths about 3 in the morning. Now, if the last one was dead 14 hours, she comes close to that time, too.
Okay. What does that prove?
Not a thing, but it's something to go on. This is a wild one, Walt. But let's say that our killer started off with his victim somewhere within that circle. To drive 5 miles, half the distance of the circle, it would take him, about...
15 minutes.
Okay, 15 minutes. Now, that means he left his starting point around 2:45. Now, that's a funny hour to be so consistent.
You're right.
Bars close at 2. 45 minutes to talk a dame into a ride? Might be.
Oh, I'll be darned.
I may be all wet. The killer probably started from somewhere outside the circle, but we can start by eliminating the idea of the night spots anyway.
Yeah, Lieutenant? Checking all the night spots from...
45th Street and Broadway, the center of the circle.
From 45th Street and Broadway for 10 miles in every direction.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
That means cafes, bars, bowling alleys, anything that stays open till 2 or after, and step on it.
I hope we're right.
So do I. I don't like walking on eggs.
Then sit down. Who knows? You might hatch something. Walt found out the name of the last victim, and the family supplied us with a picture. Her name was Martha Kirk, and her family knew nothing of her whereabouts the night of the murder. You can't really appreciate a police department until you really see them in action. Inside of 2 hours, Walt had every dive, bar, and night spot in the 10-mile circle tagged. They spread out, one man to every 5 blocks, each with a picture of the 3 murdered girls. Because it had been my idea, Walt wanted me to swim with it and maybe sink. I took a little section from 48th Street to 46th Street, and by late afternoon, I'd covered most of the likely prospects. You guessed it. The bottom of the barrel was coming up fast, and it was emptier than a ballpark during a thunderstorm. No one had ever seen the 3 victims. The last spot on the list was a bowling alley. I walked in and spotted a cocktail lounge. When I climbed up on one of the stools, a bartender with a head that should have been out on the alleys walked up to me.
Yeah, what'll it be?
How about a glass of milk?
Glass of milk? Think you can stand it?
Well, if you're worried, water it a little. I don't want to pass out on you.
Get him. He made it funny.
So did your family.
You're looking for trouble?
Only if I get pushed. I'm looking for information.
First door on the left.
Yeah. Ever seen any of these girls before?
What are you, cop?
Well, let's say I'm nosy, and then I've got a badge to keep me in the spirit of the thing.
Oh, why'd you say so? Let me see him.
All right. Here's the first one.
No. I ain't never seen her.
How about this one? And this one?
No. Hey, wait a minute. Sure, I know this one. Comes in here about twice a week. Was in last night. Gets lushed up, cries about how tough a family is on her. Name's,
Kirk?
Yeah. Martha. Martha Kirk. Nice looker.
She was.
Huh?
Did she ever come in with a man?
No, but sometimes she leaves with one.
Same guy every time?
No.
Do you remember her leaving with a man last night?
Yeah. Come to think of it, she did.
What time?
No, about 2:15. We stopped serving at 2 right on the dot. That we do.
That you do, yeah. Okay. Think you'd know the guy if you saw him again?
Oh, sure. He comes in a couple times a week, too. I seen him pick up a couple of strays. I guess you call him a wolf.
Yeah, with a hatchet.
Huh?
No, forget it. Where's your phone?
Right over there. Hey, here, use a slug. It's on the house, officer.
Thanks.
Hope nothing's happened to Martha. She was a rotten drunk. What a wonderful kid.
She was, huh?
Dear Precinct Sergeant Otis.
Otis, let me speak to the lieutenant, and if you crack just once, I'll come over there and shove your head so far down you'd have to untie your shoelaces to cough.
Okay, Diamond. You don't have to get nasty. Lieutenant Levinson.
You can forget about retiring, Walt.
You got something?
Yeah, looks like. What did your boys turn up?
Nothing yet. What is it, Rick? Don't play games now.
Get over to 47th and 9th, the bowling alley in the middle of the block. I'm in the bar.
Want me to bring the boys?
No. This is one we've got to play quietly. I don't want to scare our ghoul off.
I'll be right down.
Hey, what about that milk?
Huh? Oh, yeah, coming up. Hey, is there going to be a pinch?
There is, Buster. There certainly is. Walt romped in about a half hour later, and he talked to the bartender. He finally looked satisfied. He had to, because it was the only lead that had turned up. We told the bartender to tip us if the guy showed again, and we sat down to wait. Maybe my rabbit's foot started thinking it was back with the quartet because around 1 a.m. it started kicking. The bartender gave us a nod just as a big guy wandered in and sat down at the bar. He weighed in at about 220, and his clothes were sloppy. He ordered a drink and started eyeing a cute little number sitting at the other end of the bar.
Let's take him.
Hold it, Walt. He's making a pitch.
What?
The dame at the end of the bar.
So he's making a pitch. What do you want to do? Wait around till he takes her out of here? Maybe you'd like to help him sharpen his axe.
Look, you haul him in now, you'll have to beat it out of him.
You want him to pick the dame up?
Well, is that against the law? Arrest me.
Now, you stop clowning.
You'd rather catch him with the goods, wouldn't you?
Yeah, but...
Now, don't start that again. You butted the commissioner to death.
Just relax, and maybe you can pick up a few pointers.
Our big boy moved all right. Right up to the seat next to the cute little girl. She was under full sail, didn't seem to mind it at all. He landed at 1:15. At 1:30, he'd established a firm beachhead, and by 2 o'clock, there was a flag raising.
Okay, he scored. Now, the joint's closing.
They're leaving. I'm going to tail him.
How? He's probably got a car. And if he gets away with that girl, he may kill her.
Look, Walt, I promise you he won't get into that car unless I go, too. Now, come on. We'll both stick close to him until I can think of something. We followed the man and the girl outside and walked a few yards behind, making like we had a little load on. They headed for a big parking lot, and that's when I got the idea. The parking attendant was just walking up to him when I stumbled forward.
Hey, boy.
Rick, what are you doing?
Stay with me, Walt.
Yeah? Son, I want my car.
Just a minute. I was here first.
Sure, honey. Don't let him get away with it.
Look, old man, my friend here is late getting home.
He's got a wife that's 10 feet tall. You mind if I get my car first?
Go ahead.
Some nerve.
Relax, honey. We're going to take a little drive, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see your ticket. Well, there's someplace. Come on, we'll walk up. I know where the car is.
Okay, but you gotta have a ticket.
Rick, what's going on?
Keep walking.
Hey, I thought you was loaded.
Keep going. We're the police.
Huh?
That's right.
Oh. What's wrong?
Which one is that guy's car?
You mean the guy back there with the dame?
Yeah.
He gave me his ticket. Right over there, the coupe.
Rick.
Come on. I'm going to climb in that trunk, and you're going to put in a general alarm, Walt. Then you're going to get in your car and tail us. But stay far enough behind so that he doesn't spot something.
Okay, but I think you're crazy. Is the trunk open?
Yeah. Now get going.
Well, they'll see me coming back.
Tell them you forgot something in the bowling alley and that I passed out in my car.
All right. And, son.
Yeah?
Don't let on that anything had happened. We think that man is a killer.
Oh.
I squeezed into the trunk and waited. About 2 minutes later, the Lovebird showed up and got in the front seat. We rode like that for about 15 minutes, and it wasn't bad until we hit the dirt road. Then my inside started bouncing around like a pound of rice in a wind tunnel. We drove for about 10 minutes more and came to a stop. I raised the trunk just enough to get some fresh air and listen. I didn't want to climb out because they'd feel the movement up in front. I was sure they could hear my breathing.
What are we stopping for?
Well, I just wanted to look at the pretty scenery.
How can you? Too dark.
I can see you, baby.
You're nice.
Thank you. So, how you?
They went on like that for another half hour, and I started thinking I'd picked the wrong guy. Then the conversation changed.
What's the matter? What's so funny?
Don't you know?
No, and I don't like the way you're acting.
Women. That's what's funny. They're all the same.
Huh?
Just like my wife. She was like all the other women.
Hey, let's get out of here. You're talking funny.
Funny? Yeah.
See a man and you like him. Any man. You're all alike.
Now you stop that. I just came along
Come
because...
here.
No, you let me go.
You ain't no different. Come here.
No, stop that. Let me get out of the car.
Sure. Go ahead. I don't want no blood stains on the seat anyhow. Go on, run. I'll catch you.
That tore it right down the middle. I rolled out and didn't forget to take my 38 along. I spotted him in the moonlight, moving after her like a big animal. He was laughing. I could see something in his hand. It was the knife. She tripped and fell, and he moved in. He gave me goosebumps bigger than grapefruit. When he was nearly on top of her, I closed in. Okay, hold it!
You shut up!
Drop the knife!
I'll kill him! I'll kill her like the rest! I'll kill her, too!
You all right, honey? No. Just take it easy. It's all over.
I'm so glad you got here.
Come on, now, let's get back to the car. Easy. You sure you're all right, dear?
You know something?
No, what?
I think that man was
Well, Walt finally got there, and we sent the girl home. The wagon came and cleaned up things. I found out later that Walt was blessed by the commissioner, and I got an assist. I needed calming down, so I stopped off at 975 Park Avenue, the home of the best remedy for bruised nerves I knew of.
Oh, good evening, sir.
Good evening, Francis. Is Miss Asher in?
Yes, sir. She's in the study, knitting.
Knitting?
Knitting.
Thank you, Francis.
One, curl, two. Knit one, curl, two.
That's like taking stupid pills.
Rick.
Hello, baby.
Oh, look what I've gotten into. I'm a nervous wreck.
Well, that'll teach you. What are you building?
Well, it was going to be a surprise for you.
Oh, a whole suit.
Oh, silly. Ricky.
Yeah?
I need relaxing.
You need relaxing. Oh, swell.
Ricky, come here.
I know just the thing.
No, come over here.
There's an old spinning wheel in the parlor, spinning dreams of a long, long ago.
Ricky!
What's the matter, dear? What about this? Cruising down the river on a Sunday afternoon.
Ricky.
With one you love, the sun above, waiting for the moon. Ricky. The old accordion playing.
Ricky.
A sentimental tune.
Rick!
Oh, honey, what's the matter?
You can sing later.
Oh.
Please.
What is it, really, baby?
Come here.
Oh, you know something?
What?
I may never sing again.
Okay.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Helen was played by Virginia Gregg, Lieutenant Levinson by Ed Begley. Also in our cast were Wilms Herbert, Bill Conrad, Lorene Tuttle, Jack Crucian, and Sidney Miller. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Richard Diamond is written by Blake Edwards and directed by William P. Rousseau. Dick Powell will next be seen in the motion picture Mrs. Mike, based on the best-selling novel Mrs. Mike. Now, this is Eddie King inviting you to be with us again at the same time next week when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. This is NBC, the national...
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
Boys and girls, here's Dick Tracy. Presenting Detective Inspector Dick Tracy, protector of law and order. So, boys and girls, listen carefully to today's urgent message from our United States government to you. You know, if you want to lead the parade in the great national Stop Waste campaign to help win this war, here are 5 things that you can do. 1, take care of your clothes and make them last longer. Hang them up every night, and always wear your rubbers and raincoat in wet weather. 2, take care of your playthings. Put them away where they can't get lost or broken. 3, be careful of Mom's furniture. Don't jump on the chairs or sofa with your feet. 4, be careful to turn out all the lights not in use and turn the gas and the water faucets clear off. And 5, be careful not to waste the fuel oil and coal that heats your home. Close the door quickly when you come in, and keep windows closed during the day if it's cold outside. Don't try to heat the whole outdoors. Remember, boys and girls, if you all do these 5 things to stop waste, you'll be using less, and it'll be more left to send to our fighting men. So start helping to save waste today. And now, Dick Tracy. When September the Great, the celebrated Japanese artist, vanished from the circus mysteriously, it was learned that he had in his possession information which might be of some help to the Allies. That is why Dick Tracy is more than usually interested in finding him, since he's still alive. Now, we know, although Tracy does not, that Chuckles, the famous clown, and Spaulding, the ringmaster, are actually espionage agents working for the Nazis. At Tracy's suggestion, Junior has taken a job at the circus. As our story continues today, we find ourselves one of the big cops with the young detective. Listen.
Holy mackerel, Mr. Stumbles. I've carried more pails of water for these elephants than I can count.
Well, elephants drink a lot of water, Junior. Got plenty of space to store it in.
Golly, Mr. Stumbles, don't they ever get filled up?
Oh, sure. I reckon they're filled now. You'll have to bring them more water. And while we're about it, I wish you'd stop calling me Mr. Stumbles. Just Stumbles is enough.
Stumbles?
That's right. You see, Stumbles ain't my real name. I'm just called Stumbles on account of I'm sort of big and awkward and always stumbling over my own feet. I guess that's why I like elephants so much. They're kind of big and awkward and stumbling too.
Oh, you sure are a powerful man, aren't you, Stumbles?
Yeah, I got a lot of spirit, but I ain't got much brains. I'm a very dumb guy.
You sure don't think much of yourself, do you?
Oh, I'm good for the work I do, but I could never do nothing else. Just feeding the elephants and the gorillas and the other animals is about all I'm capable of doing. By the way, it's time to feed the gorilla now. You want to help me?
Yeah, I'll say. Yeah, like that.
Okay. You see that bunch of bananas over there?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, bring them along. I carry this pail of milk.
Hey, what, the gorilla eats bananas and milk?
Yeah, that and cereals. Tons and tons of them, it sometimes seems to me. And lots of other stuffing.
Oh, you stumbled.
Yeah, spilled a little of the milk, too. Well, Cecil won't mind, I guess.
Cecil? Who's Cecil?
The gorilla.
You mean to say what Spaulding the ringmaster calls that mighty mastodonic denizen of the African jungles is called Cecil?
Well, that's what I call him. You see, he likes me. With me, he's gentle as a baby. I used to know a fellow who was also kind of gentle like a baby, and his name was Cecil. So I called the gorilla Cecil, too. Oh, there's Cecil now, see?
Oh, how could I miss seeing him? Golly, he practically fills up the entire cage.
Yeah, he's a big fellow, all right. It's just like me. Big and powerful and dumb and awkward. Maybe that's why he loves me. I don't know. We're two of a kind.
Oh, boy, he's big, all right. Must weigh at least 500 pounds. Say, you weigh about 200, don't you, Stumbles?
It's me, that's right. How did you know?
We junior detectives train ourselves to know these things. Holy mackerel.
No, don't be afraid. You're just saying hello, that's all. Hello, Cecil. This is a friend of mine named Junior. You two got to get to know each other and be friends.
Are you sure he means that for a friendly welcome?
Oh, sure. Now, just let me get the cage open.
Get the cage open?
Sure. You can't make friends with no one unless you can shake hands with him, can you?
You mean I'm going to shake hands with Inspector?
Yep. Cecil, how you been doing? Oh, fine. That's good. And this is Junior. Junior's got some bananas for you. Shake hands with him, Junior.
Look.
What's the matter? You lose your tongue?
No, it's my nerves.
Elephants and giraffes, boy, ain't nothing to be afraid of. And you don't have to worry about Cecil if he's your friend. I'll shake hands with Cecil, huh? Cecil, he's thankful. You shake hands with him.
Oh, my hand, where's it disappeared to?
Cecil's holding it. Oh, look at that. He's putting an arm around your shoulder. Easy now, Cecil. He's not a big fella like me.
I feel like I'm wearing a live fur coat. You know, I'm not afraid anymore. It's just like you said. He is like a baby.
Oh, sure. He wouldn't hurt nobody unless you're mean to him or to somebody he likes. Then you should be. A fella got me fighting me one day. Oh, had a little argument, one word got on another. You know how it is. And we had a fight. Well, Cecil's gun busted out of his cage. Sent the boys every which way. If he'd have got out, he'd have sure made mincemeat of that fella.
Hey, but he didn't get out, did he?
No. And I made mincemeat of the fella. I am awkward, but I'm powerful.
Wow.
Well, give Cecil the bananas and let's get around about our business. We've got a lot to do yet.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, Stumbles, I've got to deliver the mail that came in this afternoon. Mind if I do that before I go on home?
Oh, shucks, no. Go ahead.
Got to deliver that mail. Oh, boy, when they look at these names, can't even pronounce half of them. Isn't there such a thing as an American circus performer?
Hey, Sonny, you got any mail from you, Sonny? Huh? Oh, who are you? A bunco, the Leatherman. See?
Golly, it seems like rubber.
Hey, naturally. What do you think of any Leatherman at the phone?
I think there's a letter here for you. Oh, yeah, two of them. There you are.
Dear. Another deal from that function.
Well, I'll be doggone. Uh-oh. See this guy coming along, all dressed up like an Arabian chief.
You only meant for me, my young friend.
I'm sorry, I don't know everybody around here yet. Do you mind giving me your name?
Well, I'm called Scarfly. Well, I'm the sword swallower.
Oh, yeah, I have a package for you. Here it is.
Ah, excellent. Those are the new knives I ordered. Let me see. Ah, yes, look at them. Are they not beautiful?
Oh, they sure look shiny and sharp. Shall I put them in your dressing room for you?
No, do not bother. I will swallow them on my way.
Sanctum, Jiminy, you sure meet some funny people around here. Oh, his sucker's dressing room, and I've got some letters for him. I'll just leave him inside. Anybody home? This sucker is doing his act. Golly, he's going like funny up at Mr. Harper's estate this afternoon, entertaining all those poor kids. Well, I'll just leave the letters on the dressing table and... Oh, golly, now I've done it. Knocked the glass jar of grease paint off the table and smashed it. Well, I'll clean it up, I guess. Wait a minute. What's this? Something concealed in the grease paint. Holy mackerel, this looks important. I better copy this and tell Dick about it right away. Yes, sir, right away.
Tracy speaking. Federal Agent Nicholson? Send him in. Wonder what Nick's doing in town. You'll soon know. Hello, Nick. Welcome to the big city. Hello, Tracy. Hey, you sound tired. Sit down. Thanks. There's cigarettes in that box there. Help yourself. You told me taking a smoking. Oh, I don't smoke. My friends do. You don't catch me imitating a smoking chimney. I heard you got back from India. Thought I'd drop in and have a chat for old time's sake. Yeah? Suppose you come clean, Nick. What do you mean, Tracy? You don't fool me. You've never wasted a moment while you were on a case. How do you know I'm on a case now? Well, for one thing, you're here, instead of behind your desk in Washington. For another, you're tired, which tells me you've been working hard. All right, Sherlock, you will. Yes, I am working on a case, Tracy. And you want some help? Not help exactly. I just want to talk it over. You know how it is. Sometimes when you talk a case over, you get ideas. Well, go ahead and talk. Tracy, Korsakov is missing. Korsakov? Not Sergei Korsakov. Yeah. What's his name? Since 2 months ago. He left Washington suddenly, and he hasn't been seen since. I've tracked him through 5 states, and I finally wound up here. In the department, he thinks something has happened to him. Something deadly. Well, it's gotten it. Korsakov's an important man to your department. You can't afford to lose a man like that. Well, he was one of the greatest impersonators and quick change artists I've ever met. But to say nothing of being a top-flight federal man. He worked on his own, didn't he? Yeah. Oh, he was under orders, of course. But he dug up his own clues, followed his own leads, and no, acted usually as beats or fetch. Any idea why he left Washington? Nope. I've trailed him all through the South and now here. But I've lost his trail here. Well, what makes you think something happened to him? Well, when he left, he told me he was starting out on a pretty dangerous job. Said if I didn't hear from him within a month, I'd know something was wrong. Well, I hadn't heard. And I'm worried. I see. Well, Nick, I'll give you as much help as I can. Funny thing, you and I are working on pretty much the same type of case. What's yours? The disappearance of the trapeze artist in the circus. Fellow named Shelley the Great. Oh, yeah, I've heard of him. He's disappeared, you say? Yes, under very peculiar circumstances. I'm convinced he needs something of vital importance. Something that might help us immeasurably in breaking up a spy ring here. Hey, Sandy, wait a minute. I want to take you. Hey, what is it? What happened to you? Dick, I gotta see it. I gotta see it right away. In a moment, we'll return to Dick Tracy. But first, girls and boys, here's Dick Tracy with today's second message from Uncle Sam to you. Listen, boys and girls, if Mom has to keep after you to change your school clothes when you get home, let me tell you something. Don't wait for Mom to tell you. No, sir. For the simple reason that by taking care of your clothes and other things so that they'll last longer, you're helping Uncle Sam increase war production for our soldiers. Because the fewer clothes and playthings our workers have to make for you, the more tanks and planes they can make to help win the war. So, save clothes, shoes, playthings, and Mom's furniture. Make what you have do. And you can fight waste other ways. Keep the water faucets closed tight. Don't let the water run when you wash your hands. No, sir, use the stopper. And don't leave the basement lights burning either. Okay? All right, you are, Dick. You know, those things are mighty important for all of us to follow. And remember, boys and girls, you can beat all the grown-up fighting waste if you really want to. So let's see you get started right away, stopping waste at home. And now, back to Dick Tracy. Hello, McHenry. Dick Tracy. Listen, Matt, you're the best shadow I know. I want you to take 3 men and keep an eye on a certain apartment on the east side. I don't want any trouble, and above all, you've got to keep out of sight. Now, here's the address, and the sooner you can assign your men to it, the better. Listen again tomorrow, same time, same station, for more exciting adventures of Detective Inspector Dick Tracy. This is Don Gardner speaking. Hey, boys and girls, there's a double thrill in listening to Dick Tracy. It's an exciting, action-packed story that you can talk about with all the other girls and boys in the neighborhood. And it's something more. It's a story that soldiers, sailors, and grown-ups from coast to coast enjoy just as much as you do. Well, you know, Dick Tracy's adventures appear 83 million times every week in about 200 newspapers. And this famous radio story of Dick Tracy is heard over on 100 radio stations from coast to coast. The preceding program came to you by transcription. This is the Blue Network.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo, London. Harley Street. A gleaming Rolls-Royce driven by an immaculately uniformed chauffeur glides silently past the consulting rooms of H.R. Camrose, FRCS. Nothing very unusual in this, you might say. London has more Rolls-Royce cars than any capital in the world, and Harley Street more than its fair share of them. But there is something strange about the occupant in the back seat of this car. He is resplendently dressed as a postman. The car turns a corner and stops. The postman gets out, walks quickly round to the main entrance to the consulting rooms, and slips a cream envelope through the letterbox. Then he returns to the car and is driven away. Janice, an attractive receptionist, seeing the envelope on the doormat, picks it up.
H.R. Camrose, FRCS. Oh, what a strange time for the post to arrive. And only one letter. Ah, well.
The Avengers. John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers. Episode 1 of this story, in which John Steed and Emma Peel are handed an assignment which is not to be sneezed at. Ralph Camrose, as he was known to his friends, had the quiet manner of a seasoned surgeon. A large, distinguished man, he was one of the top specialists in the country. His calm authority gave every one of his patients confidence. On this particular occasion, he was examining the nose and throat of quite an old friend, Jules Farage, a well-known tenor.
Open a little wider. Nothing wrong, huh? I think you'll live. Yes, looks all clear now. Are you sure? Can you afford to pay my fee and question my diagnosis?
I can't afford to lose my voice in the middle of La Traviata.
Don't worry. I'll guarantee your ability to reach the top notes. Now, come in.
A letter for you, Mr. Cameron.
Just put it down there, will you? Now, Jules, I have this prescription for you. There. There you are. Take some of that if there's any signs of reinfection.
Thanks, Ralph. I'm very grateful.
See that you make good use of your new voice. I'm coming with a small party to the garden on Saturday night.
I shall sing better than I've ever done. Thank you.
Show Senor Farage out, Janice.
Yes, Doctor.
Before he gives us an audition.
Oh, no. You have to pay, and pay the top prices to hear Farage sing. I go.
This way, then?
As the door closed behind them, Ralph Camrose picked up the envelope Janice left on his desk. It had his name and address neatly and correctly typed upon it. Picking up a paper knife, the specialist slit the top of the envelope. There was nothing inside. He held it upside down and shook it. Nothing came out. Camrose stared at the envelope with a puzzled expression, and then was suddenly seized by a most ferocious attack of sneezing. He began to clutch at his collar, gasping for breath. His eyes began to bulge. He tried to stand, panting for air, then slowly toppled forward over his desk, knocking over a table lamp. Janice, hearing the noise, hurried in from the reception room. But by the time she reached him, it was too late. H.R. Camrose, FRCS, was dead.
Nothing like a drive in the country, Steve.
Brush away the cobwebs, Mrs. Beale.
Break with the routine.
Commune with nature.
Streaming in the wind.
The trouble is that's not the only thing in the wind.
What else?
Trouble.
Steve, you've been holding back on me.
Oh, well, I told you this was a mystery tour. It's time to solve the mystery.
Well?
We've been summoned to the presence.
Whose?
Mother's.
Why?
Well, your guess is as good as mine, Mrs. Beale, but when Mother says at once, he means...
Sooner than that. Right. Then if Mother's going to put his foot down, you better put yours down. On that accelerator, don't you think, Steve?
Mother's rooms in top security were austere to the point of bareness. Everything was on a level with his wheelchair, including 5 different colored telephones. He came straight to the point, holding out a scroll to Steed and motioning to Emma Peel to take a seat.
Well, what do you make of that, Steed? Came off the telex from New York this morning. Mm-hmm. Oh, what an upset, eh? Los Angeles Rams 24, Green Bay Packers 19. Not the football results. Halfway down. Ah. Third ear, nose, and throat specialist dies of unknown causes. Growing concern at the World Clinics. Not our territory, surely, Mother? It is now. Look at the headline. Death of Henry Camrose, famous ENT man, expires in consulting room in Harley Street.
Is there a worldwide epidemic, Mother?
A disease that chooses its victims too carefully for my liking. Find the antidote before it spreads. That's your job.
Yes, first of all, find the disease.
Precisely. And it won't be in any medical dictionary.
How can you be sure?
My nose is twitching. Right, that's your job. Get going and let me do mine. Yes? Working on it. John Steed and Emma Peel. They've been on the case for a full 30 seconds flat. Yes. There should be a breakthrough any minute. Bye. Well, don't just stand there. Get going. Never let us down yet.
What?
Mother's nose.
It doesn't seem to have picked up much of a scent.
Well, that's our department. I'll see what I can pick up in Camrose' consulting room.
And what about me as the female species?
Well, you can visit an old friend of mine, name of Padley. He's another of these ear, nose, and throat specialists. Ask him if he knows any common denominator that links the dead men.
Padley?
That's right, in the book. I'll be in Harley Street if you want me. Meet for lunch, right?
Right.
Nothing's been touched?
No, Mr. Steed. I received instructions to leave everything as it was.
Good. Body is slumped here. This envelope is near his right hand, eh? Curious. Stamp has no postmark over it. Nothing inside? No letter?
No.
Wastepaper basket?
There.
No, nothing. Curious shaped envelope. Ordinary paper won't fold up to fit it. Did you happen to see who delivered this?
Well, the postman, I imagine. Although it wasn't the time of a regular delivery. I found it on the doormat.
Special delivery, eh? Right. Recapitulating. Nothing in this room has been removed or destroyed. And Miss Camrose received this envelope just before his death.
Nothing in this room, on this desk, appears to have come from this envelope, and indeed nothing fits it.
Apparently not.
So we're left with one inevitable conclusion.
Well, the envelope was empty when it arrived.
Whoever sent it must have been very absent-minded. I think I'll hold on to this. Thank you, Janice.
Mrs. Peel, meanwhile, had found the address of Mr. Padley. His consulting rooms were the type that were shared with other doctors. The board, just outside the reception, informed her that of Padley, Seaton, and Herrick, Mr. Seaton and Mr. Herrick were out, but Mr. Padley was in.
Mr. Padley won't keep you long, Mrs. Peel. Thank you. Well, if you care to take a seat, there's a magazine. Thank you.
Mrs. Peel moved idly over to the window and looked down into the busy street. She was just too late to notice a gleaming Rolls-Royce glide up some 100 yards away and park at the curbside. Some minutes later, a postman walked swiftly up the steps to Padley, Seaton, and Herrick and dropped a cream envelope into the letterbox. It was curious that on the way down, he passed another postman going up. The second postman removed his cap and scratched his head in amazement. Then he sorted his mail and pushed it through the letterbox. Mrs. Peel, who'd seen the first cream envelope dropped to the mat, was puzzled to see a second delivery in so short a time. The receptionist, gathering the letters up, started to sort them out, taking the ones for Mr. Padley into his office.
The post. Thank you, Georgina. Anyone waiting?
Mrs. Peel.
Yes, John Steed's friend, yes. Let me just clear a little of this paperwork. I'll ring you to show her in. Thank you.
Very good, Mr. Padley.
Padley turned to the pile of letters. He started to open a few. They were mostly bills and circulars. Then he noticed a curious cream envelope with no date stamp. He picked up a paper knife and inserted it under the flap. Mrs. Peel and the receptionist, waiting quietly outside, heard a succession of very loud sneezes.
Good gracious, Mr. Padley must have a sudden cold.
Suddenly, the door was flung open. Emma Peel rushed to his aid, but again, too late. Padley died in exactly the same way as Camrose. Mrs. Peel, kneeling beside the body, slowly extracted the cream envelope from his lifeless hand.
Avengers. Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers. Brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal For the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Remember, let every traffic signal remind you. With Signal, new Signal gasoline, you do go farther than ever. Look for Signal's big yellow and black circle sign that identifies those popular signal stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. And now, the Whistler's strange story. Coincidence.
Coincidence can kill a man, and do it as effectively and brutally as a professional murder. Yes, coincidence can be a murder weapon, particularly when it falls into the hands of someone like Francia Legrand. It began shortly after her sister Elise had separated from her husband and moved to the Strathmore apartments on the west side of Manhattan. And naturally, Francia didn't know at first that coincidence was working behind her. But it was there one night when she returned from an errand.
Did you go to the drugstore, Francia?
Yes, here you are.
But that isn't what I want.
I'm sorry, Elise. It's the best I could do. They were out of the other kind. What are you writing?
A letter.
You can take your hand off it, dear. I won't look over your shoulder. Cigarette?
No, thanks.
You are wrought up, aren't you? Shall I sit down?
If you like.
I seem to be as welcome as the Black Plague.
I'm sorry, Francia.
Oh, don't apologize. I understand perfectly. You don't want to see anyone. Your husband is gone. Life isn't worth living.
Please, Francia.
Ross isn't coming back this time, Elise.
I know he's gone. You don't have to tell me.
You're afraid to face it, aren't you? Why don't you admit it? You've made a mess of your life, Elise. You had everything you wanted, and you chucked it out the window. There's no one to blame but yourself.
Francia, stop it. Why do you keep throwing it up to me over and over again? What difference does it make to you? It's my life. It's my marriage.
That's where you're wrong. Not yours anymore.
What do you mean?
It's my turn now, Elise.
Your turn?
I'm not going to make the same mistake you did.
Why? You love him, don't you?
Of course I love him.
Well, take him. He's all yours. You don't have to tell me I've made a mess out of my life. I know it. I've always known it. But I couldn't do anything about it. Don't you see? I'm no good. You're right. Everything you've said to me over and over again is right. Now get out of here. Go on. Get out.
Just a minute. I want you to know Ross had nothing to do with it. There's never been anything between us.
I know. I'm sorry, Francie. It's all my fault. And I admit it. Perhaps you can make him happy. He deserves it.
I hope so.
Now, please go. Annette? Annette?
Yes, madame?
Please get Miss Legrand's things. She's leaving. And, do you suppose that you could spend the night with your sister?
But of course, madame, if you wish.
I'd rather you would. Tonight, I'd like to be by myself.
Well, Francia, she's defeated, isn't she? It's taken 5 years, 5 frustrated, maddening years. And now, at long last, you've accomplished what you set out to do. That's why you're elated as you go into a phone booth in the lobby downstairs.
Ross, this is Francia. Ross, I've been up to see her. It's simply no use. I tried to patch it up. Well, I'd rather not discuss it over the phone. Suppose I pick you up at 79th and Madison in a half hour. Well, it's no use, Ross. She wouldn't listen.
It was at that moment, while you stood in the phone booth talking, that coincidence moved into the picture, Francia. First in a taxicab pulling up to the main entrance.
Take the side entrance, driver.
I can't park here, Chief.
Don't argue with me. Pull around the side entrance.
Yeah. Okay.
Second, just 1 minute later in the elevator, not far from the booth where you're talking.
12-4, mister. What do you mean, 12? I told you 10.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking.
Don't hand me that. Take me back to 10. I haven't got all night.
Yes, sir.
And third, at the entrance of apartment 1072, next door to your sister Elise.
Joe!
Hello, Marie.
Are you crazy, Joe? What are you doing here?
What's that detective doing at the main entrance?
I don't know.
You, wouldn't turn me in, would you? Know any more now, Marie?
No, Joe. Joe, listen. Joe, please.
You and I got some talking to do, honey.
Yes, Francia, that's where coincidence moved in. When Joe Fortescue, gambler, fugitive from justice, walked down the corridor to apartment 1072, next door to your sister Elise, the machinery of coincidence was in full motion. But as you drive through the park, you have no way of knowing that now. All you can think of is Ross.
Did you tell her what I said, Francia?
Yes, she wouldn't listen.
Maybe it's just as well. What did she say?
It's all over, period.
Just that?
Just that. Oh, I knew it'd never work out, Ross. She's not your kind of a girl. She never understood you.
Maybe I expected too much.
No, it wasn't that.
It's hard to figure out what it was, looking back at it now. Maybe it was those awful, ugly quarrels. You know, Francia, it almost seemed as if I were married to two different women.
I know.
Yeah, I guess you do.
Ross, now that it's all over, I want to tell you something.
Yes?
Those 5 years were difficult for me, too. Standing on the sidelines, seeing you married to someone you didn't love.
What?
Are you going to make me say it, Ross?
Yes. Say it.
I wanted to for so long, but I couldn't. She was always there between us. I do love you, Ross.
What?
What's the matter?
How could you do it?
What do you mean?
The pieces all fit together now. It makes sense for a change.
Ross.
You were always there beside her, weren't you? The pal, the faithful sister.
Oh, you're wrong. I didn't...
Don't lie to me. I've got to hand it to you, Francia. You did a great job. Magnificent. Never made a slip.
You don't understand.
I'm afraid I do. She was two people, wasn't she? She was herself, and she was what you made her, with your vicious, insinuating remarks. I only hope I can put the pieces together again. Let me out. I have an important phone call to make.
In the middle of the park?
I don't care where we are. Pull over, will you?
Oh, Ross, aren't you going to let me explain?
You've explained enough. And it wasn't only a stab in the back, sweetheart. It was an insult. I'd have to be pretty desperate before I'd fall in love with you.
I could kill you.
You could kill him, couldn't you, Francia? 5 years of careful, deadly planning gone for nothing. It was an insult, he said. If he weren't so bitter, he would have laughed at you. You drive through the park thinking, it's all over, isn't it? You've driven them together this time, done them a favor. Elise would never believe you this time. Or would she? You decide to take a chance and turn your car toward the Strathmore apartments again. Elise is probably still up, finishing her correspondence.
This time, there's no other way, Ross, dear. Killing oneself is wrong. I know. I only hope you'll try to understand. Goodbye, darling. Elise.
Yes, Francia, Elise has caught up on her correspondence. And now she stands at the window looking down into the street 10 floors below. The telephone rings in the bedroom, but Elise pays no attention. She isn't even conscious of the argument between Joe and Marie in the apartment next door.
I ought to kill you, you lying little rat. Why don't you admit it?
I wouldn't double-cross you, Joe. Why should I? What good would it... What's that?
Holy Christopher. Look down there.
Oh.
Somebody just fell out of a window.
Signal. New Signal gasoline. With the prologue of tonight's story, Coincidence, the Signal Oil Company brings you another of the strange tales by The Whistler. If you drive a car, this timely warning from the National Safety Council is for you. During 1 year, 97,800 persons were killed right here in America in accidents. Of the deaths caused by autos, 1 out of 5 occurred when roads were wet or slippery. 1 out of 5 when drivers' vision was obscured. Fortunately, precautions can be taken to help prevent these two types of accidents. For instance, tires that are worn smooth tend to skid more readily. But a deep, heavy retread job, the kind Signal gasoline dealers are prepared to give your tires, will restore their grip on the road, help you stop more quickly. And if a worn windshield wiper is leaving streaks across your vision, Signal gasoline dealers will install a fine new Rainmaster blade while you wait. So have your tire tread and your windshield wiper checked the next time you're at your neighborhood Signal gasoline dealers. You'll feel a lot better, knowing your car is prepared for the wet weather driving ahead. And it may help save a life. Possibly your own. And now, back to the Whistler.
Yes, Francia, coincidence can kill, particularly when there's someone to help it over the humps. The suicide of your sister Elise is the center of it, of course. And the other threads are beginning to weave together now. The thread Joe Fortescue contributed when he got out of the taxi at the side entrance of the Strathmore Apartments at 10:30 and went directly to room 1072 next door to Elise. The thread that put Ambrose Marks, detective, in the lobby at the same time. And most important of all, the thread that placed you and Ross together in your car at 5 minutes to 11 in the middle of Central Park. There's an excited crowd milling around the base of the apartment building as you arrive.
Quiet, everybody. We haven't identified her yet.
What's the matter?
Some woman's hurt. Maybe killed here.
Stand back, away from the curb, everyone.
That's a detective. She fell from a window up there.
Let me through, please.
Stand back, please.
Let me through. Who is she? Who?
We don't know. Now stand back, lady.
Well, where's the body? Maybe I
Sorry,
can...
lady. Now please move on.
But I tell you
Later, lady. All right, folks. The lady's
Let me through
dead.
here, please.
There's nothing we can
Pardon
do
me,
for
please.
her.
Thank you. Let me through, please.
Going up?
Yes.
What floor, ma'am?
10, please.
Right. Have they found out who she is yet?
No.
Great guy, Detective Marks. Ain't even figured out what floor she jumped from yet. Or was thrown from.
What do you mean, thrown?
I got my own ideas. A guy came up here a while ago who looked like he was ready to put the fix on somebody. All bundled up with a scarf over his face.
You mean it was murder?
What else? Oh, what was that floor again?
10.
Funny. That's where he got off, too.
Elise? Elise, are you in here? Lights, where's that switch? Oh, yes. Well, here's her medicine. That note she was writing. Ross, darling, I'm going to kill myself tonight, and I want you to know why. It's clear now that I can't live either with you or without you. It was Elise.
Going down? Main floor?
Yes.
I was right, you know.
About what?
The guy in the tan coat. Wasn't I just talking to you?
Oh, yes. You mean the man who was angry?
Yeah, the guy in the tan coat and the muffler. Dame on the ninth floor's really got the goods on him. Heard him and the girl fighting upstairs right over her apartment. 2 minutes later, boom, she's on the pavement. There you are. Main floor.
Just a minute. Going up. 10, please.
Oh,
Hey, what's the matter? Where are you going?
I'll be right back.
Hello, Ross.
Oh, it's you. On your way up to get your nickel's worth?
I've been up. She isn't there.
Well, I'll go up and wait. And by the way, you might as well go. I want to see her alone.
Naturally.
Any objections?
No.
Well, that's mighty decent of you. Say, what's the matter? Why are all these people in the lobby? And where did that boy go?
He's over there with the police lieutenant.
Police? Well, what are they doing here?
There he is, Chief, in my elevator. That's the guy.
Are you sure?
Positive. That's the guy in the tan coat.
Well, Francia, that throws a new light on things, doesn't it? For the first time in your life, you have Ross where you want him. And you smile to yourself, thinking of the suicide note, tucked away in your purse. You could clear him in a second, couldn't you, Francia, if you wanted to? But you'd rather watch him squirm, stammering answers to Detective Marks's sharp questions, trying to fight his way out of the tangled mass of circumstantial evidence, piling up around him after you've both identified the body.
All right, Mr. Mansfield. The taxi driver and the elevator boy have both identified you positively as the man in the tan coat who got off at the 10th floor shortly before your wife's death. The lady in the apartment downstairs says it was your voice she heard in the apartment overhead.
Listen, Lieutenant, I tell you there's something wrong somewhere.
Miss LeGrand, isn't it true that Mr. and Mrs. Mansfield had several serious quarrels during the past month?
Well, Oh, Ross, what'll I say?
I'm asking you, Miss LeGrand.
I'd rather not answer.
Oh, you'd rather not answer. You know how that sounds, don't you? All right, it's true. We hadn't been getting along. But that has nothing to do with tonight. All right, Mansfield. We don't seem to be getting anywhere. I'll ask you to be available to the DA's office on 15 minutes' notice until the inquest is held. That clear? Very well, Mr. Marks.
It's pleasant, isn't it, Francia? Ross is really squirming now, desperately trying to get out from under. You follow the papers carefully during the next few days, full of the man in the tan coat. Headlines screaming of Ross Mansfield, prominent architect, suspect in wife killing. The district attorney refusing to comment, stating an indictment should be forthcoming soon. And out of the welter of guessing, out of the quotes from informed sources, out of the analyses by crime experts, there comes one significant fact. The only thing that can save Ross Mansfield is an alibi. That puts it up to you, doesn't it, Francia? You have the power of life and death over him now. You can kill this man with a single statement.
Hello, Ross.
What are you doing here?
It's rather important, or I wouldn't have come.
All right.
Have you, decided what you're going to say at the inquest tomorrow?
Of course. There's nothing to worry about, Francia. All we have to do is tell the truth.
Ross, do you still feel the same about me?
How can you talk like that?
Well, I'm only asking you.
Skip it, will you?
You don't have to jump at me.
Francia, she was my wife. I loved her. She's dead. Does that mean anything to you? No, it doesn't, does it? It ought to, though. It ought to be on your conscience as long as you live.
What are you talking about?
They're right. She didn't kill herself. You murdered her. Just the same as if you'd shot her with a gun.
That's where you're wrong. You killed her, Ross. Or, haven't you read the papers? Well, don't say anything. I'm going. See you tomorrow at the inquest.
You decided then and there, didn't you, Francia? You're tired of watching him squirm now. You're going to put him out of his misery. It was murder, wasn't it, Francia? He's right. But murder doesn't bother you. You watch the flames creep slowly across the suicide note, the only other thing that could save him, and smile as you think of the inquest.
Order, please. Order. Lieutenant Marks, are you ready with your first witness?
Yes, Mr. Coroner. I'd like to impress on the jury the fact that the testimony of this witness is perhaps more important than that of any other in this case. For that reason, I'm calling her first. Miss Legrand, will you take the stand, please?
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Sit down.
Miss Legrand, what is your relation to the deceased?
I'm her sister.
Would you say that the marriage of Mr. and Mrs. Mansfield was a happy one?
No.
There were quarrels?
Yes, lots of them.
Have you any idea what caused them?
I think so.
What?
Mr. Mansfield was rather fond of me.
Francia, you know that's not true.
Just a minute, Mr. Mansfield. Proceed, Lieutenant.
Well, is it true, Miss Legrand?
It is. He's in love with me.
I see. Now, this is very important, Miss Legrand. Were you or were you not with Mr. Mansfield riding in your automobile in Central Park between the hours of 10:45 and 11:05 on the night of your sister's death?
I was not.
You realize you're under oath.
I do.
You realize the consequences of this testimony.
Yes, I do. I didn't see him all evening. I swear I didn't. Is that enough?
Yes, Miss Legrand. That's enough.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, because Americans are curious people, like to know what makes things tick, I want to explain just what it is that gives new Signal gasoline its amazing power and performance. You see, science has long known that the way the atoms in gasoline molecules are arranged determines how much power you get from the gasoline. Well, in old-style gasolines, the atoms were left just as nature arranged them. But recently, certain chemists actually found out how to rearrange the atoms to give amazing new performance to new Signal gasoline, which explains why new Signal isn't just pre-war quality gasoline, not just old-style gasoline improved, but an entirely new type super fuel packed with thrilling power. For the fun of feeling your car get young again, make this test, won't you? Try just one tankful of new Signal gasoline. Feel its quicker starting. See its faster pickup. Hear the smooth purr of your motor, thanks to Signal's high anti-knock. And check your speedometer for proof that with new Signal, you do go farther than ever. And then you be the judge. See if you don't agree that new Signal actually is the new post-war gasoline you can prove is superior. And now, back to the Whistler.
Yes, Francia, coincidence can kill a man, particularly if mixed up in it somewhere, there's a mind full of hatred to fill in the gaps. The case is complete, even though the inquest is hardly underway. They were right, Francia. Everything depended on your testimony on the alibi.
Just a minute, Miss Legrand. I'm not finished. If you weren't with Mansfield, where were you?
I was out for a drive.
Alone?
Yes?
Anyone see you?
No?
That's a pretty weak alibi.
Alibi? See here, I'm not under suspicion.
That's where you're wrong. Exhibit A, please. Recognize this?
What?
A box of poison, Miss Legrand, purchased by you on the night of the murder.
Poison?
Some people call it a sedative, but it's powerful enough to kill when taken in quantity. And it was taken in quantity. Enough of this drug was found in your sister's stomach to support this officer's contention that she was dead or nearly so before the fall.
I didn't buy it.
But you did buy it. I intend to call the druggist to the stand to prove it.
She sent me for it. I never saw it after I brought it to her.
Then how does it happen that your fingerprints are on the metal box?
Why, the box was on the note. Yes, that's it. She used the box for a paperweight to hold the note down.
What note?
The suicide note. I burned it.
Oh, there was a suicide note, and you burned it. Why?
I don't know.
I see. You're asking the jury to believe that your sister committed suicide and that you deliberately went out of your way to incriminate yourself.
I had no reason to kill her.
You just testified you had every reason to kill her. You're in love with Mansfield. You implied as much not 1 minute ago. You hated your sister, didn't you?
I didn't hate her. We got along beautifully.
And I'm prepared to put your sister's maid on the stand to testify that you had a crucial quarrel with Mrs. Mansfield over her husband less than an hour before she was murdered.
She wasn't murdered. What about the man in the tan coat?
His name is Joe Fortescue. He's been in custody for 2 days.
Wait a minute. You're wrong. You can't go ahead with this. You're accusing me of murder.
Right. Murder in the first degree. Premeditated. Willful.
Oh, you can't. They'll send me... Oh, no, listen. Lieutenant, you've got to believe me.
That's
Please,
just
believe
what
me.
we're doing. We're believing you. We believe you when you say your relationship with Mansfield was not exactly platonic.
I know.
We believe you when you swear you weren't with him at the time of the murder.
Oh, but I lied. Ross, tell them I lied. I couldn't have killed her. I was with you. Wasn't I, Ross? Wasn't I with you?
You have anything to say, Mansfield? Lieutenant, Well? All right, Lieutenant. I was with her.
There, you see, that proves it. I couldn't have killed her.
It does prove something.
What do you mean?
It proves he loves you. As far as the murder goes, you're going to have to convince a jury. And believe me, it's going to take a lot of convincing.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, The Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. This program, directed by George W. Allen, with tonight's story by Harold Swanton, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking, reminding you to look for those familiar yellow and black circle signs that identify those popular Signal Oil stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
The thrilling adventures of the Shadow are on the air, brought to you each week at this time by your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. A spell of fair weather may fool you into thinking that winter is through for this year. But don't you believe it. There is still cold weather ahead of us. So play safe and make sure you have a good supply of blue coal on hand. It's especially wise to make sure you get blue coal. because blue coal is particularly prepared for home heating. There are many different qualities of coal, as you know. But when you order blue coal, you can be sure of getting the finest quality coal for your money. And that means real comfort plus economy. So get in touch with your neighborhood blue coal dealer tomorrow. Order your blue coal right away. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The secret of hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Today's drama, Altar of Death.
And I can see that travel folder now, Lamont. You want peace and quiet. Come to beautiful San Luis, the island paradise.
Do those tom-toms bother you, Margot?
Well, they do funny things to my spine.
Well, probably some native festival. Shall we go back into the hotel?
No, somehow I feel safer out here on the veranda.
You know, interesting thing about those islands, no matter how much modern civilization appears in the cities, back in the bush, back in the jungles, the native reverts to type.
Well, if you think you're making me feel any better, you're wrong. I thought we came to Port San Luis for a rest. Might as well try to get a rest in the subway station.
Howdy. Where in places are you? Howdy.
Who's that?
One of the guests. See, he's coming up on the veranda.
Where's that proprietor? Howdy.
Oh, Mr. Eustace.
Eh? You called me. Who's there?
Lamont Cranston, Mr. Eustace.
Oh, yes. Couldn't see you very well in this half light. Hello, Miss Lane.
Hello, Mr. Eustace. You look rather worried.
I am a bit. I say, look here, have you seen that native proprietor around anywhere, Cranston?
Only? Well, no, I haven't. Not since dinner.
I don't quite understand all this. There's something mighty strange going on.
I knew it, Lamont. The ceremonial was never listed on the travel folder.
You're quite right, Miss Lane. The village is deserted. Not a soul on the streets, and every shop is boarded up tight. There's going to be trouble. I'd like to know about it.
Yes, we all would.
I spoke to one old man who was crouching behind the door of his hut, but all I could get out of him was one native word that he kept repeating over and over.
Well, what was it, Eustace?
It sounded something like Gilmet.
Gilmet?
It is a rare word in Port St. Lucie, Miss Lane.
Well, there you are.
The word Gilmet, my friends, is not a word to be spoken lightly.
No? Well, what does it mean, Oni?
It is a native expression, Mr. Cranston, which means the night that eats men.
The night that eats men?
Is that why the natives are hiding behind locked doors?
Yes. It started, Mr. Eustace, some 10 years ago with the disappearance of a Scotch explorer and his wife named MacBaird. They vanished from this island and were never seen again. That was 10 years ago this very night.
But these MacBairds could have just gone away of their own accord, couldn't they?
They could have, yes. But on the same night, Miss Lane, every year for 10 years past, two people, a man and a woman, have disappeared without a trace from Port St. Lucie. That is why the natives call it Gilmet, the night that eats men.
Oh, ridiculous native superstition.
It does sound fantastic, Oni.
And decidedly unpleasant.
Look. The great and terrible Kulomo is calling for the yearly sacrifice.
What?
He means that volcanic island off the shore there to the east of San Luis.
Oh, yes.
Why, smoke seems to be rising from its crater.
But that volcano is extinct. Is the island inhabited?
Yes, by the spirits, the evil spirits, the rulers of darkness.
Oh, now, look here, Oni. I can understand these poor ignorant blighters in the village going overboard on this superstition business. But you've had the advantage of an education. Surely you can't believe all this nonsense.
In your land you have few superstitions. But here on San Luis it is different. I know. I have seen.
Well, I do know it's true, Cranston, that you can't get a native to go within 3 miles of that island.
It is death to set foot on it.
Oh, hey, what was that? Well, what did you say, Ernie?
Lamont, he's terrified.
Oh, forgive me. Now, look, Ernie, look. If you're in trouble or danger, you forgive me, please. Well, we'll be waiting outside here for you, Ernie. Waiting outside. Oh, I know you are here somewhere. You have come for me. I am ready to die. You, that in the window. Come. I am ready.
Ernie's expression is like
Death, Mr. Eustace.
Oh, no, Lamont.
Who killed him?
A native, I'd say. See this tiny poisoned dart stuck in his throat?
Yes.
That did the job.
Ernie seemed to know this was coming.
Listen.
Weird flute music again.
Came from somewhere outside. Can you see anything from that window, Margot?
Lamont, there's a figure running down to the beach.
Where?
See? Look, there in the moonlight.
He's getting into a canoe.
We've got to stop him. Come on. Out this door here.
There he goes. Seems to be pulling away from shore rapidly.
Can you recognize him?
I'm afraid the moon isn't bright enough for that.
Wait. Whoever it is, he'll go around the island and land somewhere on the opposite shore.
Why do you say that, Miss Lane?
Well, there isn't another body of land anywhere around here that he could escape to,
Except that volcanic island, Colombo.
That's where he seems to be headed. Eustace, where can I get a boat?
Lamont.
You're not going to follow us there.
That's right.
In spite of the legend that no one has ever returned from that island?
Yes, Margot. How about it, Eustace? The boat.
I have a slow but sturdy fishing launch, Cranston. You may have it on one condition.
Oh, what's that?
That you let me come along.
Glad to have you, Eustace. I suppose you realize that this isn't going to be exactly a pleasure trip.
I understand that.
Well, then, what are we waiting for?
You too, Margot?
Well, you didn't think I was going to stay here on San Luis alone, did you? Come on, let's go.
Can you see him, Eustace?
Right. They're dead on his trail.
Good. Wish I thought to bring a gun with me.
I have one on the boat, Cranston. It's off in the leather side pocket there. Miss Lane can reach it for you.
Oh, yes. Here it is, Lamont.
Thanks. Eustace, never get any more speed out of this boat. He's pulling away from the moor.
I've got it wide open now. I think he wasn't really far. I say, Cranston, there's an arm of water just up ahead there that's thick with submerged reefs and rocks. It's a favorite underground of the sharks that infest these waters. Even the native fishermen avoid it.
Do we have to go through that, Lamont? That man in the canoe's going around it.
We've got to, Margot. We're going to head him off.
We'll be tempting fate if we try it.
It's our one chance to overtake him.
I tell. Mighty slim with it, that.
Well, what do you say, Margot? Shall we go after him or turn back?
I know what your choice is, Lamont. And it's mine, too.
Good. I knew you'd say that. You game, Eustace?
Right, but it's a good thing I'm a bachelor.
I'm going to risk a shot before he gets too far out of range.
Don't miss. He might be a nasty customer with those poison darts.
Yeah. Well, here goes. Oh, not so good.
Well, what's happened to old Dead-Eye Dick, Lamont?
I don't know, Margot. Well, I won't miss this time.
Cranston. Better conserve our ammunition. What's left in the gun is all I have.
Yes, and we don't know what we're liable to run into on that island.
Hold on. Hold on.
Oh.
There. Well, still in one piece, Eustace?
Right, so launch may not be fast, but she's fairly sturdy.
Well, Lamont, I could swear I saw a big shark just licking his chops a moment ago.
Take it easy, Eustace. We'll pick our way through this stretch of water. We've gained enough to afford it.
Right,
Lamont, look. Those fires on the shore of the island.
I see them.
Oh, they seem to be moving.
Your fires are natives holding torches, Margot.
Yes, and some of the evenings are coming out from the island shore in canoes.
Well, a reception committee.
More than that, Cranston. That's the fire ceremonial. The death cart.
So, the hunters become the prey.
Well, let's turn back quickly, Lamont.
Those canoes are filled with savages. You know what that means.
I guess you're right, Eustace. Back it is.
Yes, and let's see if we can't get a little more speed out of this launch.
Right,
Eustace, they're coming at us fast.
Can't get any more out of this boat. Try them.
Uh-oh.
Well, Eustace, we couldn't have picked a better time for the motor to go dead.
It's quite an appropriate word at the moment.
And the native's only about 50 yards away from that prey of yours, Lamont.
Well, we still have a gun.
Now, don't shoot at them, Cranston. You haven't enough bullets to do any good. Without blowguns and poison darts, we wouldn't have a chance.
I guess you're right, Eustace.
Lamont,
Yes, Margot.
any ideas?
Not a glimmer.
Well, we've been in tight places before.
Yes, but this one is a prize winner. Looks like we're in for it, Margot. Here they come. In just a moment, we'll continue with Act Two of Altar of Death. First, here's something that concerns your health, your comfort, and your pocketbook, all three. What is it? It's simply the advice to heat your home with blue coal. You see, blue coal is tailor-made for your home. That is to say, it's carefully sized and graded to fit the special requirements of your furnace. That's why it gives you even, comfortable, dependable warmth throughout the house in every room. That's why it's also such a money saver. It burns so efficiently that you enjoy real economy with blue coal. When, on top of all this, your home is equipped with the new Blue Coal automatic heat regulator, then you certainly have a modern home heating combination that's mighty hard to beat. The Blue Coal heat regulator is easily and quickly installed. Quickly removed, too, in case you move. And it's easy to operate. You'll be amazed to discover the thousands of steps, yes, literally thousands, this regulator will save you in the course of a season. Ask your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer to tell you all about it. He's listed under the words Blue Coal in the yellow section of your classified phone directory. Now, back to the shadow. They're the most savage crew I've ever seen.
The native in the lead boat wants to talk, Lamont.
Huh?
You know, fight!
What did he say?
He's asking us to surrender without fighting. They evidently mean to take us alive.
They could kill us in a minute if they wanted to. We still have a chance this way.
Mr. Eustace is right, Lamont. We still have a chance.
You know, fight!
Okay. We won't fight. At least temporarily.
I take you to chief. Katomo, Kanamosak! Katomo!
Largest hut in the village. Must be the chief.
I hope he likes us. Where's Mr. Eustace? He was right behind us a moment ago.
He was hauled off in another direction, Margot.
Lamont, you don't think that...
No. Let's not cross bridges before we come to them, Margot.
Kanamura! This chief house. Going.
Pushing the back is hardly a formal invitation.
Guess we haven't much choice, Lamont.
I bring prisoners. This.
Good evening. I've been expecting you.
But you're not.
Surprised to see a white man here, huh? But we turn up everywhere, I suppose. We'll introduce ourselves later. Meanwhile, I imagine you're rather hungry after your little ocean voyage. We'll fix that immediately. Aluba!
Yeah, now, look, all we want
No
is...
trouble at all. Aluba, Kauto, Congo. I've told them to take your friend into the village to bring food.
Why have you done all this?
Why? My subjects think you are man and wife. That is why your friend has been separated from you. You'll find the Kulti a very peculiar people, with many strange customs. They're idolaters, all of them. Worship a thing called Mulhava.
Mulhava? Then...
Aye. A rather savage deity that the natives feel requires human sacrifice. Beastly cat, Mulhava.
I don't think we're going to like it.
Ah, the lady needn't fear. I'm on the very best of terms with the Kulti. As a matter of fact, I shall go on ahead now and have the natives prepare for you.
You're very kind.
I'm happy to oblige.
Lamont,
Yes, Margot.
did you see the initials on the silver belt buckle he was wearing?
No, I didn't notice.
They were capital M, A-C, capital B.
Capital M-A-C, capital B.
Yes. Didn't Oni tell us that the first two people to vanish from Port St. Louis were a Mr. Miss Baird and his wife?
Yes, Margot. I'm afraid he did.
Well, you don't seem to mind our little adventure, Mr. Eustace.
Yes, I noticed that too, Margot.
Well, Miss Lane, Mr. Cranston, this supper our absent host has given us is enough to bring a dead man back to health.
You're very gracious, Mr. Eustace. Now, as you were saying while I was gone, Mr. Cranston, this man, Oni, I believe his name was, told you 2 people who disappeared from Port St. Luce every year on this night. And shortly after telling you this, he was found murdered.
Why do you put that in the form of a question? It's evident that you've been listening to every word we've said.
Aye, Mr. Cranston. A bad habit of mine. Very bad.
Only also mentioned a man named McBain.
I see. Are you quite finished your meal?
Why, yes, thank you. And now, if you could let us have some fuel for our boat.
No. You must accept my hospitality and stay the night. Or at least part of the night. The natives are well prepared for you.
What's that?
I use this gong to summon my servant.
The natives are coming for the stream.
Oh, thank you, my dear. This is my wife. The natives took rather a fancy to her and made her a priestess. We are both devout worshippers, as a matter of fact.
Hey, what's going on here?
Your friend Oni told you about the man and woman who disappear every year from Port St. Luce. Did he name Mr. Cranston?
Yes?
It is my pleasure to inform you, sir, that you and Miss Lane are the 2 who disappeared this year.
No!
Aye. The native in the canoe rather lured you on, I believe. He was the witch doctor of the Kulti tribe who went to Port St. Luce to murder Oni because poor Oni, he knew too much.
Oh, I see. You were behind that, too.
Aye. He had fallen away from the tribal laws. As for you see, a man and a woman must be killed in Mulhaba's honor on this night. You met, as it is called on Port St. Luce.
What is your part in all this, McBain?
For 10 years, I have engineered the disappearances of a man and a woman for the purpose of the Mulhaba sacrifice.
But why?
This volcanic island is some of the richest diamond territory in the world, Miss Lane.
So that's it.
Aye. I'm paid for my trouble in diamonds, which are worth more to me than to the savages, since I can reach the American and European markets. You see, it's a perfect system.
Not quite so perfect as it seems, though, you know.
No?
No. Because you've overlooked the fact that I have Mr. Eustace's revolver.
Oh?
Now, you take it to our boat and see that we...
Oh, yes, Cranston, I forgot to tell you.
What, Eustace?
The gun is only loaded with blanks. You see, I've never given it to you if it were actually loaded.
You're in on this, too.
Of course, Miss Lane.
I happened to be Mr. McBain's contact with his markets abroad. It was an excellent deception, don't you think? Your coming here was playing very carefully.
Oh, the Margot.
Don't worry, Margot.
The natives are here.
I will speak to them, my dear.
Agato! Es tanto gori, sofa grani, ulumo, mulhava!
I have just told my subjects to take you to the Temple of the Altar of Death on the rim of the volcano. There, after due ceremony, you will be cast into its bottomless pit in flames as a sacrifice to our idol, Mulhava.
Oh, no, McBain, it's not going to be as easy
for me, you fool.
Come on, look out! Lamont! Mr. McBain, your native is killed.
Nay, not yet. I couldn't deprive my people of their innocent little fun. No, I am saving you both for the fire sacrifice.
Any luck, Lamont?
Afraid not, Margot. This temple's dungeon seems to be hewn out of lava formation.
Will they come for us soon?
Can't say, Margot. I don't know how they run these things.
Oh, Lamont.
Oh, now, Margot. Mustn't let that lunatic McBad enjoy himself over our fear.
Oh, you're right. Is this it, Lamont?
Looks like it, Margot. I don't see how we can possibly get out.
Someone at the door. Have they come?
A little sliding panel. There's a face peering in, Margot.
It is I, Mrs. McBear.
Mrs. McBain.
I want to help you. As I've tried to help all the other poor souls who've fallen into my husband's power.
Oh.
Oh, I hate him. He's evil.
You hate him?
Aye.
Will you help us escape?
Oh, no. I want to, but they'd kill me if I did that. All I can do is to tell you the weak place. in my husband's armor. For what you can make out of it.
Yes, Mrs. McBain.
The natives fear him. They think he's Mulhava's disciple. They fall on their knees before him. They even made me serve as priests to keep up the pretense. But if they ever should discover that he uses them and their God for his own selfish ends, they turn on him.
I understand you, Mrs. McBain. And I think I see a chance.
What do you mean, Lamont?
Margot, perhaps the shadow can find a way out. Mrs. McBain, there's nothing I can do unless you open that door.
Oh, they'd kill me.
You must, I tell you, if we're all to have a chance.
If I open it, I warn you I'm armed, and if you attempt to escape, I'll have to kill you in self-defense.
I agree to those terms, Mrs. McBain.
Very well. Just a moment.
I'd better make a break for it, Margot. I'll be looking out for you.
Good luck, Shadow.
You feel it, Lane?
Nothing.
Yes, you're nervous. Mr. Cranston. Mr. Cranston.
Where is he? He's gone, Mrs. McBain.
Gone? Oh, no. I'll be killed for this. I'll be... They're coming. They're coming.
I'll help you, Mrs. McBain. I'll do my best to help you. Here comes my husband.
Well, Miss Lane, Mr. Where's Cranston? Where is he? Ah, my dear, this is some of your gentle work.
Oh, she couldn't help it. He escaped. She couldn't have stopped him.
Cranston is gone.
Gone. We're done for. The natives won't take just a woman.
No, they will not. They insist on a man, too. But I think we can work out of that emergency. Don't you, Eustace?
Off you made, McBain.
We have Miss Lane, have we not?
Professional man.
You forget me. We have you. Oh,
The joke you would do a thing like that. Besides, you need this too much.
I need the natives more, Eustace. Mulhava, Coro, Sugo!
No, McBain, no play. No
take that man, take him. He and Miss Lane will make up our sacrifice to the mighty Mulhava. Oh, Mulhava, we bring this man and woman before your awful presence. Send us good fortune and plentiful food and the shining stones buried in the earth. Apply the torch to the man. Now, send his soul to Mulhava and cast him into the crater of Kulumo, a flaming sacrifice.
Now, McBain, now have mercy, have mercy.
Mulhava, receive this offering. Now the woman, light the human torch.
Drop that brand. Drop it, I say.
What's that? I heard the voice.
So, Macbeth, you would set yourself up as a king?
It's coming from the idol.
Your evil reign is at an end, Macbeth.
Magato, Mulhava, speak.
You, priest of Mulhava, you understand me. Let there be no more human sacrifices.
Shiva! No more sacrifice.
Release that woman and set her free. Free the man who came to this island with her. And send them both from Kulumo in safety.
Yes, Mulhava. We do as you say. We obey Mulhava. Hello, Mulhava has spoken. No, you will not do as he says. If those who get back to Port San Luce alive, they'll come for me and take me away.
Mulhava has spoken. We obey.
Hello, you do as I say. I'm ruler here.
Don't heed this man. Send the prisoners back to Port San Luce. And let there never be a human sacrifice in Kulumo again.
We hear. We do the will of Mulhava.
You listen to me, ignorant havoc dog. There's no such thing as Mulhava. That's just a lump of painted clay. I'm Mulhava. I built that fool idol. It's me you'll obey. Do you hear me?
You will not obey him. You will do as I have said.
Yes, we obey you.
Aluma, I'll show you that the idol's made of clay. I'll show you who's more powerful. What's this? There, it's cracked and broken, your idol, Mulhava. I guess that'll quiet your almighty highness. Well, don't stand there staring at me.
You break Mulhava. You die.
Wait a minute. No, wait a minute. It was only a joke. A joke. I'll build you another idol, another one. And don't come no closer to me now.
You die.
Back! Get back, I say. I got a gun here. Stop or I'll shoot. Stop!
And as they say in the travelogue pictures, There, fading into the setting sun, we take our last look at the beautiful and... terrible island of Port St. Louis and Columo.
And it was pretty terrible, Lamont. I'll never believe another travel folder. Peace and quiet, huh?
Well, you can believe them from now on, Margot. The government is going to civilize and educate those natives. And as for McBain, well, I can't help thinking that he got a sort of poetic justice.
How do you mean?
His own death came in the form of a sacrifice to the clay idol that he had created as a weapon to hold over the heads of the natives. The god he created destroyed him. In just a moment, we'll bring you a special feature of America at War. But first, we present John Barclay, Blue Coal's home heating expert. Mr. Barclay.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good afternoon, friends. At this time of year, with rapidly changing temperatures, it's very important to know how to bank your fire properly to ensure the utmost comfort. Now, there's no magic about banking your fire, but there is a right way and a wrong way of doing it. For example, many people still cling to the old-fashioned practice of banking the fire with ashes. Of course, this is wrong. It only smothers the fire, and it often causes clinkers. On the other hand, if you bank the fire correctly, you'll not only save fuel, but you'll get quick heat in the morning as soon as you open the draft. Now, if by any chance you're not quite sure of the right method of banking the fire, or if you have any other questions on the operation of your furnace, take my advice. Call your neighborhood blue coal dealer and tell him your trouble. He'll be only too glad to send his John Barclay serviceman to help you. This man is a graduate of our training school. He'll show you how to bank the fire properly. And he can give you many other hints on how to run your furnace so you'll get more and better heat and save fuel besides. This is an exclusive blue coal dealer service. Thank you.
The Shadow program is based on a story copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. We bring you now a dramatic episode that might happen to you.
Hello, Ed. How are you? What's new? Hiya, Mac. What are you so happy about? Boy, I'm having a good time these days, Ed. Making good money and spending it, too. Yeah, listen, fella. This country's at war. No time to throw your dough around. Oh, come on. Don't be a sourpuss. What do you want me to do with my money? Buy defense bonds and stamps. And listen, buy them regularly. Every payday.
Right. Friends, now is no time for extravagance. Now is the time to put your money to work for your country. Buy defense bonds and stamps regularly every payday. Urge your friends to buy. Talk it up among your fellow employees. Many firms already are represented 100%. For example, every single employee of the D&W Coal Company, producers of blue coal, has subscribed to buy defense bonds regularly. Let's show the axis that for nations as well as for men,
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly blue coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen. And be sure to phone your neighborhood blue coal dealer for greater heating comfort at less cost. Remember, keep the home fires burning with blue coal. This story was produced by the D&W Coal Company, distributors of blue coal. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Betty. I'm glad you called. You'll have to give me a rain check tonight, Angel. Some girl just dropped by with an interesting proposition, and I can't afford to pass it by. Yet I'll be hanged if I touch it.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the Dutch doll. Before we join the Falcon in a new and exciting adventure, here is something else that's new and exciting. Kraft Salad Oil, the wonderful new salad oil just put on the market for your home use by the makers of all those other wonderful Kraft products. Kraft Salad Oil is more than just a new salad oil. It's a new kind of salad oil, a lighter-bodied oil designed to mix smoothly and perfectly with all the other ingredients you use in your homemade salad dressings, your delicious chiffon cakes, in fact, in every recipe you have that calls for liquid shortening. The reason Kraft Salad Oil is a lighter-bodied oil is that it's made by a special process created by Kraft called superfining. The first time you try this wonderful new lighter-bodied superfine salad oil, you'll know you've discovered something really new, really wonderful. So don't wait. Get Kraft Salad Oil tomorrow. Look for the bottle with the beautiful label. And now, the case of the Dutch doll. It is late Sunday evening in New York. The kind of night where only Noah would feel at home. But Harry Roberts, the stocky gentleman in a wet overcoat, is no biblical character. Harry is Dutch Stevens' chief lieutenant, and right now he's on a mission for his boss. He tries the door of a nearby telegraph office. Finding it locked, begins banging on the glass.
Hey, you. Open up. Come on, open up. What's the matter, you deaf?
Just a second.
Well, about time. I could float away out there. Boy. I want to send a couple of wires.
Oh, sorry, mister. We're closed for the night.
Well, open up again. Now, one telegram...
you don't
goes...
understand. It's the company rule.
Well, change it.
Hey, who do you think you are?
Just a guy with a gun.
Oh.
Now, do we send those telegrams?
Oh, sure. Sure.
That's a good boy. Now, the same wire goes to 3 guys. Write down their names. George Hendricks, Hotel Fortunata, Chicago. Bill Rhinebeck, Daffodil Club, Reno, Nevada. And Christopher Londos, that's Londos. Hemsley Building, Los Angeles. Got that?
Yeah.
Must see you June 29th at my place.
Must see you June 29th at my place.
New York.
New York. Anything else?
No, that's all. Just sign it, Dutch Stevens.
Dutch Stevens.
Now, can you add a P.S. to the one going to Londos?
You mean you want to continue the message to him?
Yeah, bright. Make it read, "This is it," and sign it Harry.
Just those 3 words.
Don't worry, Buster. Mr. Londos is a smart boy. He'll catch on. Now, start pounding that out.
Mr. Christopher Londos. Hemsley Building.
Well, now, if you gentlemen will give me your attention for a moment, I'd like to explain the purpose of this meeting. You're probably wondering why I called it.
Now that you mention it, we are.
Well, I've been doing a little thinking lately, Londos. I've come to the conclusion it's pretty ridiculous for you, Hendricks, Rhinebeck, and myself to be constantly at each other's throats.
Well,
So what I propose is a combine.
what's wrong with the agreement we've got now, Dutch?
Nothing, except nobody's abided by it. You, Londos, have been running joints in my territory.
Now, look here, Stevens.
Don't bother denying it, Chris. I caught 4 of your hoods in New York last week, and don't tell me they came to see the Empire State Building.
What's the matter? Didn't you try to open a club in Los Angeles?
Sure I did. And what did it cost you to close it?
Enough.
That's exactly my point. Why spend time and money fighting each other? With one organization, we could cut down on overhead. I'm willing to bet now you'll increase your take at least 50%.
And who is going to be head of this organization?
I am.
That's what I figure. And what's going to prevent you from, say, someday deciding you don't need Londos and freeze him out?
Now, don't talk like a kid, Londos.
No, I think I've got a very important point there.
You don't know what you're saying. No, I think the rest of these boys are willing to go along. Am I right, gentlemen? Well, Make up your mind, Landis.
I think maybe I'd try it alone for a while.
You're making a serious mistake.
Could be. But you got to prove it to me first.
All right, Landis. And I don't imagine that'll be quite as difficult as you think.
There he comes now, Jerry. Open the door. Hello, Harry.
Hi, Landis. Get away from here fast.
All right, Jerry. Suppose you drive around the park.
No. Tell him to head out toward Brooklyn.
Relax, Harry. Everything's going to be okay.
Not too sure, Landis. Dutch is plenty sore.
My. He make any plans for me?
Yeah. Sending 8 men out to the coast tomorrow.
You know their names?
Yeah, I got them all written down. Here.
Steve Donahue, Albert Saber. Now, this is fine stuff, Harry. How they go?
They fly. Taking the 5 o'clock plane.
I see they get nice reception.
Tell him to watch out for Donahue. He's one of Dutch's best.
Jerry, when we get back to the hotel, remind me to make a couple of calls.
Listen, Landis, before you start the rough stuff, I still think you can make a deal with Dutch.
No use, Harry. We already tried.
Well, let me try once more. If I can work on him the right way...
Okay, Harry. You work on him. But just the same, I think I'm gonna make those calls.
Is that you, Harry?
Yeah, you busy, Dutch?
No. Come on in. What's on your mind?
Well, look, Dutch, I don't know how to say this.
You don't know how to say what?
Well, I've been with you for a long time.
15 years, isn't it?
Yeah. Never once did I open my yap and give advice when it wasn't asked for.
But obviously now you'd like to break a precedent, huh?
I think you're making a big mistake in the way you're handling Landis.
Well, what would you suggest I do?
Give him a separate deal.
Well, why is he entitled to more than the others?
Because he's a lot smarter. You're going to have trouble with him, Dutch.
I doubt it.
Look, boss, I happen to know he'd take 10% extra.
How do you happen to know that?
Well, one of his boys approached me.
I thought I told you to stay away from them.
I couldn't help myself, Dutch. They dropped in at the Hawk Club last night.
Well, make sure it doesn't happen again. Yeah. See who that is.
Okay. All right, hold your horses. I'm coming.
Hello, Harry.
Kinsella.
Yeah, it's me, pal.
Well, when did you get out?
This morning. Where's Dutch?
Who is it, Harry?
Only me, Dutch.
Well, what are you doing here, Kinsella?
I want to thank you.
For what?
Didn't you spring me?
No.
Oh, quit kidding, Dutch. Who else would go to bat for me with the parole board?
I wish I knew.
Funny, I thought for sure you... Well, what difference does it make? It's good to see you, Dutch. It's been a long time.
Not long enough. I don't know what ideas you had.
Well, when I went to stir, you were supposed to look after things.
And I did, Kinsella. Very capably, too, if I say so myself. And if you think you're coming back to get on my gravy train, you got another guess coming.
So that's the way the wind blows.
That's the way it blows.
You got anything to say, Harry?
He's the boss, Kinsella.
I can see that. Mr. Big Shot in person. And I think we two are probably the only ones left to remember how he got his nickname.
Never mind the reminiscing.
Yeah, I guess it's a sign of old age. Okay, Dutch, take care of yourself. So long, Harry.
So long.
What's the matter, Harry? You look worried.
I am. You don't think it's an accident that Kinsella showed up at this time?
Don't you?
No. I tell you, Dutch, I don't like it. I don't like it one bit.
What you like, Harry, isn't too important.
You could avoid all the trouble if you only made a deal with Landis.
I told you I didn't want to discuss it further.
Ah, for Pete's sake, don't be so pig-headed. You know it's possible for you to be wrong once in a... Okay.
Sorry I lost my temper, Harry.
That's all right, boss. Forget it. After all, a big man like you is entitled to lose his head once in a while.
Hello?
Western Union calling. Is this the home of Mr. Dutch Stevens?
Yes.
I have a cable for Mr. Stevens. Is he there?
This is Mr. Stevens speaking.
Oh, it's from London, Mr. Stevens. The message reads, Dear Father, can't wait to see you. Taking Clipper tomorrow morning. Arriving New York Friday. Love, Beatrice.
Did you say Friday?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Harry. Harry!
Yeah? You want me?
Yes. Beatrice is coming home.
What?
She'll be here day after tomorrow.
You can't let her do that.
What's the matter with you, Harry? You don't seem to realize I haven't seen my daughter in 10 years.
Well, then it won't hurt to wait another one. All we need now is a dame around here to complicate things. If you ask me...
Well, go on.
Wait a minute. You see what I did?
Where?
Window.
Well, you're imagining things, Harry.
No. Get down, boy! Dutch. Dutch.
Yes?
They told me I could find Michael Waring here.
I don't know who they are, but they told you right.
Are you the one they call the Falcon?
When they can't think of anything worse. What's your name?
Beatrice Stevens.
Well, come in.
Thank you.
Sit down.
If you don't mind, I'd rather stand.
All right, suit yourself. Now, what can I do for you, Miss Stevens?
Well, I don't know if you can do anything.
Well, I certainly can't if I don't know the problem.
Well, to begin with, Dutch Stevens was my father. And what is that supposed to mean?
Just?
So you believe those stories, too?
What do you mean by those stories?
That he was a common gangster.
Well, wasn't he?
No, it's a lie.
You mean there was nothing common about him?
My father was a great man, Mr. Waring. Those stories were spread by his enemies. But Daddy never harmed a soul in his life.
Oh, it's too bad Capone isn't around to hear that. He would have enjoyed it.
I won't have you talk that way about my father.
Look, Miss Stevens, I know the Bible says honor thy parents, but believe me, they never had a guy like Dutch Stevens in mind.
You're lying.
Well, why do you think he was killed?
I don't know. But it must be part of some gigantic conspiracy.
Hey, wait a minute. You actually believe that, don't you?
Of course.
You never read about Dutch Stevens' exploits?
No.
Where have you been all these years?
In England, at Bedford School.
Oh, pretty fancy.
You know it?
Only by reputation. When was the last time you saw your father?
10 years ago.
You know anybody in town?
No.
Then how did you get my name?
I asked a police officer to recommend a good private detective.
Oh. And just what do you expect this detective to do for you?
Find my father's murderer.
Well, that's a job for the police.
You've got to help me, Mr. Waring. I don't know how I'm going to reimburse you, but I'll manage somehow.
Are you kidding?
I'll get a job.
The daughter of Dutch Stevens working? What happened to all his money?
What money?
Look, your old man was loaded, Beatrice. Rumor has it that in the last 2 years alone he managed to put away a couple of million. Now, where is it?
I have no idea.
Well, as his only child, you're entitled to it. Aren't you interested?
No.
Well, it interests me.
Then you'll find out who killed my father.
Let's put it this way, Angel. I'll try and find out what happened to his money. And if, incidentally, I can turn up his murderer, that's so much velvet.
It's lighter bodied. It's super fine.
It's Kraft Salad Oil, the first salad oil ever offered for your home use by the makers of those wonderful Kraft salad dressing products. The first time you use Kraft Salad Oil in one of your own homemade salad dressings, or in one of those big, beautiful chiffon cakes you make, or in any recipe that calls for liquid shortening, you'll know you've found a treasure. For Kraft Salad Oil is more than just a new salad oil. It's a new kind of salad oil. A lighter-bodied salad oil that blends perfectly with other ingredients. That's because Kraft Salad Oil is superfined salad oil. Yes, superfined by a special process created by Kraft. Because it's superfined, it's lighter-bodied. Because it's lighter-bodied, it blends new magic into your salad dressing, baking, and cooking masterpieces. So don't wait to try this new Kraft Salad Oil. Remember,
It's lighter bodied. It's super fine.
get Kraft Salad Oil tomorrow at your grocer's. Look for the bottles with the beautiful label. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 24 hours have passed since Mike Waring was hired by Dutch Stevens' daughter, Beatrice, to discover her father's killer. And now we find the Falcon making the grand tour. And his first port of call is a small bar on 86th Street.
Well, well, if it isn't Jack Kinsella.
Waring.
When did you get out?
A couple of days ago. You know, by rights, I ought to talk to you, Waring. Why did you refuse to help me when they framed me on that smuggling rap?
Well, in the first place, I wasn't asked.
Didn't Dutch Stevens try to hire you?
Was he supposed to?
Why, that dirty, rotten liar. That no good...
Now, don't stop on my account, Kinsella. I'm over 21. So friend Dutch gave you a double cross, huh?
What do you think?
I think if he did, he paid for it.
Meaning you believe I gunned him, huh?
Well, the cops will decide that.
You're barking up the wrong tree, man.
Well, look, Kinsella, you don't have to explain to me. I'm just interested in one thing. Would you know where I could locate Harry Roberts?
Why?
Because I'm working for Dutch Stevens' daughter.
Beatrice?
Yeah, you know her?
I heard Dutch mention her once or twice.
Well, she's a young lady of property, Kinsella, only we can't seem to locate the property.
What's that got to do with Harry?
Oh, I thought that being Dutch's closest friend, he might be the custodian.
I wouldn't know. Any more questions?
Yeah, just one. How did you get out?
What do you mean?
Well, as I recall it, your sentence was 10 to 20. You didn't serve anywhere near that.
I got friends.
Well, lucky you. Who was it, Harry Roberts?
What makes you think it was Harry?
Just a hunch. Suppose Harry planned on having Dutch knocked off for his dough. He might want you on the scene to take the rap.
You're crazy as they come, Mike.
Well, who got you parole?
I told you. I got friends.
Okay, Kinsella. A boy like you couldn't possibly have more than one, so it shouldn't be any great problem to run him down.
Homicide, Sergeant Corbett.
Hello, Corbett. This is Mike Waring.
Hi, Mike. Understand you're on the Stevens case.
Yeah, that's right. And look, Corbett, I'm trying to find out if it was Harry Roberts who put up the bail for Jack Kinsella.
Oh, why don't you ask me?
Okay, I'm asking.
Kinsella apparently didn't know anything about it. From what I understand, it was put up by a fellow who's here from the coast, a guy named Christopher Londas.
Yeah?
Mr. Londos?
That's right.
My name is Mike Waring.
Waring?
I'm a private detective.
Oh, the Falcon. Come in.
I've appointed myself a committee of one to welcome you to New York and to thank you for all you've done for us here by giving us back Jack Kinsella.
You're a very funny boy, Waring.
Well, I don't think Bob Hope has anything to worry about.
What's on your mind?
You had a little trouble with Dutch Stevens.
Who didn't?
Well, after I learned you secured the parole for Kinsella, I got to wondering what your motive might be.
And you decided?
That you knew Dutch Stevens double-crossed him, and you hoped he'd make Dutch regret it.
You talk very interesting, Mr. Waring. Let me hear more. You said I figure Kinsella is going to take care of Dutch Stevens for me.
Did I say that?
Yeah. And he's only one trouble. How do I know that Dutch double-crossed Kinsella?
Well, that's the simplest thing in the world. Harry Roberts told you.
What did you say?
Oh, careful, friend. It's a new suit.
Listen, Waring. What are you looking for?
Harry Roberts.
Why?
I think he may know what happened to Dutch Stevens' money. I'm working for Dutch's daughter.
That's not a good enough reason, Waring. Take my advice. Stop looking.
You've made absolutely no progress at all, Mr. Waring.
What do you call progress, Beatrice?
And you haven't discovered who killed my father.
Well, I told you, Angel, I wasn't looking for his murderer. That's a job for the police.
But what have they accomplished?
I'll give them time. They do all right. All I want to do is look after your interests. That means getting you a bundle of cash.
I told you I wasn't interested in money.
Well, you'll find it's a mighty comforting thing to have around in your old age. Now, as I see it, your old man was the kind who always tied up his dough in cash. And he must have socked it away someplace.
That should be comparatively simple to check, shouldn't it?
No, just the opposite. The only party who probably knows the complete details is Harry Roberts.
Uncle Harry.
Oh, you remember him?
Oh, very well. As a matter of fact, I heard from him about an hour ago.
What?
Yes.
Well, in heaven's name, why didn't you mention it before?
You didn't ask me.
Oh, well, I guess that's a good enough reason. Where did he say he was?
Is there such a place as the Kendrake?
There's a Mandrake Hotel on Madison Avenue.
Yes, that's the one.
All right, what are we waiting for? Come on, I'll call a cab.
Don't bother, Waring. I got a car.
Mr. Waring.
All right. Nothing to be frightened of, Beatrice. This is Jack Kinsella. He's a former fraternity brother of your father's.
You're a very comical fella.
Didn't your new boss warn you?
My new boss?
Yeah, Chris Londos.
What makes you think I'm working for him?
Well, aren't you?
No, on the whole, sister. Where do you think you're going?
I thought I'd...
Sure, but wait till Mr. Waring and I leave.
Oh, I'm not leaving, Kinsella. I like it here.
I don't blame you, but just the same, you and I are going to catch a little air.
I guess you want me to catch it right through the middle, huh?
That's the general idea.
Well, in that case...
Why, you know...
Look out, Mr. Waring!
No! So you want to play rough, huh? Oh.
Take it easy, Mike.
Who are you?
Sergeant Corbett.
Oh, naturally. What am I doing in a hospital? Never mind. I remember now.
You're a lucky boy.
Well, if your head felt like mine does, you wouldn't think so.
At that, you shouldn't complain. If it hadn't been for Miss Stevens screaming, Kinsella might have killed you.
You pick him up?
Yeah, it was no trouble at all.
Look, you want to hold on to him, Sergeant. I think you've got Dutch Stevens' killer there.
Why?
But what other reason would he have for coming after me?
He claims he thought you were trying to pin it on him.
I'm not trying to pin it on anybody. All I want is to find Harry Roberts.
Oh, I can tell you that.
You can? Well, where is Harry?
In the morgue.
What?
In the morgue, Mike. And with 3 slugs in his brain, I don't think he's in the mood to do much talking.
Don't tell me.
Yeah, I'm back again, Londos. Only this time I brought along my gang. This is Sergeant Corbett.
Glad to know you, Corbett.
How fat?
You've been listening to Waring. You can't believe everything he tells you.
I don't know. He's a pretty convincing talker.
Yeah, he would make a good salesman.
Well, wait till you hear the idea I've sold him.
I'm waiting.
Mike thinks you killed Harry Roberts.
Why should I?
To cover up the murder of Dutch Stevens.
You've got it all figured out, haven't you?
Sure. You were working with Harry all along. And when you felt we were getting warm, you decided to get rid of him.
I'm afraid you're going to have to start all over again, because I got A1 alibi.
What do you call A1?
At 1:45, I was having a little interview with the district attorney.
How did you know when Harry died?
Been on the radio. Right, Sergeant?
Yeah.
Corbett, there's some sort of a swindle going on here. I'll bet if you check with the DA...
That won't take a minute.
Your call, please.
Get me the district attorney's office.
Suppose you make that call downstairs.
What are you worried about, Landis? I'll give you time.
Listen, Sergeant.
How can I if you keep talking?
DA's office, Clayton speaking.
Hello, Clayton. Sergeant Corbett.
Oh, what's on your mind, Sergeant?
Did the DA have Chris Landis on the carpet today at 1:45?
No, DA hasn't been in all day.
You're sure about that, Clayton?
Positive. So if Landis claims he spoke to him at 1:45, he's lying. He was here talking to me.
Tomorrow at your grocer's, remember to pick up a pint or quart bottle of wonderful new Kraft salad oil, the first salad oil ever offered for your home use by the makers of all those other wonderful Kraft salad dressing products. Try this new salad oil in your homemade salad dressings, your baking, your cooking. It's lighter bodied because it's super fine. Look for the bottles with the beautiful labels. Get Kraft salad oil. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. An hour has passed since Mike discovered that Chris Londos had a perfect alibi for the time of Harry Roberts' murder. And now, as we find Mike, he is about to break the unhappy news to his client.
Just a second.
Hello, Beatrice.
Mr. Waring. I thought you were in the hospital.
Well, I didn't like the service. Did you hear about Harry Roberts?
Yes. Who did it?
I voted for Londos.
Well?
Well, they tossed out my ballot. He's got what the pulp writers call an ironclad alibi.
Couldn't one of his men have done it?
Well, I never thought of that. Still, I didn't see anyone in their suite in the hotel.
They might be staying somewhere else.
Yes, you're right, Angel. But there's a more immediate problem.
What?
Oh, I think that's for me. Hello? Yes, this is Waring. What? Okay, thanks.
What were you saying, Mr. Waring?
Oh, I was wondering what I was going to do about you. I've let you down pretty badly.
Not at all.
Yes, I have. First of all, with Harry dead, we're never going to find out what happened to Dutch's bankroll.
That's not your fault.
Well, I should have known Harry was living on borrowed time.
How could you possibly?
Because the same party who killed Dutch had to kill Harry, too.
You mean for his own protection?
No, I mean for her own protection.
I think that calls for an explanation, don't you?
I don't see why, Beatrice. I was under the impression the statement was perfectly clear. Since there's only one woman in this case, naturally, it could only mean you.
Where do you want me to drop you, Mike?
Oh, anywhere along here will be all right.
I don't have to tell you how surprised I was when I got your call to pick up Dutch's daughter.
Well, I got another surprise for you. She wasn't his real daughter.
What?
Sure. That's what put me on the right track.
I don't get it.
Well, I had two prime suspects in this case. One, Harry Roberts. And when Harry was murdered, obviously that ruled him out.
Oh, that must have made him feel good.
Number two was Chris Londos.
And he had a perfect alibi.
That's right, so I had to start looking again. And all of a sudden it occurred to me there was one wrong note in this opera.
Beatrice?
Yes, she came to me with a story that she didn't know how she was going to pay me for my services because she thought her father was broke. Didn't make sense.
Why not?
Well, according to her own story, she spent the last 10 years in a fancy boarding school in England. The money for her tuition had to come from somewhere. She overplayed her hand. Once I hit on that, the rest was easy. So, I checked Scotland Yard.
Uh-huh. And there you learned the real Beatrice Stevens was still in London.
Yeah, this gal was just trying to pick up a fast million by posing as Dutch Stevens' daughter.
Hey, how about that?
How about what?
All that filthy lucre being buried somewhere. Think it'll ever turn up?
I doubt it.
You know, a man could do a lot with that kind of money. Why don't you try to find it, Mike?
Oh, I'm the practical type, Corbett. If I'm going to spend my time looking, I'd sooner hunt for something more interesting.
What's more interesting than money?
Women. So let me off at the next block, and I'll start my search there. Ever find yourself at a loss when you need a hot main dish in a hurry? Well, don't let that happen to you. Always keep a package or two of Kraft Dinner on your pantry shelf. Because with Kraft Dinner, you can make delicious macaroni and cheese in just 7 minutes cooking time. Tender, fluffy macaroni with perfect cheese flavor all through it. You see, every package of Kraft Dinner gives you a special quick-cooking macaroni and just the right amount of Kraft grated to sprinkle in for wonderful cheese flavor. And Kraft Dinner can be your answer to today's high prices because every package makes 4 servings at a cost of just a few pennies each. Tomorrow, get a package or two of handy, delicious Kraft Dinner. The Case of the Curious Cop. The Case of the Curious Cop. That's the title of next week's Adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that for some special problems, a policeman has a Colt special answer. So be sure to listen at this same time next week to another exciting Adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Eugene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Ken Lynch as Sergeant Corbin. Be sure to hear the Great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with a hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place. The Great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your local newspaper for time of broadcast. This is Ed Hurley speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Rosalind Russell and Melvin Douglas both star on Theater Guild tonight on NBC.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil, again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Sam Spade, Detective Agency, good evening.
Sounds funny in dialect. Good evening to you, and happy 4th of July, Bernadine Hemp.
Oh, Mr. Spade, what was the capper?
Don't you mean caper?
No, the capper. The high point of the caper. The climax, the crescendo, the pinafore.
Well, that's better. For a minute, I was afraid you were learning English.
Oh, no. I'm studying Spanish. Soy infeliz que inicia...
Yeah. Mucho interesting.
Gracias. Shall I go home now?
No, mal suerte. There's a little matter of murder in 2 languages, neither of which is Spanish, so stay where you are. I'll be right down to dictate my report on the Rushlight Diamond Caper.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. Listen, man, to this holiday tip on good grooming. To help spark up your whole appearance, first be sure that your hair is well groomed. Be sure it's groomed with popular Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair neatly and naturally, the way you like it, the way she likes it. Wild Root Cream Oil also relieves annoying dryness, removes loose, ugly dandruff. So look your best all the time by sprucing up right with Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in the adventures of Sam Spade.
Date, July 4, 1948, to Mrs. May Rushlight, 21A, Granite Court, from Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Subject, the Rushlight Diamond. Dear Mrs. Rushlight, it was the kind of nice, relaxing assignment that comes my way just often enough to remind me that gumshoeing can be respectable. There was an air of quiet elegance about 21A, Granite Court, and about the butler who answered the door. He took in my rented gray topper and doeskin gloves, nodded approvingly at my wing collar, watered silk ascot, pearl gray waistcoat, morning coat, pinstripe trousers, and my spats with the mother of pearl buttons, and asked me if I were a florist. I set him to rights, and he led me up a flight of stairs to the early A.M. annex of your morning room.
Mr. Samuel Spade.
You're just on time, Mr. Spade. Mrs. Rushlight will be pleased. I'm Nancy Ward, Mrs. Rushlight's social secretary, and if you don't think that's tough to say, try it.
Mrs. Rushlight's socials? What's tough about that?
You'll do. Definitely you'll do.
Shall we dance?
I will dance at her wedding. But don't get me wrong, I'm not secretly in love with Ralph Rushlight, and the bride is lovely. Just hate to see all that money going down the drain.
Is there anything else you think I should know?
You know what your job is. You're supposed to guard the wedding presents. That's simple because it's nothing but a lot of cheap silver. And stay away from the champagne. It's non-vintage. The food will be foul. The guests are the most dismal aggregation ever assembled.
Sounds like a lovely party.
I arranged the whole thing. I told you she's a lovely bride.
What'd she ever do to you?
I'd rather not say. I don't want to sound bitter. This way, Mr. Spade. The old hat. Mrs. Rushlight will see you now.
Thank you, Florence Nightingale.
Nancy? Oh.
This is it, darling. Mr. Spade.
Come over here, young man, so I can get a better look at you.
How's this?
It's good. Turn around. Yes, you'll do. That'll be all, Nancy.
Couldn't I be finishing up these place cards while you talk?
Take them with you. Do them outside.
Very well.
Nosy girl.
But nice. Nice nose.
Oh, you too, eh? Well, I agree. That's why I'm marrying off my nephew to that wretched girl, Lotte Van Eyck. Have you ever seen Bugs Bunny, Mr. Spade?
You don't mean
They protrude.
The ears?
No, the teeth. As my late husband used to say of her mother, she could eat a tomato through a tennis racket.
Oh.
There's only one thing that'll prevent this wedding from being an utter disaster. She doesn't understand much English.
What's the matter with your nephew?
A great deal, but it doesn't show. Suffice it to say, he has criminal tendencies and the mentality of a snail.
Mrs. Rushlight, I don't like to seem forward, but why are you telling me all this?
Oh, you're supposed to mingle with the guests. You'll need some conversation. Now, as to your assignment. The bride, being what she is, the wedding presents are hardly worth guarding, except for one. Ironically enough, it's from me.
What is it, a machine gun?
Oh, that's good. Oh, excuse me, I must write that down.
And then tear it up immediately.
Oh, dear. No, Mr. Spade. But it's bad luck, the Rushlight Diamond. You've heard of it?
Something about it in the American Weekly a while back, wasn't there?
Yes. It's not as large as the Hope diamond, but there's not a flaw in it. My late husband, Roy Rushlight, bought it for his first wife. She sank with the SS General Slocum in Hellgate, the East River, 1904, over 1,000 lives lost. Luckily, she was wearing a paste copy at the time. I was only a young girl when I married Mr. Rushlight, and fool that I was, I signed anything his lawyers asked me to sign. After his death, I discovered that the diamond was to be mine only until the marriage of my husband's male heir, at which time it must go to his bride.
Well, that's too bad. You say, though, that the Rushlight diamond is bad luck.
Oh, there's that, of course. I wonder if it's too much to hope. Well, I must go and help dress the bride. Go along downstairs, Miss Spade. Take this jewel case with you. Put it on the table with the other presents, and guard it well.
So I took the old velvet-covered case you held out to me and checked the contents. It was an old-fashioned lavalier with a clear stone pendant only slightly smaller than an 8-ball. Didn't look like a diamond, but smooth-cut diamonds hardly ever do. It didn't look like bad luck either, but a mirror broke in the hall as I passed it, then I fell all the way down the stairs, and as I entered the ballroom, I knocked over a punch bowl. Nothing really terrible happened until just before dark when the guests began to arrive. In theory, a detective guarding wedding presents is supposed to make himself indistinguishable from the other guests. In practice, it never works out that way. He has to spend most of his time within sight of the booty, so he is very easily spotted.
I don't believe it. He's too good looking.
Oh, but he must be. He's not anybody we know.
Well, ask him. It's leap year.
Oh, here comes Colonel Bixby. He'll know.
Wow. Beauty gathered round the booty, eh? And much more beauty than booty, though.
Say, when are they going to hang the diamond on that drip?
No, there's no way to talk about the blushing bride.
Is that it in the crummy old case there?
That case is heirloom, young lady. The stone that reposes in it is worth a king's ransom. Now take your grubby hands elsewhere. Be off with you. Go on.
Well, just because he's going to give the bride away, he thinks he can order everyone around.
Mr. Spade, allow me to congratulate you, sir. These affairs, one all too often sees the detective on guard duty at the punch bowl.
I was forewarned.
Oh, yes, very bad champagne. Flat. I'll be glad when these ill-starred nuptials are consummated. And by the way, Bixby's my name, Colonel Lysander Bixby.
Colonel?
It is my melancholy and thankless duty to give the bride away to the hapless groom, Ralph Rushlight. However, it's much better to give than to receive. You tell that to May Rushlight, eh? Quite a trinket.
Mustn't touch grubby hands, remember?
Oh, sense of humor as well as sense of duty, eh? Candidly, if I knew a place to fence it, I'd be the...
Colonel Bixby.
Oh, Miss Ward. How lovely you look. Poor Ralph.
Mrs. Rushlight asked me to warn you to get ready. The bride will be down any moment.
Oh, good grief. Well, I suppose I must steel myself. Where did I leave my glass?
Keep your eye on that old goat, Mr. Spade. I don't trust him.
Who is he?
He's the only one here who knows why this wedding's happening. He's the bride's foster father.
You mean he's got something on the family?
You'll never know how much until you kiss the bride.
Look, Nancy, it's none of my business, but I...
Oh, starting. I'll have to go in now.
Oh, wait.
What?
How does it go? Speak now or forever hold your peace?
No, I can't do that. Thank you for understanding.
I didn't witness the ceremony, but judging from the mood of those who had, it was just as well I didn't. They shuffled back into the ballroom looking as if they'd witnessed an execution, and nobody seemed to be in a hurry to join the receiving line. After a few half-hearted handshakes, the groom left the bride standing alone, looking kind of bewildered, and came over to take inventory of the presents.
Look at that junk. I'm Ralph Rushlight. Who are you?
Spade. I was hired to guard this junk, as you call it. Sorry I'm wasting my time.
The Rushlight dime. It's bad luck. Look at what it did to me. Look at her. Did you ever see anything?
Keep it to yourself.
Why should I?
Because I'm liable to slap you clear across this room.
Haven't I been punished enough?
Go on, scram. Keep your hooks off that necklace.
That's mine.
I heard it's your wife's.
Come along,
you
my
heard
dear.
wrong.
Come along over here. Oh, Mr. Spade, you haven't met the bride yet, have you?
No.
Thank you.
I wish you a lot of luck, Mrs. Rushlight. You're going to need it.
Thank you.
Well, I suppose now as well as any time, Colonel.
Oh, very well, my dear. Quiet, please. Quiet, everyone. Mrs. Rushlight, the old The elder Mrs. Rushlight, that is, has something to say to you.
Mr. Spade,
Yes?
the necklace, will you please hand it to me?
With pleasure. I'm tired of looking at it.
Oh, you're not done yet. Stay close by my side. Dear friends, at this solemn moment, I want, first of all, to welcome this dear little girl into the Rushlight family.
Thank you.
Yes. And now, dear Lotta, I will place around your neck the gem which was my heritage when I became a Rushlight and which is now yours.
Thank you.
Oh, what's wrong? Lotta, come back here. Lotta!
I'll go out to the carport and head her off.
Oh, you leave her alone. I'll take care of her.
Whose wife is she, anyhow? Lotta, come back here. Lotta, bring it back!
I was almost ashamed of joining the chase, but I had to because I'd been hired to guard the Rushlight Diamond, and for my money, the best way to do that was to help her get away. Somebody got to her before I did. A strip of wedding gown satin marked the spot. The body lay crumpled under a hedge, but it wasn't the bride's body. It was the groom. He'd been stabbed to death with a pair of garden shears, which made sense. But what didn't make sense was that the necklace she'd been wearing was still clutched in his hand.
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead, socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. And no wonder. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms the hair neatly and naturally, relieves annoying dryness, and removes loose dandruff. What's more, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil is the only leading hair tonic that contains soothing lanolin. So ask for Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil too, and mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. And now back to the Rushlight Diamond Caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
Number 21A Granite Court was teeming with motives and suspects. But the police were primarily interested in locating Lotta, the missing bride and widow of Ralph Rushlight. So was I. She looked like less work than the rest of you because if she had killed him, it was self-defense, if she knew enough English. By 10 in the a.m., when I checked in at my office, she was still successfully eluding the police dragnet. That was because nobody, including me, had thought of looking in my office. Wow. Good morning.
Thank you.
Is that all the English you know?
Thank you, no. I want my necklace.
The police have it.
You go with me. Tell them who I am.
Okay, but first I have to know who you are. Where you came from, what your connection with Colonel Bixby is.
I am in Macassar being born.
In Macassar?
Dutch colony.
Uh-huh.
My father there 7 years ago dying is. When I 13 years old have arrived.
I see.
Colonel Bixby in San Francisco, the financial representative from my father was. I am adopted to him, not for a father, but so he takes care of my monies, which coming of age am I a rich Dutch woman.
Uh-huh. But legally, he's your foster father.
Yeah. Also legally, I'm the wife of Rushlight. I want my necklace.
You married him for the necklace?
Yeah.
Why did he marry you?
For one half of necklace when we sell. But all everything to take he wishes.
You and Ralph were going to divvy the take from the Rushlight diamond, you thought.
Yeah.
And what was the colonel going to get?
Money's for Mrs. Rushlight.
Oh, no, wait, that doesn't make sense. Mrs. Rushlight stood to lose a small fortune by that marriage. Why should she pay the colonel to promote it?
You the detective are.
You said that.
Where my necklace are. That I say.
Yeah, well, look, I'm not as sure as I was. Wait just a minute, I'll check on it.
Homicide, Lieutenant Dundee.
Spade, Dundee.
Yes, Sam.
What's new on the Rushlight caper?
Oh, you know I can't talk about the case, Sam.
Oh? I got a line on that girl.
Oh? Where is she?
You know I can't talk about that, Dundee.
Oh, you can't you? Well, let's see if this doesn't change your mind. The necklace we found on Rushlight's body was a phony, a paste copy.
Uh-huh. Does that make her guiltier than she was before?
Well, now she's got a motive. Throws all our previous theories into a cocked hat. Now, where's the girl?
She's in my office, Lieutenant dear. Come and get her.
Thank you.
Oh, cowhand.
Oh, it's you, Sam. Back again?
Yeah, do you mind?
Well, that depends on who you came to see.
You, sweetheart.
Oh.
But first, I'd like to talk to Mrs. Rushlight.
Well, she can't see anyone. She's in a state of nervous collapse over Ralph's death.
Oh, that's too bad. You seem to be holding up pretty well.
Well, I'm relieved. He's better off dead than married to that.
Yeah. Rushlight Diamond's still unlucky, you know.
What do you mean by that?
I was just trying it on for size.
Uh-huh. How does it fit?
Yeah, but you and Mrs. Rushlight are about the same size. Her nerves getting any better?
You're the doctor. If you want to see her, go ahead. She's up there.
Thank you. Mrs. Rushlight.
Go away, I'm ill.
I'm sorry to break in on you like this, but I haven't got much time.
How dare you? Nancy! Where's that girl? Mr. Spade, please leave me alone with my grief.
Funny thing, yesterday Nancy was carrying a torch for Ralph, and you were holding the torch to him. Today it's different.
Oh, good heavens, you don't think I'm grief-stricken over Ralph.
Good, that's one less mystery.
Mr. Spade, what do you want?
Your nephew's killer.
Oh, does it matter?
It does to me. Somebody getting knocked off right under my nose is bad for private detectives everywhere.
Oh. For a moment, I thought that... Say, wouldn't you rather make some more money?
I refuse to marry Lotta.
Oh, no, nothing like that. It's the necklace, Mr. Spade, the genuine.
What is?
I don't know. All I know is the other one isn't.
Who told you that?
Well, the police know. It's in the papers, isn't it?
Not yet.
Well, how else would I learn?
The murderer's the only one who could have told you, unless you're the murderer.
I see. Very well, Mr. Spade. I'll tell you what I know. I'm not as wealthy as you might think. In fact, I have for 4 years lived from pillar to post, from hand to mouth, ragtag and bobtail, struggling to make ends meet.
What you mean is you're eking out a meager existence, keeping your head above water, one jump ahead of the sheriff, stalked by the grim specter of poverty. Is that right?
Oh, how well you put it. In fact, Mr. Spade, I'm something of a crook. I've borrowed large sums of money from Colonel Bixby, putting up as collateral something that was not mine to forfeit.
Don't tell me. Let me guess. It was the Rushlight diamond?
Well, you seem to know everything.
All but one thing. Why did you think you could palm off a paste copy on an operator like Bixby?
He sent you here. I won't tell you another single thing.
Well, then I'll tell you a few things. The only way the Rushlight diamond could be transferred legally into the hands of Colonel Bixby was by tricking Ralph into marriage with Lotta, since Ralph's wife automatically became the legal owner. With Ralph dead, Bixby would be in line to inherit the diamond from her.
Inherit?
California state law. Foster parent may inherit from a foster child in absence of any direct heir.
Well, then he planned. He'd kill her, too. Mr. Spade, we must stop him.
She's safe for the time being. I had her thrown into the pokey. They can hold her 48 hours for questioning, but they can hold you longer. They can even hold you as an accessory before the fact.
Why, I didn't know he was going to kill anyone.
Lotta was just going to hand over $1 million diamond to Bixby out of the kindness of her heart?
Oh, no. Lotta wanted to become an American citizen. Marriage is the quickest way. For her, Ralph was the only way.
Okay, I'll buy that. Now, tell me honestly, Mrs. Rushlight, what happened to the genuine stone?
I honestly didn't know. I wasn't sure. But now there can be only one answer.
Nancy with the laughing face?
She went with me when I went to the bank vault to get the Rushlight diamond to present to Lotta after the ceremony.
Uh-huh.
She looked after all my jewels, including the paste copy that I habitually wore.
Homicide, Lieutenant Dundee.
Spade again, Dundee. I think I got the Rushlight caper all wrapped up. I'm heading for your office now, so wait for me. And whatever you do, don't let that Lotta dame out of your sight. Thank you. Goodbye.
Wait a minute, Sam. Wait a minute.
Yeah?
The Lotta dame. She's already gone.
Escaped?
Bailed out. Custody of her foster father. Wait a minute, I got the name here.
Bixby. He's a colonel, and no wonder you're only a lieutenant.
Mr. Spade, can't you stay for tea?
Not thirsty. Nancy? Nancy, where are you?
Oh, here I am, Sam. I was waiting for you.
You got the keys to that car out in front?
Why, yes. Do you want to borrow it?
Yes, with you in it.
Why, Sam, wait till I put my face on.
Let it go. It's as good as lost anyway. Come on.
What is this place? Where are you taking me?
Never mind. Just hang on. I'll fly you up to the second floor.
Sam, that was a shot that sounded like Lotta.
You stay here. Don't come in until I call you.
Spade, what are you doing?
Get back in there. Drop it. No. Drop it or I'll crack your elbow. That's better. Now sit down. I want to look this over. Looks real cute. Powder burns, gun beside the chair, and what's this? Well, a note in Dutch.
It's a suicide note. She killed herself.
I could almost believe that. You've handled this very well, considering the bad breaks you've had. Only one thing wrong.
Do I scent a bargain?
I don't have to bargain. I've got the diamond. All you've got is 2 murders rapping on your thick noggin.
Don't be absurd. I know who has the real necklace.
Then you better talk to her directly. You can come in now.
Sam, was that... Oh, that poor, homely little dame. What did she ever do?
Stop, you're breaking my heart. She committed suicide.
You know better than that.
She committed suicide. If the colonel's price is right.
Oh, I see.
I'll put it to you directly. It's not easy to fence. It'll have to be cut. That'll decrease the value considerably. Say, $10,000, no questions asked.
Pardon me, that suicide shot. It's ringing in my ears. I can't hear you.
20,000. 50. All right, 100,000.
Sam, don't be a fool. Take it.
I'll give you a real break, Colonel. That's the cops coming after you.
No, anything, Spade. What do you want me to do?
I want you to try and get out of here.
What are you going to do?
There's the door. Go ahead.
All right.
Thank you, Colonel.
All right, men, remember, he's desperate. Bixby, we're giving you a chance. Come down or we're coming up after you.
Come on. Get up, Colonel.
Here he comes. Kevin, it may be a trick.
Watch it, Dundee. Here he comes. And that, Mrs. Rushlight, is the crop. For a man that went down fighting, Colonel Bixby didn't need much persuading once they got him under the lights down at headquarters. He confessed to everything, and the murders weren't the worst of it, the way I figure. The worst of it was the cruel way he victimized the poor little ugly duckling, Lotta Van Eyck. It's tough enough to be whipped before you start. Period, and a report.
My goodness, that was muy triste. I mean, I'm beginning to see why Effie gets so repressed sometimes.
Effie, depressed? That little doll told you that?
Only between she and I and the lamppost. She's so sensitive, you know. Not like I, of course. I invariably cry at weddings.
You don't say, Bernadine. You attend weddings often?
With high frequency, Mr. Spade.
You mean frequently?
No. The last time it was FM. You know, frequency moderation.
Oh, yes. Moderation in all things, I always say. You mean you attend radio weddings?
Oh, yeah. I've been married 6 times. My next date is television.
You've been married 6 times?
Well, to each his own, Mr. Spade.
You mean 6 men have...
Oh, no. No, I only marry my husband. Repetition is the spice of variety, I always say.
Is that legal?
If it's not after 6 weddings, what isn't?
To each his own, as you say.
Well, we don't presume to make a career out of it. As soon as we get the mangler and the deep freeze, we're going on our honeymoon.
Well, congratulations, and type this up when you have the time. Mrs. Bernadine Hemp.
Every day, more and more men are turning to Wild Root Cream Oil for truly handsome hair. And that's not surprising, for what other leading hair tonic gives you these big advantages? It grooms the hair neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, removes loose dandruff. What's more, Wild Root Cream Oil is non-alcoholic and contains soothing lanolin. No wonder Wild Root Cream Oil is the favorite with so many millions of smart, particular men. Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
I'm sorry it took so long, but I kept relapsing into Spanish.
Yes, I know how.
And Effie's typewriter doesn't have any upside-down question marks.
Upside down. Take a memo. Call typewriter man.
I already have. Oh, I almost forgot. You received a telegramic commutation.
A telegramic what?
A wire.
Oh, a wire. Well, open it and read it. In English, por favor.
It says, Dear Sam.
Figures.
In the haste of my departure, I neglected to warn you about Well, when I do that one another favor, she'll have silver threads.
Who?
That ball of fire whom I'm taking the place of in order to be double-crossed of by.
Effie? Is she still in far-off Kanab?
And good rubbish, if you'll pardon the expression.
Oh, Bernadine, let me see that. I neglected to warn you about Bernadine. I'm sending the tales, airmail special, but in the meantime, whatever you do, don't go to any radio broadcasts with her, and if she comes to work in a wedding gown, take the day off. Love, Effie.
And I had 2 tickets for honeymoon payoff, and now she went and spoiled everything.
Ah, now there, Bernadine, you just have to marry your husband again, that's all. I wouldn't have had the time anyway.
I know. It's just the principle. Good night, Mr. Spade.
Good night. Buenas noches. Hasta la vista. Effie, why did you ever leave me?
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tallman and Gil Dowd, with musical direction by Lud Gluskin. Gil Dowd directed tonight's broadcast in William Spear's absence. Join us again next Sunday for another adventure with Sam Spade, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. This is Dick Joy reminding you to
get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. It keeps your hair in trim. You see, it's non-alcoholic, Charlie. It's made with soothing lanolin. You better get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. Start using it today. You'll find that you will have a tough time, Charlie. Keeping all the gals away. Hiya, Baldy. Get Wild Root right away.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents yours truly, Johnny Dollar. The next half hour has its baggage packed to take a trip with America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator, Johnny Dollar. At insurance investigation, he is just an expert. At making out his expense account, he is an absolute genius.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Home Office, American Continental Life Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of my expenditures fulfilling your assignment as a bodyguard, the body being that of your late policyholder, Robert W. Perry. Expense account item 1, fare on night train Hartford to New York, $3.80. Expense account item 2, $1.80, taxi to Lower Manhattan the following morning, Two officers, Perry and Van Bruten, importers, arriving as promised at exactly 9 a.m.
May I help you?
Yeah, my name is Johnny Dollar. I have an appointment with Mr. Perry for 9 o'clock.
Oh, yes, from the insurance company. Well, you're right on time.
Yeah, they told me I'd better be.
Mr. Perry just came in. He's alone and waiting for you. I'll buzz him that you're here.
Thanks. What was left of your policyholder, Mr. Perry, was just sliding out of his swivel chair as I hit the room. The top of his desk had erupted, and splinters of mahogany pointed their sharp fingers upward through lazy circles of smoke swirling toward the ceiling. The buzzer from his secretary's desk had been rigged to a booby trap.
Oh, no, Mr. Perry.
Stay away from him. There's nothing you can do for him. He's dead.
Oh, what happened? What happened? Whatever happened?
Come on, let's get back out of here. Here you are now. Sit down. I'll get you a drink of water. Here you are. Just drink this.
What happened?
We heard an explosion.
I turned in an alarm.
Is anybody hurt?
There's a doctor on the third floor. Should I call him?
Never mind the doctor. Call the police. And nobody gets in here until they arrive. And the rest of you, go on, beat it. Run along. And turn off that alarm. Okay, miss. Now, just take it easy.
But it was all so sudden. What happened?
Well, that's not too hard to figure out. Somebody wanted to give your boss, Mr. Perry, a shortcut through life. So, whoever it was, figured out that his secretary would never buzz her boss unless he was at his desk. They rigged up a bomb somewhere in his desk that would go off when you buzzed him.
Oh, but then I killed him.
Now, wait a minute. Don't get hysterical on me. There's excitement enough around here, and there'll be plenty more when the police get here. Keep cool.
But I did it. You saw me do it.
Look, the way you put it, I killed him by coming in here and giving you my name so you'd buzz him. Drop it, will you?
I'm sorry.
Now, what about yesterday? Was he here?
Yes, all day.
What time was it when you last used the buzzer?
Like, right up to the last minute, about 5:30.
Who left the office first, you or Perry?
Mr. Perry, he always leaves first, and I lock up.
Looks of things, you should have used more locks last night. Somebody got in here to do some wiring. Uh-oh, I forgot that fire alarm. All that equipment and no fire. Look, before the police arrive, do you know why I was sent here?
Yes. Mr. Perry recently felt that his life was in danger. He thought that, well, with a $100,000 policy, the insurance company would do everything they could to help keep him alive.
Well, we didn't have much of a chance, did we? What was he afraid of?
I don't know.
Okay. What were his other appointments for today?
He's only had 2. His partner, Mr. Van Bruten, at 11, and then...
One at a time now. Van Bruten. Anything special about their meeting?
Yes. Mr. Van Bruten arrived just yesterday from Holland.
You mean there was a branch of this firm in Holland?
Yes, and Mr. Perry was buying out Van Bruten's interest. They had their final meeting at Van Bruten's hotel last night.
Oh?
And Van Bruten was coming by this morning to pick up his money.
Cash?
No, a cashier's check. The bank is to deliver it here at 10:30.
Now, quick. Perry's other appointment. Who was that?
Christine, his wife.
Oh, yeah. Now Christine, the beneficiary.
Yes, but she wouldn't have been the beneficiary in another 2 weeks. They were getting a divorce.
Thanks for the motive. You don't like her?
I didn't mean it that way.
How about Perry? Did you like him? Okay, well, here's an easy one. What's your name?
Susan Gates. Now, isn't that about enough?
Okay, Susan, you'd better save your voice. During the next few hours, you're going to have a lot of talking to do. Oh, here come the firemen, and we haven't even got a child to ask them to save.
Where's the fire? I'm looking for a fire.
Just stick around. When the cops get here, somebody will get burned. The firemen should have stuck around because the cops arrived in a blaze of glory. It was a very high-class investigation. 2 lieutenants. Finally, after about an hour, the police photographer ran out of flash bulbs, the office of the deceased ran out of fingerprints, and the lieutenants ran out of questions. So the on-the-scene phase of the investigation was closed. At about 5 minutes of 11, I left the police to pack up their notebooks, their clues, and the body, and went into the outer office. Susan looked like she could use a big, broad shoulder to weep on, but unfortunately, I was wearing my light gray suit. About then, a dark blue suit and a deep green voice entered the room from the corridor.
Say, there's some feller out here says he belongs here. His name is Van Bruten. Shall I let him in?
Oh, what do you think? His name is on the door you just opened.
Oh, indeed, now.
Well, my name happens to be Murphy, and it's on beds all over the country. But that don't mean I'm stuffed with feathers, does it?
This'll teach you, Johnny Dollar, never to cross tongues with an Irishman. Okay, send him in, officer.
Yeah. All right, you can come in.
The policeman out there. Is there trouble here? Oh, I am Bremer van Bruten. Where's Mr. Perry?
What?
He's waiting for me, no?
No.
But my appointment.
He's not keeping any. He's dead.
Dead? This is impossible. Last night I saw him. He was well. What happened?
He was hit by a buzz bomb.
A buzz bomb?
Please.
Oh, sorry. I forgot other people aren't used to these things.
You mean that was foul play?
Very foul.
Please, may I sit down? My first visit in all these years, since before the war. It was to be so happy. Now, tragedy like this. He was a good man, a good partner.
I understand that as of last night, you were no longer partners.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that. I realize, of course, that it is indelicate to speak of such things as money at a time like this. But that is why I'm here, to receive my payment.
Oh, just because Perry got his, there's no reason for you not getting yours, huh?
But you misunderstand me. I am deeply grieved. Since the transaction was consummated, what is there to do? A delay would be a needless waste of money. I have already paid for passage back to Amsterdam tomorrow.
Your check is here, Mr. Van Bruten. Here you are.
Thank you. In all my years of business, this is indeed the saddest moment.
Yeah, those are very kind words, Van Bruten, and I'd believe them if your eyes would stop counting all the zeros on that check. Expense account, item 3, 90 cents. Phone call to your company.
American Continental Life Insurance Company, good morning.
Oh, well, that's a matter of opinion. This is Johnny Dollar. Put me through to Mr. Gordon, will you?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Gordon's office.
Look, honey, this is Johnny Dollar. I want to speak to Gordon. Oh, and while I'm telling him what I've got to tell him, maybe you'd better sit in his lap with some smelling salts.
I'm not that type of a secretary. And besides, he doesn't have a lap.
Hello, Dollar. How are you making out?
Out about $100,000.
What's that?
Yeah, somebody turned Mr. Perry into a firecracker. He's dead.
Oh, that's bad news. It's a big policy, you know.
Yeah. Look, what I want to know is, shall I stay on the case?
Oh, certainly, Dollar. Certainly, by all means. By the way, is there a chance of proving suicide? There's a non-payment clause.
To make this one a suicide, there'd have to be a Santa clause. Nobody could hate himself enough to do it this way.
Well, what are the fraud possibilities?
Only fair. There's an estranged wife. She's the beneficiary, but she wouldn't have been in a couple of weeks. Divorce coming up. I'll start with her.
All right, Dollar. Good luck. But watch those expenses.
Why, Gordon, I'm surprised. I think an insurance man would be the first to want to see a fellow live a little. Expense account, item 3. Cab fare, $2.80. Tip to driver, $1. Christine Perry's apartment was on Sutton Place, overlooking the river. And from what the doorman told me, all of the proprieties. I took the elevator up to the 24th floor, and there I discovered that our garden fresh widow was living high in more ways than one. Everything about the place was French. The maid that led me into the living room, the decor, and the perfume, which reminded you that breathing can be fun. I looked up from enjoying my nose to see Mrs. Perry looking down hers.
Mr. Dollar?
Oh, Mrs. Perry.
I believe we can dispense with any getting acquainted. You're an insurance investigator, interested in the death of my husband. So naturally, you're here because you've jumped to the conclusion that I killed him.
Oh? You're the one that's jumping to conclusions, lady.
Then what do you want? The policy's in order, the premiums are fully paid.
I'm not quite sure. I know that you've got a great motive. So far, the only motive I've found.
You haven't had much time to look, have you?
Check. This is my first stop. Maybe you can help me. Do you know anyone who would be happier with your husband out of the way?
I know very little about my husband's friends, or for that matter, his activities for the past 6 months. That's when I left him.
Uh-huh. Well, that's not much help for either of us. Well, without someone else to suspect, I may just have to concentrate on you.
Mr. Dollar, I picked the men I want to concentrate on me.
Well, I hope you're as long on alibis as you are short on your temper. Where were you last night?
With a friend, Al Donovan. For a while, the same place my husband was. And I've witnesses to prove who was with him. Anybody at the Club Caprice can tell you.
Well, save me a trip. I can't afford the prices they get there.
Certainly, pleasure. My husband was with his beautiful little secretary, Susan Gates.
Well, I wouldn't be more surprised if your late husband walked through the door and said that...
All right, mister, that's enough.
Al!
Yeah.
How much did you
I'm
give?
a big guy, baby, 6'4", and I've got big ears to match.
Al, please.
Would this be Mr. Donovan, your companion of last evening?
I'm getting you out of here, Christine.
Al, you don't know what you're saying.
You lie to me. How can I help you if you lie to me? You call me stupid. The way you're playing this, you'll alibi yourself right into a cell. I'm getting you out of here.
What are you doing to me, Al? You're crazy.
Come on.
She's right. You are stupid, Donovan. She was doing just fine till you dropped in.
Mister, you've been asking a lot of questions. Now I'll give you one answer.
Al, you...
All right, Christine. So much for the wise guy. Now about you and your alibi. You wasn't with me at the Club Caprice last night, and if it's so easy to prove your husband was there with his secretary, who were you there with? You told me you were going with your husband, talking divorce, remember?
When Al measured me for that swing, I measured my chances with him. To me, he looked like one of the corporate assets of Murder Incorporated. So I rolled with a punch, hit the floor, and stayed there, with my eyes closed and my ears opened. What I heard was Christine's alibi flying out the window, Mr. Donovan giving her a few loving cuffs, and finally the pair of them flying out the door. I allowed myself the luxury of a 20-second massage on the new lump on my jaw, and then I got up and started out after them. This case was becoming interesting.
In just a moment, we'll return to the second act of Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar. But first, this important message. $60 million is what the Red Cross needs to carry on its great work in 1949. If this seems like a lot, just try to review briefly the various activities of the Red Cross. It can't be done briefly. Red Cross services extend into every area of our lives, bringing care, comfort, and recreation to the men of the armed forces, bringing first aid training, nutritional programs, nursing services, blood banks to our own communities. And all the time, as these activities go on uninterrupted, the Red Cross is holding itself ready to spring into instant action in case of disaster. Fire, flood, explosion, any sort of catastrophe finds the Red Cross on the scene with food, clothing, and medical care. $60 million isn't so much in the light of such activity. We can make it with each of us contributing. We're giving to our own safety, security, and peace of mind, and to our neighbors, too. So let's give generously to our own Red Cross. And now back to the second act of Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar.
I hit the street just in time to see Donovan pushing Christine Perry into a cream-colored convertible. When they got rolling, I piled into a cab and followed them, and the chase was on. At 57th and Broadway, things got complicated. My cab was 3 cars behind theirs when a red light flashed them to a stop. Then the door of their convertible flew open. Christine jumped out, dashed across the street, and down to the subway. Since Donovan didn't follow her, I followed him. When he finally pulled to a stop, he took 2 chances. He parked in a no-parking zone and walked straight into the building beside it, a police station.
This is Mr. Dollar, Lieutenant. He's been waiting for you for some time.
Huh? Well, you can wait outside, Sergeant.
Okay, sir.
My name is Johnny Dollar, Lieutenant. Here are my credentials.
Insurance, huh?
Yeah, the Perry murder in particular.
Well, you've come to the right place, Dollar. A man named Donovan just walked in here and made a full confession.
He what?
That's right. My clerk's just typing it up. In the meantime, the gentleman is down in the tank having a bite of lunch on the city.
He confessed. Does his story add up?
As far as I know. I haven't heard too much about the case myself. It's not in my precinct.
What did he use for a motive?
Jealousy. Says he's in love. Wanted to marry Perry's wife.
Did he say how he managed it?
Yeah. He stole the key to the office from the wife's apartment, entered the building last night, and wired a bomb to the buzzer system.
Uh-huh. Well, guys do a lot of strange things in the name of love.
Yeah, looks like Donovan did.
Yeah. He either killed a man, or he's trying to cover up for someone who did. Now, listen, don't execute him for a couple of days. Huh, Lieutenant? I spent the rest of the afternoon downtown in the offices of Perry and Van Bruten, importers. The partners' correspondents told me two things. They had been extremely friendly, and Van Bruten was extremely bald. Perry had been sending him toupees from a famous Hollywood makeup firm. At 4:30, I opened the drawer marked Employment Files. They rocked me with two minor explosions of their own. The folder marked Donovan Albert J. told me that he'd been employed as Perry's bodyguard over a period of years and that he was canned the day before the murder. Before I received blast number 2 from the folder of Perry's secretary, Susan Gates, the office door opened behind me.
Well, Mr. Dollar, you're supplied with a search warrant, I hope?
Just the one I was born with, Mrs. Perry. The kind they say kills cats. You know, curiosity.
What are you looking for?
I found it. How about you? What are you doing here?
Oh, I'm tired of dueling with you. I'm here because I want to... Well, I've got to talk to someone. I called your hotel. You weren't there. I tried to locate Susan, but I couldn't, so... I thought maybe you'd be down here.
What's the basis of our sudden friendship?
You should know. Al Donovan's confession.
The newspapers have it already?
Yes, but there's not a word of truth in it. He didn't kill my husband.
How do you know that?
Because... What? Why, it's impossible, that's all.
Yeah, it was a little hard for me to swallow, too, when the police told me about it. But since then, it's become a little more digestible.
What do you mean?
I just learned that he was your husband's bodyguard. He was fired yesterday. That same day, your husband calls his insurance company screaming for another bodyguard. Now, how would that add up for you? A beef, maybe?
Al Donovan's a fool. Never thinks. He just rushes in and says or does whatever's on his mind. He told my husband if he didn't divorce me that... Well, he threatened him.
You know, you came in here saying that Donovan's confession was no good, and you spend your time making it sound better and better. What do you want, anyway?
I can't help it. I've got to tell you the truth. I know it doesn't sound like I'm trying to help Al, but what can I do?
You really want me to answer that? Here. If you want to help Al, phone the police. Tell them Donovan made that phony confession to cover up for you. It's simple.
Not as simple as that.
You don't need the gun, Christine.
Hang up the phone.
Sure.
I hope you don't mind my aversion to being held for murder myself.
Well, that's a common aversion. I'm in no hurry to see you behind bars. But don't forget, when the cops want to pick you up, they'll do it. Now, don't spoil the rest of the afternoon. Take that gun someplace else. I've got things to do.
The first, I imagine, will be the call that I wouldn't make.
Well, not necessarily. If it'll make you feel any better, we'll just put this phone out of order. Satisfied?
Of course not. But don't get me wrong, Mr. Dollar. I wish you nothing but success in your investigation.
I puzzled over that exit line for a few seconds after she'd gone, and then I went back to the company's employment file, namely the application for employment as secretary of Susan Gates. It informed me that during the war she had worked in a munitions plant. Her specialty? Wiring bomb fuses. When Miss Susan Gates reached home at 8:30 that evening, she found a visitor, me.
Oh! How did you get in here?
A professional secret.
Oh, you scared me. What do you want? Why did you come here?
I wanted to bring you the good news. I heard on the radio that Al Donovan confessed to Perry's murder.
Al? I can't believe it.
Why not? Who do you like for the spot?
Why, Christine. Al is covering up for her.
I'd like to agree with you. If it turns out that Christine wound up her husband's life with a bang, the company that hired me saves $100,000. But I don't know. She claims she has all kinds of alibis. One of them is you.
Me?
Yeah. Did you see her at the Club Caprice last night?
Why, yes.
I know who you were with. Your boss.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Oh, I'm not preaching a sermon. I want to know who she was with.
I don't know. A man I'd never seen before. Mr. Perry knew him, but he wouldn't tell me who he was.
Why not?
I don't know. He said I might get the wrong idea.
About what?
I don't know. We didn't sit there and talk about it all night. Why should we sit here and talk about it all night?
All right, all right. When a census taker shows up and asks a lot of questions, people answer them. When an investigator tries to do his job, they make the proverbial clam look like a blabbermouth.
Look, Mr. Dollar, believe me, this has been a greater shock to me than to anyone else.
Excepting, of course, your late employer, Mr. Perry. How long did you work for him?
4 years.
Now, where'd you work before then?
Why, Oh.
Let me help you. Bombs, wiring fuses. Remember?
All right, I remember.
Good. Then maybe you'll remember a little bit more. Let's go back to last night. The guy with Christine Perry. Who was he?
I tell you, I don't know.
Was it Van Bruten?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No, I mean...
I'll get that.
No, I'll go.
You make sure you just don't keep going. Susan! When Susan snapped the spring lock to open the door, the gun outside opened up. The first slug caught her in the left shoulder, spinning her out of the way of the rest of them. It was getting monotonous. Every time a buzzer went off, things started booming. Susan was sprawled out on the floor in front of the door, and to open it, I had to move her. By the time I did, the hallway outside was empty. Okay, come on, take it easy. It won't start hurting for a couple of minutes. We'll have a doctor here by then. He'll give you something. Just try and keep calm. Here, I'll throw my coat over you. Now, try not to move.
Oh. Trying to ruin this rug.
Never mind the rug. What we want to worry about is who tried to ruin you.
What'll they do to me?
What will who do to you?
They'll arrest me.
No, they don't arrest people for getting shot. You have any idea who it was?
That man in the office this morning. The one who picked up the check.
Van Bruten?
No, he wasn't Van Bruten.
He was a phony.
Yes.
And you still gave him that check?
Yes.
Well, I won't ask you why. But apparently you gave him the money and then tried to blackmail him. Is that right?
They'll arrest me.
I wouldn't be a bit surprised. Who is this guy? Where can I find him?
Oh,
Come on, now, don't pass out on me now. His name, quick.
Van Sant.
Where's he live?
Nelson Hotel.
Under his own name?
Oh, I don't.
I don't blame you. I could use a few moments of unconsciousness myself. The Nelson Hotel didn't have a Dutch name on the register, so I got a hold of the housekeeper and found out how many rooms her staff hadn't been able to make up all day because of Do Not Disturb signs on their doors. I went a-calling at these particular rooms. On the 9th floor, I awakened one old maid. On the 7th, I startled a bunch of poker players who thought they were being raided. On the 5th, I blushed my way out of the bridal suite. And on the 4th, I struck the door of 427 and the jackpot.
Who's there? Don't you see the sign? I do not wish to be disturbed.
Oh, sorry, I must have the wrong room. I started up the hall after the fire axe, but when I got to it, I changed my mind. One of the few things I'd learned about this guy Van Sant was that he loved to murder people through doors, so I decided against trying to chop his down. Then I remembered the way those people came pouring out of those offices earlier in the day when they heard that fire alarm. So I picked up the little red hammer next to the big red fire axe, broke the little glass window, pulled the little brass hook, and set off a big brassy noise. Then I rushed back to 427. Fire! Fire!
Where's the fire?
Right here in my eyes, sweetheart.
Why you come here? You wish you hadn't.
Never mind the dresser. You're through shooting guns for the day. Oh. What do you think, Van Sant? You want to try some more?
You cannot make me stay here. The fire. We will all die.
You look good barbecued. But I'll make a deal with you. You talk. And if I like what I hear, I'll show you how to get out of here alive.
How do I know this?
Well, you don't think I'm going to stay here and fry, do you? And if you don't start flapping that tongue in a hurry, I'll probably just tie you to a chair and run. First, where's Van Bruten?
You will find him in the bedroom.
He better be alive. He's out cold. What's the matter with him?
He will be all right. He is on the sedatives.
Where did this identity switch start? You better hurry up. I smell smoke.
I knew Van Bruten in Amsterdam. I knew about the sale of his interest. And I knew that the girl in the office here had never seen Van Bruten. We'll have to go now.
Don't get up. I can feel it getting warm in here.
The firefighters. We will be saved.
Now, don't be too sure. They always start at the top floor and work their way down. Come on, I can hear those flames crackling.
You know the rest. Last night, when the transaction was all finished with Barry, I gave to Van Bruten some sedative in his cocoa.
You set up that bomb so Perry'd get it before you showed up to pick up the check.
Yeah, I told you that. Then it happened that girl didn't know I was an imposter. I don't know how.
Well, let me tell you. She's been sending old Van Bruten in there toupees for the last 4 years. Gray ones, my red-headed friend.
Oh, yeah. Let us get out of here, no?
Yeah, out cold. Expense account item 4, $1.40. Night letter informing you that American Continental would have to meet payment of claim to Mrs. Christine Perry, innocent widow of the insured. The only thing she was guilty of was trying to stay on the right side of a hot-tempered boyfriend. She lied about who she was with at the Club Caprice, not to fix herself an alibi, but to keep Al Donovan from learning that she'd been out with another guy. That guy being the real Mr. Van Bruten, who had only taken her out to try to talk her into reconciling with his friend, her husband. Item 5, $60, silver chafing dish. Wedding present for Christine and her new husband, Al Donovan. Well, that was the least she could do for the guy who had confessed to a murder he thought she had committed. Item 6, $8, flowers for Susan Gates, prison hospital. Item 7, fine for turning false alarm, $1,000 and no cents. And that's what I think I'm beginning to get for getting into this racket. No sense. Expense account total, $1,263. Yours, truly, Johnny Dollar.
In just a moment, we'll tell you about next week's Johnny Dollar Adventure. But first, this reminder. Just a little earlier tonight on CBS, Jack Benny turned dramatic actor on the Ford Theater. But this Sunday, he'll be back again on his own show with a special treat for the Jack Benny fans. After the last broadcast on which the Ronald Colemans appeared, thousands of letters came in from fans asking that Jack invite Ronnie and Benita back again soon. The Waukegan Wit did, and Ronnie and Benita, by popular demand, returned to the Jack Benny program this Sunday in what should result in one of the most hilarious broadcasts of the year. So be sure to listen to Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman on the Jack Benny Show, which is heard on all CBS stations this Sunday. Listen in again next week when CBS brings you Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar, with Charles Russell as Johnny. Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar is written by Paul Dudley and Gil Dowd, with music by Mark Warno, and is produced and directed by Richard Sanville for CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Rinso, R-I-N-S-O, Soapy Rich Rinso presents Boston Blackie, starring Chester Morris.
Hello?
Is Mr. Manletter there?
Why, no, I'm sorry, he's not. This is his secretary, Miss Rochelle. Can I help you?
Yes, you can deliver a message for me. I've been trying to reach him all day. This is John Partridge, president of the Morton National Bank.
Mr. Partridge, but... Well, Arthur Borden is president of the Morton Bank, isn't he?
Not since yesterday, he's not. Give this message to Mr. Manletter, please. Tell him that his notes to the bank were due and payable on Monday of this week, and we must have our money.
But, Mr. Partridge, we showed our books to Mr. Borden only last week, and he agreed to extend the notes until our accounts receivable came in. Our business is in fine shape, Mr. Partridge. Our books prove it.
Please tell Mr. Manletter that we'll accept our money in the morning, Miss Rochelle.
But it's $100,000. We can't possibly raise that money overnight.
I'm sorry. That's Mr. Manletter's problem. Goodbye.
$100,000.
Hello, Gene.
Mr. Manletter, the bank just called. There's a new president, and
they want to foreclose on my notes.
How did you know?
Read this letter. I got it at the house this morning. Here, read it.
If you want to know how to prevent the bank from foreclosing on your note, have your friend Boston Blackie visit a house at 50 Hunter Street at 7 o'clock this evening. Signed, a friend. Mr. Manletter, what does that mean?
I don't know. I can't see any connection between the bank and Blackie. But I do know I won't ask him to go to Hunter Street.
Well, can we raise $100,000 for the notes overnight?
I don't think so, but I'll try.
Well, there isn't much hope.
Then you must call your friend Blackie.
No, it can only mean trouble for Blackie. I don't know how or why, but it must be trouble for him if I'm being forced to ask him to go there.
But Blackie thrives on trouble, Mr. Manletter, and it'll save your business.
No, I won't call Blackie. I'm going out to try to raise the money. You'll hear from me later.
All right, sir. Alice, will you call a number for me, please? Get me Boston Blackie.
Get me Boston Blackie. 4 words that the weak use to call their champion. You know, some expressions seem so natural and right, we use them all the time without even thinking, like ruby red and sky blue and so on. Well, what I get a particular kick out of is the fact that we've added a new one to the nation's vocabulary. Yes, I hear tell that nowadays you ladies say Rinso white when you want to talk about really white clothes. Of course, there's a mighty good reason why Rinso gets your clothes so white. Rinso's soapy-rich suds won't take no for an answer from dirt. They pitch right in your tub or washer and go to town. Yes, Rinso gets out more dirt. And that's why you ladies are able to turn out those beautiful Rinso white, Rinso bright washes. So next wash day, whistle for the kind of wash you're proud to hang on your line. Like this. And remember, it stands for Rinso White. Now, meet Chester Morris as Boston Blackie.
Tell me, Blackie, which one of these girls do you like best? Come on, take a look at their pictures. Come on, will you?
All right, Shorty. I'll judge your personal beauty contest for you. Now, this blonde here...
Yeah.
Hold it, Shorty. I'll get the phone. Hello?
Blackie?
Yes.
Blackie, this is Jean. I had to call you. Mr. Manletter's in terrible trouble.
Hey, come on, will you, Blackie? Come on, get off that phone. I got to know about this redhead.
Lay off, Shorty. What is it, Jean? What's the matter with Arthur?
The bank called an hour ago. I've been trying since then to reach you. They're going to take over the business if Arthur doesn't redeem his notes for $100,000 by tomorrow morning.
Well, they can't do that, Jean.
Yes, they can. The notes are overdue.
Hey, boss, what about this brunette? Now, come on, will you?
Quiet. Not you, Jean. Look, honey, I haven't anywhere near $100,000, and I wouldn't know where to go to get it by tomorrow morning.
I didn't expect you would, Blackie, but Mr. Manletter received a message saying that if you come to 50 Hunter Street at 7 o'clock tonight, the notes will be renewed.
If I go to 50 Hunter Street, well, what does that mean?
I don't know, Blackie.
But if I show up, they'll renew?
That's what the note says. Mr. Manletter knew you'd be in some kind of danger if you went, and he wouldn't ask you.
Oh, don't worry, chick. You'll hear from me. Bye.
So you finally got done. Now, come on, help me. Look at it. See, I got 50 pictures here. Pick out the one I should pin up on my wall.
I can't do anything about your pin-up problem now, Shorty.
Oh.
I've got something at 50 Hunter Street that I've got to pin down.
Come in, Blackie.
Wait, what is this? Sounds like a record. Hey, you behind that desk. You in the mask. What is this? Come on, talk.
First of all, Boston Blackie, don't try anything foolish. There's one of my men behind you with a gun. And now that you've turned around to see, let me tell you that you are listening to this recording which I made because I don't want you to know what my voice sounds like in person.
A record, huh? Well, personally, I prefer Harry James.
Blackie, I want you to listen carefully to what follows. Have you anything to say?
Sure I have. I hope you'll...
Oh! Okay, boss. Take the record off. He's out cold. I hope I didn't hit him too hard, boss. There's no sense killing him. The law is going to do that for us very soon.
Gee, Blackie, where you been? I've been having pups.
Well, I hope they look like their mother. Well, I'm back, Shorty, only I'm not the same guy.
You should have had your head examined for going down to that Hunter Street joint.
Yes, I had it cracked. That's worse. Take a look at this, Shorty.
A bullet hole?
Yeah.
In your coat pocket. Who'd you shoot, Blackie?
I didn't shoot anybody, Shorty. Somebody slugged me, and when I woke up, my gun was gone, and this hole was in my pocket. I must have been out for hours. It's almost 11 o'clock. I called Jean, and she told me the bank renewed Manletter's notes the minute I showed up at the Hunter Street place.
Somebody sure took an awful crack at you, hey, Blackie?
Yeah, it's more than that, Shorty. Only how much more and exactly what, I don't know. Get my robe, will you, please?
Yeah, sure, boss. Give me your coat and I'll hang it over this here chair.
Well, here it is.
Blackie, what do you make of this business this afternoon?
I don't make it. It's got me stumped.
Yeah, me too. Well, here's your robe.
Thanks. I think I'll lie down and relax for half an hour. Would you mind fixing me some coffee,
Oh,
Shorty?
sure. Have it free in just a minute, boss.
Thanks.
Hello, Blackie. Glad to see me?
Well, Inspector Faraday, of course I'm glad to see you. Which goes to prove how easy I am to please.
Very funny. Well, Blackie, I think you overdid it this afternoon.
Well, my head sure feels like I did.
That isn't what I mean. Did you ever hear of a private detective named Fred Visual?
That crooked Shamus?
Yeah?
Oh, sure I've heard of him. And he's heard of me, too, Faraday. I got the guy's license suspended when he tried to blackmail me. A couple of friends of mine, last year.
That's the guy. He didn't like you, Blackie.
I'd feel a whole lot worse if you said Rita Hayworth didn't like me.
You didn't like him either.
I hate rats, Faraday. Come on, what's all this about?
Nothing, only Visual was found shot to death an hour ago.
What?
I'm taking you in for his murder, Blackie. Now, let's get going.
Now, look, Faraday, you've done ridiculous things every day of your life. But right now, you're borrowing from next week. What makes you think I bumped off Visual?
I don't think it, I know it. We've got your gun, and it's got your fingerprints on it.
Oh.
We found it near Visual's body. And if I'm not mistaken, isn't that a bullet hole in the pocket of this coat of yours on the chair? You fired from your pocket.
Well, maybe I burned the hole with a cigarette.
No cigarette ever burned a hole like that. Now, come on, let's get going, Blackie. Get dressed and hurry up. Take off that robe, put a coat on. You're coming with me. Come on, take that robe off.
All right.
Pretty robe, isn't it? Too bad you won't be allowed to wear it in jail.
You like this robe, Inspector?
Mm-hmm.
Well, here, take a good look at it.
Lovely.
Take a good look at it. Right over your head. Shorty.
Yeah, I'm right here, boss. I was waiting for a signal from him before I counted.
Well, help me tie him up, Shorty. We'll use the cord from the rope. Now, quiet, Inspector, quiet. Don't you know it's impolite to talk with your mouth full?
You'll be tied up like a chicken in just a little minute now.
Well, I know what the score is now, Shorty. Somebody's fixed it to look like I knocked off Fred Visual.
Yeah, I heard. Ain't a very pretty picture, is it, boss?
I'm not worried about the picture, Shorty. I'm worried about the frame.
Who is it? Who's there?
Let me in, Gene. Hurry. It's Blackie.
Blackie.
Oh, thanks. I'm sorry about coming to your apartment at this hour, Gene, but I couldn't reach you on the telephone.
Well, they closed the downstairs switchboard at midnight.
Oh.
What is it, Blackie? What's wrong?
I need information, Gene. I need all you know or can remember. There's some connection between a private detective named Fred Visual and somebody at the Morton National Bank. Now, who was it that spoke to you on the telephone?
The new president.
Oh.
His name is John Partridge.
Well, that's the man I'm going to see. Faraday's on my trail again, Gene, and I've got to clear myself.
Oh, you'll never be able to get into the bank to see Partridge, especially if Faraday has a dragnet out for you. As soon as you show up, they'll throw you in jail.
Oh, and don't worry. I'll figure out a way to get in to see him. But if I don't get anywhere with Partridge, I'm a dead duck.
Good morning, Mr. Partridge.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Partridge. Good morning.
Oh, I left your mail on your desk, Mr. Partridge.
Thank you. I'll be in my office if anyone wants me.
Don't open your mouth, Partridge, or this gun will shut it permanently.
Why? What do you want? Aren't you one of the special police that protects the bank?
Oh, well, don't let this uniform fool you. I wore it just to get in here. And keep away from your desk. You know, I'm allergic to the sudden pushing of buttons. Ah, that's better. Now, do you know who I am?
No.
I'm Boston Blackie.
That doesn't mean a thing to me.
Oh, I think it does. You called Arthur Manletter's office and told him the bank wouldn't renew his notes. But he received a letter saying that if I were to go to 50 Hunter Street, the bank would renew.
Maybe you know what you're talking about, but I don't.
You've got to be the man behind a pretty shrewd frame-up, Partridge. Unless you're acting on somebody's instructions. Now, which is it?
You know that if I raised my voice, you'd be shot dead by the bank guards before you could go through the front door?
Well, I'd have company, Partridge, believe me. You. Inspector Faraday thinks I killed a man. They don't hang you twice for double killing. Why was I framed for the murder of Fred Visual?
I don't know any Fred Visual, and I don't know anything about any telephone call that was supposed to be made by me to Arthur Manletter.
Oh, you don't, huh? How about the renewal of Manletter's note?
There never was any question about renewing Manletter's note. His credit is excellent. The note was renewed by me personally at 10 o'clock yesterday morning with a notary attesting to the time. And that was certainly long before my alleged phone call.
Oh, you played it cozy, huh? You knew Manletter would call me, so you bluffed him.
How long are you going to make me stand here? Can't you see there's nothing I know that can help you? Why don't you go?
I will. I've got another stop to make. But the minute I leave this office, you'll call for help, of course.
Of course.
Oh, but you're not going to. You know, the only way you can do any calling, Partridge, is to talk in your sleep. Mr. Borden?
Yes?
I'm sorry to disturb you at your home. My name is Boston Blackie.
How do you do, Mr. Blackie?
I came up here to see you, Mr. Borden, about your bank.
You mean about what used to be my bank?
I'm sorry. Who decided to replace you as president?
The board of directors.
Oh, well, and was it done suddenly?
Yes, very.
Uh-huh. And where did John Partridge come from?
I don't know. He'd been on our board of directors only a short while.
Oh.
I'm an old man, Blackie. The loss of my bank was a blow to me. Everything came so suddenly, I hadn't gotten used to not being there anymore. Will you forgive me if I'd rather not talk about it?
Oh, I understand, Mr. Borden. I'm going to try to get your bank back for you, but I need some help. Now, here's an address where I can be reached. Oh, you must have some loyal employee at the bank you can depend on, and would you call him and get him to find out something about Partridge? And if you get any information, send me a message. And send that ring you're wearing with it so I know it's from you.
I'll send you a message if I get it, but with just a paper clip on it. I haven't been able to get this ring off in years. The paper clip will identify my messenger if I hear anything.
Good. Give me a little help. I'll turn a murder over to Inspector Faraday, get rid of the charge against myself, and give you a bank right in your side pocket. We've got to stay down here at my waterfront hideout during the day, Shorty. Every cop in town is on our tail, and Faraday's sworn he won't sleep till he brings me in.
It's okay with me, Blackie. And go ahead, it's your deal. You got me, let me see, you got me 60 to 17 and 2 boxes. Go ahead, it's your deal.
You know one thing about gin rummy, it sure passes the time away.
Yeah, it passes my dough away, too.
Okay, you two. Hoist him. Come on, Patsy.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Now, look, Blackie. Stand up and don't try nothing foolish. I know all about you and your tricks.
Well, I wasn't exactly going to ask you to pick a card. Who are you?
A guy who ain't going to be outsmarted by you.
Oh?
Tie the little guy up, Patsy.
Yeah, I'll tie him up. Good, too.
Don't talk. Tie.
I'm tying him. He ain't going to go nowhere for a while.
Okay. Suppose we start moving, Blackie. You ready, Patsy?
Yeah, I'm ready, Mug.
Well, of course, don't anybody ask me.
You're ready, Blackie. But you don't know for what. Now, start moving.
Oh, this is a ride, huh? Okay. One way?
Oh, I wouldn't say that, Blackie. We're coming back, Patsy and me. But we got orders to get you.
Orders to get me, huh? Dealing in the Blackie market?
You'll strain an arm reaching for jokes like that, Blackie.
I thought that was rather clever,
But you might as well know something.
Yeah?
We ain't taking you on any gang ride. We're turning you over to the cops.
Yeah, I'll bet. A couple of hoods like you wouldn't go within 2 miles of headquarters. I guarantee Faraday's got charges hanging over both you guys.
Maybe. Only he'll be so glad to see you, he won't be able to think straight. All right, let's get moving, Blackie. And remember, I'm the guy that's got the gun on you.
Okay, Mug. But take my word for it, someday you're going to beg me to forget that.
Blackie, there's something natural about the way you look behind bars.
Yeah.
They look good on you.
Oh, thanks.
You've got no idea how nice it is to see you sitting so sweetly in that cell.
Now, Faraday, listen, I didn't knock off Fiswell. No kidding.
Oh, of course not. And you didn't throw your bathrobe over my head and tie me up either, did you, Blackie?
Well, yes, I did do that, Faraday. You know I did. But I did it to help you.
Oh, this is going to be good. Now, tell me how.
Well, somebody knocked off Fred Viswell. Your job is to catch murderers, Faraday. I had to be free to help you, see?
Blackie, you should have been a lawyer.
Thanks.
Only you're overlooking a slight something. Your gun. Your pretty little gun. With your fingerprints on it. And a slug from it in Viswell's head and the bullet hole in your coat pocket. Nobody else killed Viswell, Blackie. You've got no alibi. You hated the guy and your gun did the job. Looks like kind of a perfect job to me.
This is a frame-up, Faraday. Now, you've got to do something you've never done before.
Oh, what?
Use your head.
Look, you're in jail, Blackie, and you tell me to use my head. Don't you think this is a spot where you should use yours?
Well, it seems as though Inspector Faraday is about to realize a lifelong ambition and has finally found a charge against Boston Blackie that will stick. However, that remains to be seen, of course. You know, you ladies really have it all over the men folks when it comes to being sensible about clothes. Come summertime, for instance, you know that one of the tricks of keeping cool is to look cool. And what could look cooler, crisper, and prettier than those bright cotton washables you wear? It's important, though, to remember to keep them bright and crisp. And that's where our soapy-rich Rinso comes in. No point in working your head off in summertime, boiling and scrubbing clothes. And you don't have to with Rinso. A short soaking in Rinso suds, often as little as 10 minutes, is enough. Then a few quick finger rubs on extra soiled places, and your clothes are ready to rinse. And believe you me, you'll be mighty proud of how your wash looks, too. Your lovely colored washable cottons will stay fresh and bright week after week, wash after wash. And your white clothes, well, it goes without saying, they'll be, yes, Rinso white. So get Rinso next wash day for a Rinso white, Rinso bright wash. And now back to Boston Blackie, starring Chester Morris. Blackie is in jail. Inspector Faraday knows that it was Blackie's gun that killed Fred Viswell, and Blackie can't clear himself while he's in prison. Into the cell block where Blackie is being kept walks a young lady.
The policeman at the end of the corridor said I could come in and talk to all the other policemen in the whole jail, and you're the other policeman, so I thought I'd come over and talk to you.
All right, miss. But about what?
About the ball, of course. Everybody knows about the ball.
What ball?
The ball we're giving. But I'm selling tickets only to policemen.
Well, now I've heard everything. Selling tickets to policemen for a civilian's ball. How much are they?
$1. But the policeman at the end of the corridor said that if I came up...
Here's $1 and keep the ticket. And the next policeman is right down past this row of cells. Go bother him, will you, please?
Yes.
And don't tell me that bag you're carrying is full of tickets. There aren't that many policemen.
You're so silly. Of course not. I always carry a bag. It makes me look as if I'm always about ready to go someplace.
Well, you can go right now. I'll unlock the door. You can walk down the corridor till you find another cop at the end of it. His name's Murphy.
Isn't every policeman?
Oh, I don't know. All right, go. Go on, miss. Right down the corridor. Don't mind them mugs in the cells.
Blackie.
Gene, what are you doing here? This isn't visiting day.
Blackie, listen. I've got to keep walking when the guard looks this way.
Oh, don't be silly. Come in. The door's open.
The cell door's open?
Sure, try it.
It is. Blackie, how did you do that?
Close the door. You know, I could open the cell door all right, Gene. That was a cinch. But I haven't figured out yet how to get past the guards at both ends of the guard.
Well, stop figuring it, Blackie. Here, look at this bag I brought. It's an outfit that matches the one I'm wearing, only it's a couple of sizes larger. Put it on, quick.
What, and leave you in the cell? Oh, nothing doing, honey.
Oh, I'll go out the door I came in, Blackie, and you go out the other one. Only hurry. The guard might get curious.
Okay. Well, it won't take me a second. I'll first roll my trousers up, and then on with the dress. Oh, you brought a wig, too, huh? You think of everything. Can I get into these shoes?
Sure you can, and hurry, Blackie.
Yeah?
Don't forget your hat.
Say, it's a cute one. All right, zip me up, will you? And I'm all set.
There. Oh. Now, just walk out, Blackie, and tell the cop at the end of the corridor. His name's Murphy. Tell him you ran out of tickets. Can you talk like a girl?
Oh, me? Of course I can.
Oh, you better not talk. Bye, Blackie, and luck. Meet me back in my apartment.
Oh, thanks, Gene. You're wonderful.
See you later, Blackie. You look awful cute in that outfit. Watch out for the wolves.
Oh, not me. For once, I want to be on the receiving end of a... This is the house, Shorty, 50 Hunter Street. I don't know what I'd expect to find here, but let's go in.
Why, boss?
Well, maybe I can pick up something inside that'll give me a clue to that masked man. You see any lights?
No. Nope, there ain't any but.
Okay, now don't hit your flashlight till we close the street door. Oh, what kind of a lock is this?
I don't know. But if you're working on it, it's an easy lock, I'll guarantee that.
No, Shorty, it's an open lock. Come on in. Shh, quiet. Hit your flash, Shorty.
Right.
Yeah, this is the room where I got conked. The masked guy sat right over there facing me with his hands folded on that table, and he... Shorty.
What? Oh, what happened?
I know now who the masked guy was, Shorty.
Yeah?
I'm going to straighten out this whole mess. Wait till I look up a number in this phone book. Let's see.
Who are you calling, Blackie?
I'm calling the murderer of Fred Viswell. Wait a minute. Yeah, here it is. Well, now let's hope I sound like the mug.
Hey, boss, this is a mug. Come right down to Hunter Street house. I got Blackie here. He's Hoyt. Oh, you want to talk to him? Okay. Talk to the boss, Blackie, or you get it again. Here, take the phone.
So you're the boss, huh? Well, what am I supposed to do, applaud?
Give me that phone, Blackie. Okay, boss. Yeah, that sure is Blackie, huh?
Oh, you'll be right down?
It worked, eh?
Good.
Yeah.
What a swell.
Okay, Shorty, now you beat it. I'm staying right here, and I'm handling this alone. But I have a job for you when you get outside.
Okay, boss.
It may decide who dies for the murder of Fred Viswell. And just between us, I'd rather it wasn't me.
Mug, are you in here? Mug, turn on the light. It's dark. I can't see you. Turn on the light.
Here's a light, Mr. Borden. Right in your face.
Boston Blackie.
That's right, Boston Blackie. You had a very nice frame-up all fixed for me, but I think you're going down to explain it all to Inspector Faraday now.
Do you? Well, I don't. So the phone call to me was a gag, eh? I might have known it was one of your tricks, Blackie, but I didn't. No harm done, though. I'll just leave.
Oh, just like that, eh?
Mm-hmm. And don't think you can threaten me, Blackie. As long as I'm alive, I'm a potential alibi for you. Only you and I know you didn't kill Fred Biswell and that I did. And you've got to let me live in the hope that someday I'll confess.
Yes, I guess maybe I do. Oh, you're a pretty smart man, Borden. You'd have to have me in this kind of a jam. What did Biswell ever do to you?
He thought he could outsmart me, the fool. Some private investors had him checking the books at the bank. Found that I'd taken quite a bit of money that didn't belong to me. And he thought he'd try a bit of blackmail. He didn't get very far.
Pretty thorough, aren't you?
I think so. How did you know I was the masked man, Blackie?
Well, two ways, Borden.
Yes?
One was the fact that I gave you the address of my waterfront hideout, and later your hoods paid me a visit down there. You were the only one that had that address. The other was that ring you're wearing. The one you told me you couldn't take off. When I came in tonight, I remembered the masked man was wearing that ring. Putting John Partridge in your place as president of the bank sounds like a wonderfully smart idea.
It was. I was tired of working, and I can throw Partridge in jail any time I like for a little embezzlement job he did. So he must do as I say. And now, Boston Blackie, let's go visit Inspector Faraday.
Well, no, Mr. Borden, I don't think I care to see the inspector tonight.
No? Perhaps this gun will make you change your mind. I happen to know that Faraday has your gun. You're still under suspicion of murder, you know. And if you try to escape, Blackie, I'll think nothing of killing you in cold blood.
I believe you would, Borden. All right, I'll go with you. I guess I'd rather be a live prisoner than a dead suspect.
Here's Inspector Faraday's office, Blackie. Walk right in. Go on.
Okay, if you say so, Borden. Hello, Inspector. Say, look, don't you ever sleep?
Hello, Blackie. I've been expecting you. You're a little late.
Would you mind telling this gentleman in back of me to get rid of his gun, please, Inspector? He doesn't realize that it's impolite to point. His name is Arthur Borden.
Okay, Mr. Borden, I'll take that gun.
Certainly. Here you are.
Well, looks like I've got a first-rate murder suspect right here in this room.
It certainly does, Inspector. Like to lock him up?
In just a minute. In fact, I might as well do it very legal and proper. Arthur Borden, you're under arrest for the murder of Fred Biswell.
What? Me? Why,
Save it. I wish it was Blackie, only it isn't. We've got your confession in your own voice, right on a dictograph record.
A dictograph planted in my Hunter Street house?
Right.
That's impossible. Nobody could have put a dictograph in there.
You tell him, Blackie. You figured this thing out.
Well, before you came into the Hunter Street house tonight, Mr. Borden, I dialed the inspector's private number on the telephone and left the receiver off the hook, you see. I had Shorty call him before and tell him to expect his private telephone to ring. All the while you were telling me how perfectly you would frame me, the inspector was listening on this end.
Yeah, not only listening, but having the whole thing taken down on a record.
Say, Inspector, I did you a favor, didn't I, by turning up Biswell's murderer?
You did yourself a bigger favor, but what's on your mind?
Well, I'll tell you, Inspector. Shorty told me you have Jean Rochelle booked here.
You said it, Blackie. She helped you escape from jail.
Well, maybe she did, but if she did, I brought you in a murderer, so you certainly owe her a favor, too, right?
Well, maybe. What do you expect me to do, let her go?
Sure. You've held her long enough. Now it's my turn.
You've heard about making mountains out of molehills, but here's how to make mountains of dishes go right down to nothing in a hurry. You put some Rinso in your dishpan, and up go the suds. Plenty of thick suds from surprisingly little Rinso. And down goes that stack of dishes in practically no time. Yes, dishwashing is a mighty easy, simple job with Rinso helping out. China, silver, glassware, they're all shining brightly in a jiffy with Rinso's soapy rich suds on the job. Why, even your pots and pans come clean easily when Rinso gets to work. Use Rinso, too, for all the soap and water jobs around the house. It's swell. Now a glimpse at next week's adventure of Boston Blackie.
All right, Monahan, give me a little more juice in that light.
No, don't do that. I can't stand it.
That's better. Now, listen, Shorty, you say you don't remember what happened.
I don't. I keep telling you I don't.
All right, maybe you don't remember. You were slugged. Now, we don't want to know anything except one thing. Now, think hard, Shorty. Who was the last person you saw or talked to before you were slugged? Now, that's all we want to know.
I'm thinking, Inspector, honest. I'm dizzy trying to think. I don't know. I just don't know. Hey, wait a minute. Oh, yeah, I remember now. The last person I talked to before I got conked was Boston Blackie.
Be sure to listen in at this same time next week for another exciting adventure with Boston Blackie, starring Chester Morris with Richard Lane as Inspector Faraday. You can see Chester Morris as Boston Blackie at your favorite movie theater. Boston Blackie's latest Columbia picture is One Mysterious Night, soon to be released. Original music for the program was by Charles Cornell. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Rinso and wishing you all a very pleasant good night.
Warm weather's ahead, and that means greater danger from perspiration. Protect yourself. Use Lifebuoy in your daily bath. You know, of 7 leading brands, Lifebuoy gives you the most soap for your money. And its rich, purifying Lifebuoy lather agrees with your skin. And don't forget, Lifebuoy's the only soap especially made to stop B.O.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Exciting news for Join Us Sculpture in Brazil brings you to captivating videos showcasing heart-pounding adventures, mouth-watering cuisine, and hidden gems of this incredible country. From bustling cities to tranquil beaches, our videos capture the essence of Brazil's beauty. Experience the warmth of its people, the rhythm of its music, and the thrill of exploration. Click on the link in the description to find out more.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old-time radio programs. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.